Ji Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Today we'll be having a talk with Vice Bhai Baldeep Singh Ji. We have put in our posters and promotion, we put the title of Gurbani Sangeet Revivalist, but that title is honestly not enough for Bhai Sahib Ji. Bhai Sahib Ji is also a socio-cultural political activist, Drupadiya, a Pakavaji, a poet, a composer, luthier, and a designer. And Bhai Sahib Ji has a large amount of gyan, and that one title definitely is not enough for them. And just as a give a small introduction of Bhai Sahib Ji and their background, Bhai Sahib Ji is a direct descendant of Shri Guru Nanak Dev Ji's disciple Bhai Sadaran Ji, who was also given the title of Sant Sadaran, and being the good Bhai of Bhai Lerna Ji. And Bhai Sadaran was the second head of the Dharamshala, the school learning, founded by Guru Nanak Dev Ji in Kartarpur in 1521. And Sadaranji was also endowed with Amanji by Guru Amardas Ji Maharaj. Bhai Baldeep Singh Ji descends from a long lineage of Gursikh masters of the Gurbani Kirtan Maryada, and today is the 13th generation exponent. Bhai Baldeep Singh Ji's repertoire includes masterpieces that were first composed by the Gurus and the Bhagats themselves. And Bhai Sahib Ji is also the prime exponent, the Khalifa of the oldest generation of classical percussions, which is the Pakhavaj Mridang playing of Punjab, known as Sultanpur Lodi's Amritsari Baj. Bhai Sahib Ji is also the founder and chairman of the Anand Foundation, which focuses on preserving and documenting traditional forms of Sangeet. And overall, they're helping revive, propagate, and disseminate the art of percussion and other musical instruments. And one of their revivals includes the now well-known Jodi, which was dead for many years until Bhai Sahib Ji themselves revived it. Bhai Sahib Ji has also many academic published articles and are also currently doing an online Batik series on their YouTube channel and on Facebook, which involves in-depth conversations with musicians and other artists from across the globe. So, Bhai Sahib Ji, I just will leave the floor to you. Bahut bahut dhannwad ji. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh ji.
Satkartar, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Thank you for a, well, not a very generous introduction. It was good. We could have gone on. Who doesn't like to be pampered and being spoken well about? But thank you so very much. Jokes apart, it is my pleasure. I'm not really worthy, but it is your love for Guru Baba Nanak and his vision and his endowments that you have so very kindly honored me by inviting me to your platform and to be part of this wonderful spring camp. Of course, I've been quite curious about your work, and I'm looking forward to learning more and more in the course of our conversation today and in the near future. And where do I begin? I don't know, there were a couple of thoughts that folks had shared. Maybe they were here. The title or the focus that have been requested to sort of attend to is the field of Gurbani Sangeet. At the very onset, some of you may be confused about the term Gurbani Sangeet, as there's another term, Gurmat Sangeet, and how are these two different? I guess as an attendee, as a conservator, it is my duty and my responsibility to sort of sensitize those who are going to be the future custodians of the Gursikh heritage. So that clarity is sort of brought, a bit of fog is lifted, and some of the facts and figures and logic and rationality or rationale is placed in front of you for your kind um, indulgence and consideration. Now, what could be um, Gurmat? Let's look at the term Gurmat. Um, Guru di Mati, the wisdom of the Guru. Now, please note that in the entire Guru Granth Sahib, in the entire Gurbani, or the Gursikh allied scriptures and texts, which would include by Gurdas Diyan Waran, um, by Nand Lal Diyan Ghazlan, the Dasam Bani, which is codified and bound as the Dasam Granth, as we, the old Gursikh order, honor that compilation. But let us look at the Gurbani itself, the Rahat of it, the unchanging Rahat, which nobody can even move or shake, a single monophthong or a diphthong or a triphthong, etc. Only the raga names are there. The raga names. If you look at the title hits, Mani is indexed in 31 ragas. And forget about the idea of the raga and the ragini. They're just a poetic way of looking at it. They are a genderless entity, like Shakti or Bhagavati, the intent of the karta. They're all genderless. Oh, ek ਕਹਿਣ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ. It's just a figure of speech. For example, Soho nere ghar dhan kamaliye bahar kya kunde. Soho is the groom, is the Lord, but is the Nanak Harivar Paya Mangal, Harivar, the omniscient groom. I mean, but there is no groom. There's no male or female entity. It's a figure of speech. That's something very beautiful, but that's another issue. But many people say, "Oh, rag hai ke ragini hai." So it has its own place. The idea of gender to do with rag and raginis, but when there is no gender, they're all nouns, the names. But look at the 31 ragas: Siddhi Rag, Maj, Gaudi, Asa, Gujri, Devgandhari, Bihagada, Vadhans, Sorathi, Dhanasari, Jaitsari, Todi, Bairadi, Telang, Suhi, Bilawal, Gond, Ramkali, Nat Narayan, Mali Gauda, Maru, Tukhari, Kedara, Pehron, Basant, Sarag, Malhar, Kanada, Kalyan, Prabhati, Jajavanti. Not a single rag is explained in the Guru Granth Sahib musically. There is not a single tan in the entire Sri Rag chapter or anywhere in the binding. Any of the old manuscripts, it is not the Vadi Samvadi, the most conversant note, the second most conversant note, the adjacent or the notes that help in the conversation, the anuvad, that translate the conversation for the ordinary mortals like me, or vivad, the ones that can, the notes that can argue, come up with an argument, a counterpoint, or the Varjit Swaras, the notes that mustn't be used in a scale. None of them are given. So it is amusing for me that none of the none of the Sikh scholars have ever taken the pain to look at the idea that if I were to use, let's say, if I, as Baldeep, were to use the term Gurmat Sangeet, and if a non-Sikh eye or a Vidwan or a scholar or a philosopher were to come and ask me, well, Saya, I believe saying you represent a major Gursikh order. You are the head of that, one of the oldest Gursikh orders. Would you kindly tell us what is the Guru's mati of Sangeet? If I were to look at the Gurbani, I can tell as much as I told you. I can read the names of the ragas. I cannot refer as a scholar to any page therein where Rag Sri would interpret in one way or another. Now, let me give an example. Let's say the ancient Rag Sri is in the Kafi Mela. Re pa ma pa da pa pa re re ga re re ma pa re re ni sa re ma pa ni sa pa ni sa re re ra pa re re pa ma pa da pa ma re 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 sa. This is not written. This is ancient, 250 odd years ago. This is how Sri Rag was sung. And as the oldest Gursikh order, we have an original composition. And the first lines go like this. Sajanirankar Nejathai Sajanirankar Nejathai Rag Maj Tera mukh sohava jiyo Tera mukh sohava jiyo Saj dhon bani Chero adekhi sarang pani. Nowadays, many people have tried to create a very chic swarupa. This is non-existent. This has no history. This is only 25, 30 odd years old Tan. In the old Mad, that Repa doesn't exist. So that's one of the, how we say, debris or add-ons, contemporary music's infiltration. As conservators, we keep a tag on when things are added, what was before, what is now. Maj, for example, Gaudi has so many forms. I was just singing yesterday when a neighbor, one of the very fine dance exponents, Bharatanatyam exponents, and opera ballet dancers from, I think, Czechoslovakia somewhere. She was visiting and I was singing this Gaudi of the Purvi Mela. But let me give an example of the Bharo Mela Gaudi. Aether Ghar Baso Harijan Pyare Satgur Tumhare Kaj Savare. Gaudi, Bhairo, I'm said to be the original of Panchamkata. Asa, we all sing, but let me show you one of the oldest compositions that is said to belong to the Pratham Padsha. And there's something very unique how these are composed. If there's a pada, the first pada before the rahau comes, this composition is from those times when that's how Bani was sung. Look at this. कौन युवाए धरी सब धरती जल अग्नि का बंद किया अंधले दशर मुंड कटाया हाँ राम मार क्या बड़ा भया क्या उपमा तेरी आखी जाए तू सर्वपूर दयाल लाए क्या उपमा तेरी आखी उपमा तेरी आखी जा गुजरी हर गमा मगध गज गमा da da magad gadsa adin rati arado pyaro arado Devgandhari, one of the rarest compositions. Only the greatest of the Rababis or the oldest of the Gursikh orders had done. Ordinary singers of Bani, even some of the most famous ones, did not have this repertoire. अंत न पावत देव देव सेव जोग जोग करी अंत अंत न पावत दे Behagda. What the Heli Ram? What the Heli Ram? अनगाए रातड़या वाट दुहेली राम और अग्र विदम मन मोना घट सोना प्राण धारा राम सुंदर शोभा लाल सुंदर शोभा लाल गोपाल दयाल की अवर अपारा राम अति प्रीतम मन मोना घट सोना प्राण अधारा राम. Or the older composition Ati Pitam Man Mona Ghat Sona Pranaya Dada Ram Ati Pitam. What a hums. What a fantastic rag. Adhan Soila Jit Darsan Kadarna. Or so Havi Pavan Sove Sove La जेत प्रभ प्रभ मेला सुहावी कौन। सोरठ प्रथम पातशाह करदा तूम मान माने मन मत नाम धन भलाय साज सबद समाने करदा तूम मान माने। धनाश्री आय सुख पलते सुख और जेवा एक कवन गुण एक कवन गुण जेवा एक कवन गुण जेवा एक कवन गुण पंचम pitas original. So much of movement, and anybody, those who have musicological lenses and parameters and measures, they will know that such compositions haven't been composed in the last 2, 3, 4 centuries. Dhanasri ho gaya, Yasri le lo. लालच लागे ताब बंधायो भूले मैं टोडी गर सारे मानिए सारे कमान मगर घर सब को कलाम कर राम नाम ले पवेद राम भाई साहब रणधीर सिंह, ਜਦੋਂ Baba Jwala Singh, my great uncle, would sing. They were jailed together. And he would sing. Dhoor Brahmadar Bhagaki Dhoor Dhoor. रणधीर Singh would play his Kada Salam. Dhoor Brahmadar Bhagaki Dhoor. दीन दयाल प्रीतम मन मोहन कर कृपा मेरी लो चांदूर कर कृपा मेरी लो चांदूर प्रभ तेरे भग की धूर दूर दूर ब्रह्मदेव भगती दूर बैराड़ी चौथा पातशाह, अगाथ कथा हरि नाम गप मध हरे गरसा मन मिल सौंद जनाम जस गायो मन मिल सौंद जना जस गायो हरे 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 रतन रतन हरे नीको गुर सतगुर गान देवायो सौंद जना जस गायो मन मिल सौंद जना जस गाओ तिलम गम 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 पग मग पनीर गम गए ले गिटे तेरा नाम खुंदकारा मगरीब मस्कीन तेरा नाम है अदारा करीमा करीमा रही करीमा करीमा रहीमा अल्लाह दूगनी आज राजूर दरवेश दुमनी ले गिटे तेरा नाम खुंदका सुही voice is all dead anyway, haven't slept, but that's how it is. Shareer kal jai वही नहीं जस परम पुरख परमेश्वर दा बड़ा रोम रोम गावे काश सूही 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 प्रीत प्रीत गुरिया मोहन लाल ना पंचम पिता ओरिजिनल जब मन गोविंद कै अवर नहीं को लेखा सौंद लाग मन झाड़ दुविधा की गुरिया प्रीत प्रीत गुरिया मोहन लाल ना बिलावल चौथा पातशाह हम बोलो भैया राम नाम पतित पावनो हर संत भगत तरनो हर भर पूरे रहे आप जल थल राम नाम नित गायर दुख विसारनो बोलो भैया राम नाम. Hindustani Sangeet says it died long time ago, and I argue when we sing this raga still. Original log Bhagat Namdev. Moka tar le Ram tar le Maya jan jan tarve na jan बाप बिठला बांधे मोका तार ले राम तार ले. Another one. अश्वमेध जगने अश्वमेध जगने अश्वमेध जगने तुला पुरख दाने प्राग स्नाने ताओ न पूजाए हरि की रति नामा अपने राम भज रे मन आलसिया में जगने. Such constructs Hindustani Sangeet is not done in several centuries. Ram Kali, Pancham Pitas. I'm reminded of तीजा पातशाह भी याद आ रहा है. हर दर्जे तखदर छाया बाबा तखदर छाया भय सन को जाई, सब कुछ आप है, बाबा पे आप है, घर महल सराई, चांद सूरज दो चानने, रामकली दी बात, तीजा पातशाह पंचम पिता जब गोविंद गोपाल लाल, राम नाम से मर तु जीवाय, फिर न खाही काल। कोई गुरदी को गल दसे, कोई हर गल सुनावे प्रभु नाम की. When the old times Gursikhada used to meet another one, they would be interested in knowing if Guru Sahib has sung a new song that you remember. Can you even sing a small dhun of what Guru Sahib has sung new? People have forgotten about that. Nevertheless, Dasam Paatshah Ramkali, which my elder granduncle taught just 3-4 years before he passed away at the age of 102. Reman with jog kamao, Singh Sajaya Gamat Kandala Dhan Vibhuti Chadao, Reman with jog jada. Rag Nat Narayan, one of the rarest of the rare. Chautha Paatshah. मेरे मन सेव सफल हार घाल जी, मेरे मन सेव सफल हार घाल जी, मेरे मन सेव सफल हर घाल ले गोर पग रे रवाल, सब दालिद भंज भूख दाल, हरि ओ जी, मेरे मन से सफल हर घाल. माली गौड़ा सब घाट राम बोल. भगत नामदेव ओरिजिनल गुरु खालसा ਨੂੰ याद है, भगत नामदेव पंथियां ਨੂੰ नहीं याद. सब घट राम बोल, राम बोल रे, राम बिना को बोल रे, बोल रे, सब घट राम बोल. Ragmaru, another rare one. Many people have said that this is Marwa. Or somebody says, it takes all the 12 notes because one Babu used to sing in the Dilip Chandra Vedi's head in the cremation ground. But well, Guru Khalsa has a memory. Why would you not listen to that memory? What is your compulsion to listen to other protagonists who have no idea, who are not custodians, who have just some tokens here and there of Gurbani Sangeet? The Gursikh memory is different. No, Bacha. Har ko naam, har ko naam, sada sukhdai, naam sada sukhdai, naam sada sukhdai, har ko naam. जीवन पदवी पाई अब मोहे जीवन पदवी चित आयो मन पुरख वेदाता चित आयो मन पुरख वेदाता संतन की शरणा जीवन पदवी तुखारी प्रथम पातशाह दे वेले दा साजन देश विदेशी आड़े साने साने और पंचम पिता निर्गुण राग लिया राग लिया राग लिया समदन का सदका समदन का सदका समदन का सदका सतगुर ठाक लिया मोहे पापी बढ़दा मोहे पापी बढ़दा निर्गुण राग लिया राग लिया राग लिया केदारा तीजा पातशाह हार गमर कमल मेरा कंत करतार कामण मेरा कंत करतार जे कराए ते आकरी सीगा बसंत बाबे की बसंत प्रथम पाठशाह ओरिजिनल रुद्र आई सब बसंत माय रुद्र आई सब बसंत माय रंग तेरा वस तेरा चाय किस पूज चढ़ावो लगाओ पाई तेरा दासा कहो राय, जगजीवन etc. goes on. Sarang, चौथा पातशाह, we'll get another original. जब मन नर हरे, नर हर स्वामी, हर सगल देव देवा, श्री राम राम नाम हर प्रीतम मोरा, प्रीतम मोरा। जब मन नर हरे, नर हर स्वामी, जब मन नर हरे, नर हर स्वामी। मल्हार चौथा पातशाह। हर जन बोलत श्री राम नाम, हर जन बोलत श्री राम नाम, मेले साध संवर हरि गोर, हरि जन बोलत श्री राम नाम, हर धन बन जो, हर धन संचो, जैसे लागत है नहीं चूर, जैसे लागत है नहीं चूर। हरिजन बोलत श्री राम नाम, चार मोर बोलत दिन राति, सुन हर की घोर। जो बोलत है मृगमीन पंखेरु, जो बोलत है मृगमीन पंखेरु, सोबे नर जापद है नहीं ओर। नानक जन हर वीर जगाई, छूट गयो जम का सब सोर, छूट गयो जम का सब सोर। हरिजन बोलत कानड़ा पंचम पिता, या चलो चौथा पिता। आओ भज राम मन राम, रूप न रेख बड़ाम, सद संगत मिल भजराम, बड़ हो भाग मथाम। कल्याण पंचम पिता। आंगरनार ध्वनि आनंद वेद कथय सुनद मुन जना, मेल संत मंडली, गुणनार। प्रभाती पंचम पिता। राम जाप, राम जाप, राम 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 राम, राम जाप, राम 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 जाप। कल कले से लोभ मोह बिन से जाए, अहंताप बिन से जाए। प्रभाती जयजयवंती नवा पातशाह। Ram Simare Ram Simare Kiya Tera Kaaj hai Kiya Tera Kaaj hai Ram Simare Ram Simare माया को संग त्याग प्रभु की शरण लागे जगत सुख मान मिथ्या झूठो सब साज राम सिमर राम सिमर रे मन कौन गात रे मन कौन गात ओ ये तेरी रे मन कौन गात ओ ये तेरी जग में राम नाम सो तो नहीं सुने ओ कान जग में राम नाम सो तो नहीं सुने ओ कान देखे यन सो अदिल बान मदी नयन फेरी रे मन कौन गायरी है तेरी रे. Now, of course, my due apologies for taking so much time, but the point I want to make is the question. These are like extempore. I'm just singing, looking at the rag name and singing whatever comes to my mind. Not a single composition is from me. I'm a prolific composer. This is Gursikh heritage that dates centuries, many of the originals, others which are deemed original, but some of them may have lost the tag. And in the scholarship within the Guru's court, unless it is properly authenticated and remembered, even if it is from the times of the Guru, we do not say. We say it is from the times of the Guru, but not that of the Guru. Then one believes, like within our tradition systems, within the Gursikh heritage, when we say this is the Guru, then we know that there's enough scholarship to say, well, this is from the time that we're not sure, but this one we are sure. But in the Gurbani, as the question which preceded my narration or my illustrations, Gurbani is silent. Guru Granth Sahib does not bear witness about the rag forms. So if a non-Sikh I were to ask me, well, what is the rag form of this or that, or rag Gaudi Baragan, or rag Gaudi Gwariri, or rag Gaudi Mala, I have not gone, it'll take time. I mean, I've sung, I'm the only one, the first one in a long time who sang all the 31 ragas in one sitting of about 6 hours at the Gharana University in 2011, I think, yeah. When I was a visiting professor, and I sang in 2014 February at the India International Center to raise funding for my foundation, Anal Foundation, which is a pioneering and the only foundation in recent history to actually engage in seminal research to recover the intangible assets and heritage of the Gursikh Parampara. I sang in about 5.5 hours in a single pattern, all the 31 ragas, compositions, full compositions. So rag forms are not contained in the Gurbani. So that is when we say, well, the memory of the rag is the intangible, that is the Sukham and the Abodh Virsa, that is the intangible heritage. Suksham is ineffable. Abodh is intangible, is that which is only in the memory, there's no tangible form to it. That is with the Gur Khalsa or with the Gursikh Panth. that lives in the memory, because this has to be lived. This has to be learned, relearned by every subsequent generation. So when I say Gurmat Sangeet, and I have to say, well, what is the mati of the Guru? Mati of the Guru is, as many of the compositions that I sang. Jit grahi gun gavate, Ram ke gun gavate, Jit grahi gun gavate, Hari ke gun gavate, Ram gun gavate, Tit grahi baaje, Panch sabad bada bhag mathura, Tin jan ke sab paap gaye, sab dok gaye, sab roog gaye, Kaam, Krodh, Lobh, Moh, Abhiman gaye, Tin jan ke Hari maar gade, Panch chora. This is Guru's mat, wisdom. It is to do with the first question that exists in Gurbani. Kyun satyara hui hai? As I've noted, Sikhs forgot about the first question. They're talking about all else, every other philosophy and logic and this and that, modern age and businesses and enterprises and sheets and investments and turnovers, etc., etc. And they forget the very in that smoke screen of the Maya, forget the first question that Guru Baba Nanak poses. Kiv sachara hui hai? How do you become? And then there is a wisdom to become Satyara. That is Guru's mat. The Ragic mat is not contained in the Guru Granth Sahib. And just because the names are mentioned in the Gurbani does not make it a musical scripture. It is a scripture, an extraordinary one, which was sung by the authors in one rag or another, as mentioned in the Bani. And as remembered by the learned Brahmgyani Gursikh sadhus. And I did an experiment at the Guru Nanak University when I was the dean for 2 years, the Faculty of Humanities and Religious Studies, until my tenure ended on the 30th of June, 2020. I did an experiment. I said, well, and all the research scholars, MPhil and PhD students and MA students, MA, MPhil and PhD students, and some who were already PhDs, who were teaching, faculty members, former students who are now professors, etc., head of departments, they were all there. I said, well, pose me, and it's a recorded seminar. Pose me. I said, anyone can get up and sing a composition that you are certain that I've not heard. I've never heard. You've never played it for me. You've never sung it for me. It could even be in a rag that you are certain that I don't know. Can you sing it? And let me see if I can get it. And Dr. Jatinder Singh from Batala, who's head of department at the Khalsa College, Amritsar, he was my former research scholar. Once as research scholar, always a research scholar. He got up and he participated. He sang a composition. Yasthai and I sang it upon listening once. There are other recordings when, let's say, I'm doing research with Ustad Muhammad Hafiz Khan, the Talmudi school, when I'm in Lahore in 97 and 2000. The video cameras are going on, and anybody can look at the archives and see how much time I took to learn a composition like Arya jaye banan dere na kaun dekhe nai sune. Just like that, I heard it and sung it. So I demonstrated in the university setting, in an academic setting, that I could emulate the song that Dr. Jatinder Singh sang. And then I said, now I'm going to do a reverse experiment. I'm going to now swap the position in the sense that I'm going to now sing. And how many of you have ever studied music? I think 2 or 3, because it's a Faculty of Humanities and Religious Studies. There were only 2 or 3 hands that raised, that they had something to do with music. I said, okay, perfect. So those who have not studied music are the ones who are my primary target. And I said, I'm going to sing something very rare and very special. And I sang, and one word by one word, and they were about 98, 99% there. They were shocked. So when you are a practitioner of music, you are a Gursikh sadhu whose nickname is Gun Gawa Din Raat Nanak Chao Eho, you're smitten by the legend of Guru Baba Nanak, and you are a Gursikhra, a Gurgam Margi, and you sing Bani and you remember the originals, and you also delve into music, you studied some, and you hear a composition immediately and you get it. So the memory is paramount. In the memory of the Guru Khalsa, you can understand it. But Guru's mat is Jo nar dukh mein dukh nahi maana, sukh saneer bhay nahi jaake, kanchana mati maana, na nindya nahe ustati jaake, lobh moh abhamana, hark sogte rahe nyaro nahe man abhamana, ustati nindya dohute aage, jagte rahe nyar. Kaam krodh teh par se nahe, jai ghat brahm nivasa. All of this is Gurumati. सुनो सहेरी मिलन बात कहो, सगरो हम मिटावो, तो घर ही लालन पावो, तब रस मंगल गुण गावो, आनंद रूप ध्यावो, नानक द्वारा आयो, तो मैं लालन पायो री। ओ गली जोग न हुई, एक दृष्टि कर संसार जाने, जोगी कही है सोई. This is Gurumati. This is the Guru's wisdom. In the Gurbani, Guru's wisdom doesn't say, well, if you do this is Kalingada, Bhairav would be and Ramkai would it's not written. So Guru's mat is to do with the give sachara huiya, give kuda to pa. Hukmi de jai chalna. And what is it to walk in the hukm, in the raza of the Parampurkh Parmeswara? That is Guru's mati. So when instead, okay, before I go to Gurbani Sangeet, let's say Guru's mati is if I were to entertain the thesis by these New Age scholars that there is a Gurmat Sangeet. So Gurmat would be, according to the Gursikh Panth, because Bhagat Mat would be the musical system of Bhagats, then different Bhagats came from different traditions. Sufi Mat would be Baba Sheikh Farid and others who came from the Sufi Mat, and they may have come from different musical orders, musical systems. Guru's mat would be from Guru Nanak till Guru Gobind Singh Maharaj. So are we now telling Baba Sheikh Farid that you cannot have your voice now? Sorry, your original, two of your originals exist, but we won't allow it because you've sung it and we're not sure. Even if your Suhi looks very similar to the one sung by the Gurus, but just because you've sung it 3 centuries or so before that, before Maharaj sang, so we were going to discount your Suhi because yours is not Guru Mat, yours is a Sufi Mat Suhi. Is that the level of discourse that the Gursikhras are now going to engage? But instead, the term you look at when Gyani Gyan Singh Abtabad writes his book, he calls it Gurbani Sangeet, the 2 volumes. When Bhai Avtar Singh Gurcharan Singh write, my granduncles, when they write their 2 volumes, they call it Gurbani Sangeet Prachin Reet Ratnavali. Because the mandate of the university was to find the original compositions, and I implore upon you to read the foreword by Dr. Taran Singh. He is one of the topmost scholars, Sikh scholars and academicians of the 20th century. BS couldn't fly around him. He was that authentic a scholar. And Paisa Pai Ardaman Singh Bagdiya, the direct descendant of Pai Rupa, he chaired that committee. And some of the greatest musicians, one of the top civilian awardees, Sardar Son Singh from the Agra Gharana, he was in the committee as well. And young research scholars, Professor Ajit Singh Paintal and many, and Professor Balkar Singh, the research scholar, was also part of the committee. And Professor Kirpal Singh Narang, who was a historian, who was the then Vice Chancellor. These are the people who oversaw the entire research on where is the actual heritage of Gurbani Sangeet, where we can find, or where can the Qawm find the original assets of the Guru's court, and a number which will establish once and for all the musical system of the Guru Sikh order. Otherwise, non-Sikhs would question that, well, as they question now, well, is this Gurbani Sangeet? What is unique? You're copying the Khayal, Chota Khayal style. This is Mughal Darbari music, and how can you call it Gurbani Sangeet? Just by changing the words, but the musical system and the musical genre remains of the Mughal court, etc. How can you call it Gurbani Sangeet? Just by changing the text doesn't mean that you have a different music system. What answer do we give them? That we are copycatting their system of music, their system of elaborations, and so on and so forth. But when we include now, let me come to the term Gurbani Sangeet. Gurbani is something that is very extraordinary. 24 languages, 120 dialects according to the old masters. In a script that Guru Nanak recovered, that is revolution. People don't even understand that. Revolution is when you tell the tyrants and the oppressors and the invaders that, thank you very much, your script compliments to you. We are not going to study. We are not going to write in your script. We will recover the script of our land. That is the greatest Bhagavat. That is the greatest rebellion. And that is my Guru Baba Nanak. And he entrusted the task of the final findings to put all the sangrah of the other masters and to formalize it. And Guru Angad Dev Maharaj, and his classmate, his age sake, and then his Gursik, Bhai Sadharan along. When my ancestor was a warrior, his battle axe was his favorite. And when Baba Siri Chand, he was young and flamboyant, lived like a prince. When he took over the entire Dharamsal, claiming that he owned it all because he's the elder son, Bhai Sadharan did not fight because he's the son, he's a Sahibzada. He would not fight with him. He's a man of learning. He's the one Guru Nanak chose to walk the last. All old Janams, which are not my family ancestors written, others have written. Bhai Sadharan is the last one whom Guru Nanak takes, and the secret of how he instructed his body to be merged back into the five elements was only confided with Bhai Sadharan. But when Baba Siri Chand took over and hostile takeover, he left and created a protective ring around in Khadur, and informed his now Guru, his former classmate and now Guru, in front of whom his own Guru had bowed his head. And he did not have, his humility is what Guru Amar Das also acknowledged after his seva of the Bauli Sahab, as Bhai Khan Singh Nabha also write, in the Kaath Di Paudi, the last 84 step, he was a very dangerous mission. He hand carved and placed it personally. And the humility was marked when he turban exchanged, called him his brother, and gave him a title. Sant Sadharan gave him the seva of one of the 22 Manjis. These are stories of humility and extraordinary learning and awakening. These are not just of loyalties and patriotisms and only Guru Bhakti. It is awakening. That is what is unique about Gursikh order. It is not a cult. It's a transactional relationship, and this transactional relationship is claimed by Guru Baba Nanak. As he says, "Jao tau prem khelan ka chao sirtan tali gali moria." If you bloody dare, learn the art, learn the game of love, you bloody place your ego on the platter, and then you dare enter my street. And he doesn't even tell what does it take to enter his door. It was only the entry to his street. That's the extraordinary master that we have. And we dance around in the streets of Maya instead, and illusion and delusion. We love the ego pamperers. We love those who butter our egos, etc. Anyway. And when Bhai Buddha and the rest of the Sangat, Bhai Kamli and others decided that they are going to have nothing to do with Baba Siri Chand, that they are going to go with their former classmate and now Guru, whom Guru Baba Nanak has appointed. And when doing research, I found that there's another account where all the Sangat reaches the house of the Gursikhara, and that is Bhai Sadharan, who opens the door, and he recognizes and he's pleased. He says, "It's my time to sing Sodar. Join me." He joins, and they all join in, sing together. In the night, he understands what they're up to, what is the decision of the Gur Sangat, that he sees that he's the warrior. He sees that there is no hostility, that this is a genuine decision of the Gur Sangat, that they have decided to go with the decision of Guru Baba Nanak and not with the claims of Baba Sri Chand. And by the time the discussions are done, it is Asa Diwar time. One of the stories, Jansakis, recounts that in the morning, Bhai Sadharan says, "Well, it is now my time to sing Asa Diwar. Let's sing together." And they sang together, and then he leads them, tells them where Guru Sahib, Guru Angad Dev is. These are, people forget, people underestimate the stories. They somehow storytell very poorly. Because there were many times hostile, those who were somehow feeling disenfranchised, that they thought they deserve to be the guru. Sometimes accounts are written, and they are written in they would write the Gursikhs very poor light, as if they were some wretched beings or lesser mortals. So 24 languages, 120 dialects. You have one script. As I said, the first great revolution by Guru Baba Nanak. Guru Arjan Dev was to compile as per the instructions of the Pratham Pacha. That was the second revolution, for which, as I've often, for now over 25, 6, 7 years, I have spoken, I've taught that decision, that act of binding the words of a cobbler sadhu, a weaver sadhu, a washerman sadhu, a Kattar Orthodox Brahmin sadhu, an Orthodox Sufi sadhu, the gurus and the Gursikhs, including the Bhatts and the Bhai Satta Balwant Mirasi, low caste Mirasis, the lowliest of the low Mirasis, together was such a threat that every other quote-unquote religious order combined to make sure that Guru Arjan Dev paid with his life. Professor Jaswant Singh Neki even quoted me and all of these, that they accepted that this was true. This analysis is true. This seems to be very, very accurate. Otherwise, there was no reason for someone who just sang. What was the threat? So the very first is the language, the gyan, that the gyan which is deprived to the underserved will be given to them, the Brahm Tat. And some of these smart asses like Vivek, this is Dayanand Saraswati in his book, Arya Samaj book, he says, "Oh, this wretched Guru Nanak, he didn't know Sanskrit, and he, just to impress upon these low castes and so on and so forth, he just spoke some crooked Sanskrit to impress upon them." Now, the very fact that the Guru is given everything that is hidden from them, from the underserved, he's granting them. He said, "Don't worry about it. This is what any scripture says. This is what is said." So he's also telling what to say, and then he's also giving his commentary on them, his critique of them, or his corrections. As Guru Arjan Pacha says, "Nanak Sodhe Simriti Ved, Par Brahm Gur Nahi Ved." So Nanak Sodhe. Sodhe is, one is to read, but then Sodhe is also to correct. Nanak corrects the Simritis and Vedas. He says, "Par Brahm Gur Nahi Ved." That is, the Guru is no different. My Par Brahm is my Guru. Guru is the Par Brahm Parmeshwara. That is a Sodhana. That is a correction which he intervenes. There is intervention. So the Gurbani now, from Bhagat Jayadev, born 1170 AD, the oldest author of Guru Granth Sahib, and the youngest author is Guru Gobind Singh Maharaj, who finally seals it and calls it the Guru Granth, says that this will be the Guru now. Jo Prabhu Gobil Bo Shahai Khol Sabad Male. आज्ञा भई अकाल की, गुरु मान्यो ग्रंथ. And this is Gurbani. And irrespective of the musical orders of all the 36 authors of Gurbani, I sometimes argue that when you say so kaho tal gur sevi hai, ehne se sahaj so bhai, darsan par se guru ka hai, janam maran dukh jaye. I do not consider tal as an aberration. Bhat is kal, but they say, oh, this is mistake. I mean, I argue that Guru Arjan Dev Maharaj's former classmates, elder classmates are the Bhatts. At the court of Guru Ramdas, the Bhatts of Mathura are the elder classmates of Guru Arjan Dev. And when he is endowed, instead of his elder brother, with the Guru Tilak, and as one of the Bhatts sings that I've sung earlier, Ramdas Guru Jagataran Kau Guru Jyoti Arjana Mahe Dhari. It is, how could Guru Arjan and Bhai Gurdas, whose classmates were they, could that typo be there? That is my contention, my argument. I consider that therefore there would be 37 authors, not 36. But that is besides, I in fact wrote that in my paper for Routledge. But let's come back to Gurbani Sangeet. So all the authors, be it 36 or 37, their musical systems combined. Bhagat Ramanand as a child hails from where south in Chennai, where current day Chennai or Madras is. As a young child, he's sent to Varanasi to study the Vedas. So he lives there. Now, my question, a musicological question, I have posed in the past to these New Age Sikh scholars. Well, could you kindly tell me if Bhagat Ramanand had already studied the music of Chennai area or Madras region or South India or the Deccan, or the so-called New Age, modern era Carnatic Sangeet? This was not the original name. It's only a recent name which is given. What was the musical system of Bhagat Raman? Did he study from Chennai area, from the Carnatic Sangeet area, or the Deccan, let's say Dakshin, or the Deccan Plateau? Or did he learn the music of in Varanasi from the masters in Varanasi? So what was his musical system? What I say is, fortunately we have one composition which is said to be his original in Shuddha Sant. Kat jaiye re ghar lago rang is a dhamar. Now, what was his musical system? Was it from the Chennai region, Deccan area, or Deccan region, or from the Varanasi region? Can the scholars of Varanasi tell us the music from 6 centuries and 7 centuries ago? They have no idea. Can the Deccan scholars, I know Professor Janki Raman, T.B.R. Shankar Narayan, and Pandit Balamurali Krishna, name them, Dr. Umalayalpuram Sivaram. I mean, the finest minds is how Professor N. Ramanathan, the musicologists, the memory bearers, etc. I have been doing research for nearly 3 years now. They're buddies of mine. Many of them have gotten National Academy Awards. They were my nominations when I was in the executive board of the National Academy of Music, Dance and Drama. I know their sizes of their kasharas and bananas, kacha bananas. I know them so well. So BS wouldn't pass for facts and figures. So in the south of India, they have no idea what was the music 6 centuries ago. And the folks from Varanasi have no idea what the music was 7 centuries ago, 6 centuries ago. But I say, whatever it was, Fortunately, we have the original, some of the original Bhagat Kabir have survived. And a musical analysis, musicological analysis, aesthetical analysis has been done under the guidance, so the top philosopher aestheticians like Professor S.K. Saxena, Dr. Subhuti Muratkar, and so many others. They were shocked at the kind of musical structure, musicological structure, the architecture of the compositions. They say these have not happened in the last 3, 4, 5 centuries. Even Tansen and Haridas's texts are not like that. Even Nayak's, Baiju's and others, compositional structures are not like that. These are certainly older. So what was the musical order of Bhagat Jayadev? I have not been able to find any musical composition of Bhagat Jayadev as yet. 2 compositions of Baba Sheikh Farid exist, and they are the oldest intangible asset, relics, or living heritage of the Gursikh order. Hathana Lai Kasumbade Jaljasi Tola and Tay Sahib Ki Saar Nazar Na Jani. Jobar Kwe Pacha Pastani. 2 compositions are said to be his originals in Rag Suhi. So I hope that you will all acknowledge that it's very important to be semantically precise, to have some sort of an academic integrity and semantic precision, intellectual honesty, dignity, and loyalty to facts and figures, to reason, not hearsay. That is not Gursikhi. If Guru Nanak Dev Maharaj took a dhuni, a tune from somewhere, he wrote it down, Tunde Asraje ki dhuni. That is a scholarship which the Guru Sahab have entrusted us with it. And we cannot be lesser scholars. We are associated with Guru Baba Nanak, and we must be noted as the most ruthless scholars on the planet. That is why the parampara of the Gursikh order, the tradition and the discipline of exegesis, and that of music, that of calligraphy, that of the swords from Shastra to the Shastra, we, the Guru Khalsa, we have called this the music, the Sangeet of the entire Gurbani, irrespective of the masters, the music of the masters, the musical systems of the masters. Whether we know, as I've given you reference, that is a scholarship. That, well, Bhagat Jayadev's composition, I have not been able to. I'm bearing you witness. I'm giving you an anthropological note. The Berhade, Suchaji, Kuchaji, have not been able to find. That is the honesty I'm talking about. I am noted as an extraordinary composer. My composition, I've tested this with some of the finest, the heads of the other traditions, without telling them this was mine, and I would recite them. My composition say, wow, this belongs to some grandmaster, and I would play along. I said, yeah, this really belongs to a grandmaster. Oh, this is percussion. Oh yeah, I said, yeah, this is percussion. Oh, which was this master? Oh, I said, someone very extraordinary. He said, oh, but tell me. Oh, no, this is a very great guy. He said, by BBS, come on, tell us, Bhai Sahab. I said, there was someone called Bhai Baldeep Singh. And poof, because I was doing an academic test. And I would tell them, but I was just deliberately not telling you earlier, because I wanted to test. Otherwise, if I tell you I have composed this, you might be a nice guy and you just to butter my ego and say, oh, yeah, this is a great composition. I don't want that, buttering of my ego. I want an honest opinion. So I tell you that, well, this is a composition. What do you think of the composition? Without coloring, telling that, oh, this belongs to my teacher or my master or my this star or my grandfather or my great-grandfather or my grand-teacher, my great-grand-teacher, or mine. I don't want you to bother about whose it is. I want you to look at it and then assess it for what it is worth. And then later on, if you insist, I might tell, well, then this is my composition. Yeah. That is how scholarship must work. And scholarship knows no fear. Because there's a courage to say, I am, we are, people understand when we say, well, we, the good Sikhs, have been a persecuted, community. And when Bhai Baldeep Singh says, well, even I am a persecuted being, contemporary, all the 31 years of instrument making, the anthropologically invaluable, precious stencils, and they've been destroyed. Tools have been destroyed worth about 129, $30,000 by the Punjab police. There were Sikhs. Sikh policemen have destroyed the Rabab, which I had handcrafted, dedicated to the 550th birth anniversary, based on the model of Guru Arjan Dev's Rabab, which is lying at Pairupa. The Saranda that I was made, inlay was already done, dedicated to Guru Amardas Maharaj, is still missing. The Dilraba of my granduncle Bhai Singh is missing, which had ivory work on it, blah, blah, blah. Manuscripts, sacred texts are missing. We talk of Bargadi Khan. If I were to, I didn't want to cause civil unrest because so much has been lost. Punjab has lost so much because of civil unrest. And I have made the complaints internally and no action has been taken. It's going to be 3 years in May, on the 13th of May. So I'm a person. So people, when we say we are a persecuted community and so much has been lost, but friends, this much has survived. They honor it. Because believe you me, the Vaishnav, Sakat, Shaiva traditions, they don't know what anymore Chant Prabandha. I was in Varanasi in the Drupad Mela in the room of Mahant Veerbhadra Mishra, who's been hosting the Drupad Mela and others for many decades now, and Maharaj Banaras and everybody was there, the king of Banaras and so on and so forth, many scholars and acharyas and Shankaracharyas. One of the acharyas rolled his eyes and said, oh yeah, the chant singing was taken to the heaven, to the Swarglok by the gods. So I must have been honked with some nonsense, I said, haha, I must be one of those gods. He says, what do you mean? I said, well, ask me which chant you would want to hear. I will, if that is the lakshana, that is the attribute of the gods and the goddesses that who know the idea of chant, well, here I am one. Ask me. And I sang a couple of them. Madhveer Bhadra Mishra took me on the stage. He says, you have to sing this and say what you said to us in the room from the stage, right? And I am bearing witness, the Good Sikh order is bearing witness about what was the music of India from the times of the Bhagats and the Sufi masters and the Gurus. So-called Indian classical music has no memory of that time. Some compositions of Tanzan, they're all Darbari music. As one of my last mentor, Baba Thakur Singh used to say, that they're, and this is the old pirates, Tarangar used to say that as well, but there was one thing to say, there are three kinds of gavaiyas. One is a bazari gavaiya, a freelancer gavaiya. All the courtesans and freelancer musicians would come in that category. So who were not attached to the court. They're called the bazari gavaiyas, or bazaar is like a marketplace singers available on hire. Then there's the Darbari Gavaiyas, who are not available just like that. They are attached to a court, they're court musicians. And then there's the Nirankari Gavaiyas. And say, well, who are these Nirankari Gavaiyas? The elders of our elders, the Good Sikh elders say, they are the ones who only know Nirankar as their Lord, as their patron, as their Jajman. They do not sing in front of anyone. They do not recognize any person who is born and who has died. They only are upasaks of the Parampur Parmeswara. Nirankar, Nirvikar, Ada Neela Anadasam. That one. Nar hai na nari hai. The one who is Chakra Chain Arabaran Chad, Arpat and Hanajai, Rang, Arake, Pik, Oka, Nasakaka, Achal Murati, and the Bob Kas, and the Tojika Hijai, Kotin, Rita, Sa, Kadija, the Vavana Bain, Sor Nata, so Nati, Bantran Kata, Sarabanam, Kata, Kavan Karamanam, Badna Sumati, Adenta, Katagarigan, Adenta. That one. The ones who know only that one as their master and nobody else. Those who say Parcha Shabad ka, Didar Khalse ka, Par Puja Akal ki. The Akal Pujaris, their music is the one which is the highest form of music. And my analysis And therefore, by extension, the analysis that I shared, the nitty gritties, the subtle, the gory details within the details, the finest attendees and scholars and writers and aestheticians of the Indian and South Indian classical music systems were all in awe of the Gurbani Sangeet tradition. And there's some audio and video clips of Professor Saxena during the interviews, which have been conducted under my gaze by myself, but also by Professor Francesca Casio. And they're worth listening to see the reflections of these masters, these thinkers. So this is the first thought, so that you can once and for all understand that when we want to associate ourselves, um, we must first know the definition of the terms. A mindless usage of term without knowing the length and the breadth or the strength of something. It's like vaccines. It's a COVID-19 era that we are all living through. It's like me going and getting a vaccine, but later on I find out that it was just a fake injection. It was just glucose or something. It doesn't work like that. So if you're looking at the heritage, that it has to be that and not something which is hearsay. And Pratham Padsha himself warns us against hearsay when he sings "Sun Vadak hai sab koi kevad vada dithawe." Sun Vadak hai sab koi. Hearsay, everybody says God's great, or this is great, so and so is great, but kevad vada dithawe. No, it's seeing is believing. So that is the very first, the second, and the third, whatever, as many points I've made, friends. That is the idea of singing. Now, there is another problem which is to do with the contemporary, some of the scholars. There's a lot of corruption and pollution that has occurred. There is a term called taksal. Taksal is another thing. I did in the Gharana virtual Batak series. I would suggest that you all follow. I'm on Patreon and planning to do that, so that before that it was a very exclusive. I was very busy with the conservation. I didn't have a chance, and not these tools also didn't exist. But that way, let me just adjust my chair. Okay, this is better. That many people who have wanted to participate in the conservation efforts, it was just not possible. So I've been advised, in fact, by my very dear, he's a maestro, Roberto Procera is one of the finest pianists in the world, one of the finest in Italy, who's created a software as well, which is used in some of the top conservatories. So one of the co-founders of Patreon is a friend of his, and they suggested to me early last year, but then I was very busy with the Gharana Worship Batak series, even though I had opened an account and never worked on it since last May, and I only have gotten up here and plan to get into the Punya Bataks and other things, slowly sharing some of the footage and all that. But in the Gharana Virtual Batak series, which I've been hosting, I've done 190 Bataks already. And nearly 700-800 hours of conversations. Like you guys, I'm very happy that you guys are dedicated, and it's the old good Sikh order, like where we are pujaris of Akal, as we say. We are the time that we don't know what's a watch, right? we know what our focus is. So like the Arjuna's eye, sees the bird, nothing else. So that's how we are. We are also such snobs, if I may. The conversation with Professor Ranjit Singh that I recently conducted, I think it was the 189th virtual Batak, that is about 7 hours in 2 Bataks. He's very elderly, he's 82. So the first one was 3 hours. I think in that was on the 30th of March, that has a lot of work on Taksal, and I'll just give you a brief, like a synopsis or just thought, so that in this context, in this recording, which I'm told is kept, safe kept and archived. you'll have that clarity here. Now, taxal literally means a mint, not the mint like the one that we eat. Mint is the one that, like, there is a Federal Reserve that makes money, that stamps money, that has a seal. Even if it is on an ordinary paper, if there's a seal, that has value. And the government of the land would honor that stamp for the value that is written. That is a mint. Like the Reserve Bank of India is a mint, is a taxal, where the sikka, the coin, is stamped, where the currency note is stamped. Now, none of the taxals, national taxals around the world of any nation, actually deals with money. They don't open, like I cannot open an account with the Reserve Bank of India. It's a bank, or Federal Reserve, they don't open accounts. I mean, to my knowledge, at least in India, let me just take the example of the Reserve Bank of India. They just create a currency. They regulate inflation, blah, 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 whatever the mandate is. That's a taxal that deals with the currency, the seals. Some of the compositions, in fact, all of the compositions that I have, illustrated, they're all taxali compositions. They are from the Guru Nanaki mint. They're not creations of musicians, or these are what I wrote in my paper, what is Kirtan as the revealed song versus the composed song. This is revealed knowledge. And Jesse mein aave khasab ki bani, tesara kari gyan milalo. That as it comes, as he sings, Mardaniya rawab shed kain sif khuda di kariye bani aayi hai. The bani, the coming of bani, that is the revealed song. That must be understood about what the worth is, what is the uniqueness of this composition. The taxal, one of my contemporaries, Gurnam Singh, wrote a book called I think Prabandh Prasar, something like that, which is not taught as part of the syllabus as well, which is a pity because there's a lot of misinformation in that. And I have, of course, written about it, so it's not something, it's an academic response has been given, and I'm just sharing from that academic response. He writes about 17 taxals, and the bluff of one of them, for example, Hargana taxal, was dealt with in detail in my conversation with Professor Ranjit Singh, because his father and uncle, they all belong to Dodadi taxal, and to which Bhai Sampuran Singh also belonged to, who lived in Hargana village. Now, there was no school, even a school there. It was just a Vidwan, Sangeetkar living there, and suddenly they're saying Hargana taxal. So I asked Professor Ranjit Singh, I pushed back. I said, well, but you say that, I asked him that you say that he studied at the Dodar taxal. And he said, yes. So I said that if there are 10 students from Dodar taxal or 5, and they were to go to 5 different villages, would those 5 villages become taxals, or they would just be known as the students of that? It's like getting a PhD from Yale or Cambridge or Harvard or MIT or Stanford or Berkeley or Oxford, or etc., or University of Bologna or whatever. Doesn't mean that you get a certificate, you go to village, and then you suddenly say that, oh, I'm from Delhi, or let's say I'm from Sadhpur University. How is it that you're a university? You're just an individual here. He says, but I have a certificate, I have a PhD from that institution. So, but he says that you just have a PhD, sire. You don't have the entire university here. This clarity is very odd. Why doesn't exist? Because non-Sikhs question these kind of this kind of adventurism. Now, so when I asked Professor Ranjit Singh that if he's just a student of Dodadi taxal, how can his village be suddenly counted as a taxal? So my second question to him was, did he, in his own lifetime, call it as Hargana taxal? He says no. Um, so now I'm going to add one more term here to do with Taksal, which is Gharana. Now, the university Indian classical music books, university books, when you study Indian classical music or Hindustani Shastri Sangeet or Hindustani Sangeet or the Indian music, the definition of a gharana is given. They classify what is a gharana. They say gharana is, let's say, Bhai Baldeep Singh is a recognized grandmaster, like proven grandmaster, if he were to become that, famous in the field and acknowledged by the other grandmaster contemporaries, virtuosos and maestros. And Bhai Baldeep Singh lives in Nizamuddin East in New Delhi, based out of that. But the Gharana definition would not allow the grandmaster, virtuoso, maestro, Bhai Baldeep Singh, Ustad, Pandit, etc., as a Gharana. That means in my entire lifetime, I will not be able to call myself a Gharana. Now, let's assume that I have 2 or 3 students which are very big. They become like very big even after my death. They go on rising like a, extraordinary, extraordinary stars. And they are acknowledged, equally acknowledged by their contemporaries and some of the elders who live, who bear witness, oh yeah, these guys have studied with the Grand Master Bhai Baldeep Singh, and these guys are now authentic masters. This is great. This is wonderful. They are very, very dedicated. Their scholarship is extraordinary, and their performance is stellar, etc., etc. They get all the accolades, and analysis of their work is done. In spite of that, in their entire lifetime, that means decades more would have gone by, about 40, 50 years after the death of Bhai Baldeep Singh, when the last of this generation, the first generation taught by Bhai Baldeep Singh, would be breathing his or her last, they would breathe their last without calling themselves as belonging to the Nizamuddin Gharana of Bhai Baldeep Singh. Now, these 4, 5, 6 people, students of Bhai Baldeep Singh, created the third generation of grandmasters. And if they were to become outstanding and extraordinary towards the end of their tenures, would they be allowed, according to the definition, to call themselves the Gharana, Nizamuddin Gharana, or Bhai Baldeep Singh's Gharana? Can you imagine? So difficult and such stringent is the definition of just the term Gharana. Now, what is a Gharana? A Gharana is like a bank branch. When we talk of a mint, it's a bank branch, it's a Gharana. It's not even the bank. That is how low in the order is a Gharana. That means in the Indian classical music, there are 4 Vanis. The Khandarwani is the oldest, which is to do with the Punjab, Afghanistan, Pakistan region, Kashmir. This is the, northwest of India, of South Asia, which includes the entire Punjab, Haryana region and goes up till Kandahar, etc., from where the Gandharv came out, etc., old times, millenniums, thousands of years ago. Now, that is the Khandarwani. And then you have the Nauhari Vani. Then you have the Dagarwani and the Gaurhari Vani, the 4 Vanis. Now, these 4 Vanis are Hindustani Sangeet. Right? Now, Khandarwani itself can have many gharanas, like Sham Charasi, Talwandi, like the Maliks of Bihar. It's spread. It's like so famous. Asad Ali Khan's Veena, etc. They were like Khandarwani masters. They were all extraordinary. Swami Haridas and Tansen, they all belong to the Khandarwani. Now, Khandarwani can have multiple Gharanas, the Senia Gharana, etc., etc. They're all part of the Khandarwani systems. So you can understand. But then that is like a major bank. It's like the State Bank of India or Punjab and Sindh Bank or Punjab National Bank and Union Bank of India, whatever, several banks. So these mats, for example, the Hanumat mat, Narad mat, Shaiv mat, etc., they were all the different banks. And the mint is the Indic Ragnad system. That is the Taksal. These are like the bank branches. And each of these Vanis and mats can have multiple Gharanas. That is the stature, the hierarchy of the Gharana system. Now, when we look at the term Taksal, Dharamsal, which I have revived, and I am currently the head of that, where the destruction, where I thought that I'll resettle it now in Sultanpur Lodi, as we do not have the Kartarpur, which my grand ancestor was one of the grand Sikhs who built and served and studied. As that place is not with us Indians, it's in Pakistani controlled territory. I thought the oldest relic, the mosque even that exists, is at the Killa of Sultanpur Lodi, which is a ruined fort. It is a namesake of a Killa. But it's one of the most corrupt police stations and some of the most corrupt politicians. And they've destroyed it so much. But that is where I am now resettling, the process of resettling the Dharamsal as Anad Khand. Anad is Adi Anil, Anadi Anad Jug Jug Eko based. That's that Anad. And Khand is the Khand as inspired from the Khands of the Gyan Khand, etc. of Guru Nanak. Inspired both from Guru Nanak Dev. An institute, a conservatory dedicated exclusively to the study of arts, aesthetics, and cultural traditions. Dharamsal is the beginning. Then it came to Khadur, to Goindwal, to Ramdas Puri, then Anandpur, then went to Multan under the care of Baba Bhai Sahib Nandlal. And then, at the advice and the instructions of Guru Gobind Singh Maharaj, Bhai Tarab Singh Khalsa, the head of the Panch Pyare, he was, as per instructions, settled two Taksals, Girvadi in Hoshiarpur region and Sekhwa in the Firozpur region. And all the Nanak Panthis, including my ancestor, Bhai Sahib Singh at that time, and other Nanak Panthis who were there who bore witness to the Guru's order, they offered everything in their heart and mind, body, and soul, and they established the educative processes, what I call the indigenous pedagogical processes, the Dehati Vidyak Pranalis in there, and they are the mother and father, etc., of all other systems that existed. If you ask me what Sampradaya I believe, I am to showcase my credentials. I should be able to say, well, this is where I belong. Only then you should trust who I belong. Otherwise, hearsay knowledge and authentic knowledge, how would that be there? Compositions that I've sung are seals. They're the proof. Anybody who doesn't know those compositions means they are hearsay thinkers and philosophers and custodians and, of the, they're self-styled. But they're not carrying the seals of the Gurus. They're not carrying like the tag, like the taboo or the mark. What do you call them? The stamp, as we say. There's a term like the brand, that they put on the cattle, for example. The mark. So these are some of the marks, the proof of your association with the Gurus and the Guru Khalsa. It should be visible from far that you are a person, you're a Guru Sikhra of learning. You're not one of those, I am God gifted, I was born with the talent and I sing, take any text and sing. Well, that's wonderful. You must sing that, that's wonderful. But sir, have you ever offered any Daswant? But what Daswant are you talking? Well, I would say, well, the swand of the memory of your hard drive, the mind that says, well, if you can remember, let's say 1,000 songs, can you dedicate 100 songs to to acquire the memory of the Gursikh order? That is offering the swan space in your brain and your memory. So that if somebody were to ask you, well, can you sing by Baldeep Singh your music? And you should say, oh yeah, of course, let me sing you something that is mine. But of course, it is influenced by the education that I've gone through. That means you will see the antecedents or glimpses or lakshanas or the features of the education I have undergone of the Gursikh parampara. But well, this is my composition, and you could ask, well, can you give an example? Well, I'll say, okay.
आमारी प्यारी अमृत धारी गुरु निमगन मन ते ठारी रे दर्शन परसन सरसन हरसन रंग रंगी करतारी रे किन रम गुरु गम हर दम न जम हर कांड नन गौरारी रे हमारी प्यारी अमृत धारी गुरु निमगन मन ते ठारी रे.
This is my composition in 17 beat Shekhar Tal in Rag Bageswari. Even, where did you get this Rag Bageswari from? Then I can tell, well, in the Golden Temple and the Darbarsa Parampara Saya, the Bageswari was sung very beautifully. Really? Why? Because it corresponds to many other ragas of the Gurbani, and the grandmasters would make sure that you were versed with all of the ragas so that you could sing those which are in the Gurbani properly. And so that you could learn the other ragas, because they were sadhus, they would not give you any titillative, any hanky-panky, oh, I winked at the girl and the girl winked back at me. Well, I twisted the arm of the girl and the girl kicked my butt, etc. Those kind of songs, which are ishke, mizazi songs. No, the grand Gursikh sadhus would not be interested in those texts. They would say, well, let me teach you, Rag Jogia and Kalingra, so that you will be able to sing Bhairon properly. And what would that be? They would say, well, Jogia goes,
Jogi gali jog na hogi, Jogi gali jog na hogi, ek drishti kar samsar jana, jogi kaiya soi, jogi kaiya soi, jogi gali jog na hogi. जोग न खिंधा जोग न डंडा जोग न भस्म चढ़ाइया, जोग न मुंदी मुंडी मंडाइया, जोग न सिंगी वाइया, अंजन माहे निरंजन रहिया, जोग जुगत एव पाइया.
Where does this composition come from? Well, friends, this composition is a memory from the Jogis and the Naths and the Siddhas. The Shruti of Jogia belonged to them. Nobody else knew this Shruti. And this is a proof of their association with Guru Baba Nanak. This is how they sang him. In the Shruti, they knew that belonged to them. Oh my goodness, then we say this has anthropological value. This has historical importance. Because it is an evidence from centuries ago of the association of the Jogis and the Siddhas, that they became Nanak Panthis.
Whoa, Kalingada is another Shruti. How is that sung? Je jana so nandada, je jana so nandada, ta thoda maan kari, ta thoda maan kari, thoda maan kari. Je jana so nandada, ta thoda maan kari, ji thoda maan kari. Je jana til thodne parita, je jana til thodne samal bhog bari. Je jana til thodne samal bhog bari. Thoda maan kari. And then they would say, well, now let us teach you Bhairav. And then let us show you how Ramkali goes, etc., etc. So the samprada of the Taksal is where the memory is safe kept. Yes, much has been destroyed. Yes, a lot is gone. But still, from the ruins of South Asia, factors like me who saw in the, 89 when I was selected to fly fighters for the Air Force, to be a flying pilot in the Indian Air Force, I renounced my career and went into recovery of the Guru Sikh heritage, saying, well, this is also serving humanity and serving the nation, serving the Qaum. And such recoveries have been made, from exegesis to the music to the instruments, etc., 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 even to the socio-political, domain. So this, in fact, also should rest, this whole entire New Age funda, which actually stems from something I'm actually the culprit behind, because I famously reprimanded some of the ragis when I was a very young, born, bred, and irretrievably spoiled in Chandigarh, a modern young kid, Fauji kid, always living in technology, flying and designing planes, winning competitions, a champion, a modeler, and a pilot. I was, as arrogant and as ruthless, as shameless as one could get. And when I came and I said, hey, you are ragis and you are singing, you're earning money from it, and you're still not the memory bearers. Why don't you go and sit with some of the last remaining elders who are dying in anonymity? You should invest. You're earning money. This is your profession. You should be the memory bearers, the next memory bearers. I cannot reprimand or challenge or confront an engineer or a doctor or a lawyer or a politician or a bureaucrat or a military man or military woman, etc., because they are doing other things. They have a different vocation. They only can learn music as a hobby and sing whenever they get time. But you are earning money. You're earning bread, man. It's your responsibility. You have to first inherit the endowment of the Guru. Stop trying to copy music from here, there, and everywhere just because it is available on the radio in the New Age. You're getting spoiled. They say, what do you mean, Bhai Sahab? It takes so many years. I said, so what? It's your responsibility. I said, hey, you don't understand, all these, elders you talk about, they hardly make money. Look, the money we are making. Some of the biggest names who talk like that, friends. And then I said, and I don't know, at age 19 and a half or something, I said, well, has the Guru Sahab written Rag Asa Mela Pehla? Ya Jime To Addi Maaj? Has the Guru written Rag Siri Mela Pehla, or whichever way you like? That you need to first learn You sing what you want to do. You sing in the folk, whatever. I don't care. You sing as you want, as you please. But you must learn as much as possible, because we need people who are bearers of the Guru's memory and the memory bearers of the Guru Khalsa order. And these, memory bearers must be generated. The finest minds of the Qaum and the Panth should be engaged to be the safekeepers of the Guru's endowments. 10% of your memory, can you donate that much? If you're so God-forsaken, can you even learn one composition in each of the ragas that is there in the Gurbani? Even that they did not do. And now some people have tried to steal part of my line. They are now telling to everyone, oh, it must only be sung in Nirdharit ragas. But the point is, how can you sing Rag Kalyan unless you learn other allied ragas of the entire family of Kalyan? And how will you learn those other ragas? If you want to sing properly Prabhati, you'll have to learn Deshkar and so many others. And those within the Gursikh order, as I was giving evidence of Bhageswari, that it has been sung so well. Look at this composition which I reminded. My voice is all dead, friends, but anyway, you know that in the context that I'm speaking and I haven't slept, and for that, Vivek and Gagan and company, these, if I may naughtily poke them, these goons are responsible. They kept me awake, and I've been kicking the entire last night when I should have been sleeping. Then I said, hey guys, it's 7 o'clock already in the morning. They said, oh, we're so sorry. All these fake tears and fake apologies. So I'm coming from that. So you will bear with me with my broken voice, and I'm trying to pump in as much as water as I can to keep it sort of, not to keep it hydrated. Look at this fantastic composition. कान को कलंक रहे हो, कान को कलंक रहे हो, राम नाम लेत ही पतित भवेत राम कहत ही, राम कहत ही, कौन को. It's from the Darbar Sahib Parampara. कावल So when I'm composing something in Bhageswari, these are, I don't know, I've learned them when I was, 17, 18, and they are in Paramadene. And when suddenly a composition comes, it's because of that education, because of the learning. So I hope this free yourself from this kind of a misnomer that, oh, you must only sing. Why? You need to learn. If your raga is your subject, you need to learn all the ragas. All the ragas, especially the allied ones. If you want to sing Gaudi Baragan, you'll have to learn Baragi, and then you'll have to learn Baragan, then you'll have to learn Gaudi, and then you'll have to learn about the blend of Rag Gaudi Baragan. Otherwise, you would be a singer, you be some copycat, some robotic renderer of some composition here, some composition there, which has basically no meaning. No Vidwan would ever be influenced and would be impacted by your song. It'll just be a small empty ritual. Well, then we can live in a khushfahmi that, oh yeah, at least we are singing Gurbani. Well, then one can just read Gurbani and it's okay to sing as much as you can. I mean, that's the underlying factor. For me, where I come from, As much as you can sing, as well as you can sing is important. But if it is your profession, if it is your vocation, just imagine, go to the Baroque musicians of Europe or the West. Can you ever imagine a Baroque musician who wouldn't know anything about Mozart and Vivaldi's and others? Any Western classical musician who wouldn't know about Franz Liszt and Beethoven, etc., Rachmaninoff, etc.? It's not possible. But we have Gurbani Kirtan cards now, Kirtaniyas, who have no idea about the history of Kirtan. How can we accept that? How can we allow that as a panth? And then we are basically learning rag, stealing, plagiarizing from university books, Hindustani Shastri Sangeet books. We think every todi is the same. It's almost like every sabji from far looks like a bataun. That doesn't work like that. We need to honor the Gursikh memory bearers, the memory keepers. Talking of Gharana, I asked my granduncle, Bhai Avtar and Bhai Gurcharan, in 87 or 88, I had just only freshly learned about the definition of a Gharana. And I had been, my cousin belonged to the Agra Gharana, Baldeep Singh, Kalsi, who studied with Sardar Son Singh. And in fact, the composition that you hear from Sardar Son Singh from 1969, Meri Chapuni, Meri Chapuni. It's composed by Baldeep Singh Kalsi, the student of Sardar Son Singh. That's my cousin's composition, sung by his teacher, Sardar Son. Ghar Sajan aaya meri chapuni. This one is a Chota Khayal composition. So I asked my granduncle, Pitaji, what is our Gharana? What is the name of our Gharana? Which Gharana do we belong to? They laughed. They were just giggled. They just couldn't control it. Gharana, betya? They had not expected that question. It was clear. I said, yeah, because so and so belongs to Agra Gharana, so and so belongs. We are 3 generations so many times over, so we could call ourselves a Gharana. They still continued to giggle. And then the giggle turned into melancholy. And with moist eyes, they said, initially it was Bhai Avtar and Bhai Gurcharan Singh chimed in, my younger granduncles, both of them. They said, Betya, sada koi Gharana nahi, Guru Nanak da Gharana hai. Asi ta sevak ha bas. Guru di vidya de asi bas rakhe ha. We are custodians. This is Guru Nanak's Gharana. We are only, custodians and safekeepers. We are only servants of this knowledge. We don't claim anything on it. And I was, believe me, friends, I was taken by my granduncles. I was floored. It was so moving. A sight to behold. From that uncontrollable giggle, their amusement, to when they began to reflect on the parampara and Guru Baba Nanak, his endowments, and their summation that we are only custodians. So that is something which I thought is also very important for you all to have clarity about. So, learning and singing rag forms only gives you clarity and gives you scholarship to sing well the ragas that are there in Gurbani. Um, and the terms taksal, we don't take liberty at coining or renaming any small school here and there as a taksal just because somebody butters your ego. We don't just go on naming them. We're very judicious in calling what is taksal. And taksals, we are technically the oldest ones are that, though the taksal doesn't exist, it just came into being, and it had authentic learning in terms of Gurbani Sangeet. And one thing I'd like to underscore, or as I said, like Reserve Bank of India and Federal Reserve, etc., the Bank of Italy and so on and so forth, whatever they are, the mints, all the taksals, irrespective of their names, Girbani and Sekhwa, they had the same knowledge systems. The composition, the repertoire was just the same. It was just locations. As I said, they're like different banks or branches within those different banks. That's how they were. But the knowledge was the same. If one master is teaching a composition of Guru Arjan Dev Maharaj and telling that this is the original of Guru Arjan Dev Maharaj, कब घर आवरी मोहननी. They all sang the same composition. And if they created a new composition, they would tell, well, this is my composition or this so-and-so elder's composition, etc. But the original punji, the wealth, the inheritance was always passed on. And passed on at a very quick pace. That's the other very interesting phenomenon. In the other, when I've gone and done, I'm the only protagonist of a major tradition, one of the oldest, in fact, if not the oldest surviving musical systems of South Asia, let's say one of the oldest, which is nearly 5.25 centuries, if not a few more years. And I'm the only one from such an old tradition who went in search of grammar and answers and so on. Comparative study when I was recovering the pedagogical process, memory and pedagogy of Gurbani Sangeet. I was curious. Coming from flying, I wanted to see what others are doing, what others have done, how are we placed. So the most important, contemporary, in the contemporary times, the comparative analysis which has been done has been, I'm so grateful that the Guru Sahib gave me that seva. And it needs to be there was a point I was making, I don't know. Does anybody recall what I was going there? I think I lost chain of thread.
About the one of the factors in our process of learning, like passing on knowledge.
Yes, I see. Sagar, yes. Shabash, thank you. In all the other systems, I saw that they would say, "Oh yeah, beta or beti, you have to learn the art of seva. You need to learn some humility. Yeah. It doesn't come like that. You have to spend 10, 15, 20, 30 years in seva. Then knowledge comes." With the Gursikh order, I saw total opposite. Exact opposite. Our masters would say, "Oh, Kaka, we have no idea if I'm going to be around tomorrow. So open up your heart. Let me force spirit. Ton deo kende knowledge. Ton deo kende Papa ji bas karo hono hundi ni saab kare dangar tu khar ja kende tu lela kende kam augi." So it's a total reverse. You are granted knowledge first. You go on analyzing after. And I wanted to analyze it. Where does it stem from? It's the kalukaras, the persecution. Elders met in jungles. I want to, in fact, to 2 years ago, I said that I'm ready now to, as I said, when I was 18, I said the future of storytelling in the Gursikh order has to be animation films. As I said that in 88 actually. We need our own satellite, we'll have our own radio station, etc. And people thought I was bonkers. This kid who does flying, what is he talking about? And there were no private television at that time in India. And I was talking about that. I was like that ahead. Why Red Cross? We should have our own. This I've already written and spoken way back in 88, 89. But then the focus was on the memory. And I prioritized on the memory because, as I said at that time, that the memory is something that you can only imbibe from the memory bearers when they live. Tangible assets, the difference between the conservation of the intangible heritage is exactly that. Intangible assets, heritage and assets therein, you can only imbibe and assimilate when the master memory bearers are living. Tangible heritage can be distributed or safe kept after. And without any public funding, private funding, I could only do as much because I was dealing with a community which had lost the heritage which I was trying to recover. They were thinking, but we don't need it anymore. Why are you even wasting your time? You should continue flying. This is not what you should be doing. That's the kind of attitude I had to deal with. Now there is some awakening, there is a younger generation, etc. But I was like an advanced agent, of the current generation, as if which was sent earlier. Okay, these last 3 generations have screwed up everything. They've destroyed and everything is gone. And okay, baby boy, you need to, pop out in the world a little earlier and try to recover as much as possible for the times to come. So that's the kind of my role as it was. But I said that animation films, for example, would be the key factor. And two years ago, I said, well, I'm ready now to deliver. My homework is done with the book, now almost ready. In fact, today, the Vice Chancellor of Gharana University did a couple of corrections in his foreword that has come. Now the book should, in this week, I would be sending the book for print. The first 500 copies will be printed by the Gharana University of 80 ragas and 334, 5, 6 compositions. 327 included in the main body, but in the foreword, there are about 7, 8 compositions more, which I have not included because it's just a pain to renumber everything. And I'm doing it manually myself and using InDesign on my laptop. And you will see every single detail, markers, etc. are done by me. So this aspect is, I want to film that, for example, animation. There's so many narratives which I have from that. I just need to raise a few $1 million to set up a animation company of the fine. I want to challenge Disney World, etc. Disney and Walt Disney's work and some of the Japanese consortiums, Pixar, etc. All those who have done the work, I want to set, because I'm from the field of arts, etc. I'm a sculptor, luthier, etc. And I draw, etc. I know, and I'm a filmmaker and archivist, so audio restorer, etc. I've had to do, because lack of funding, that means you have to do everything. You have to learn all the trades. Like I'm the old order osteopath and medical practitioner. you did everything. So this is a very, very unique attribute in the Gursikh order, in the old, and you will see if there is a Grand Master who is from the old Gursikh order, they would never hold back knowledge. But they would be very ruthless. They would look for a patra, because if they would not find a patra, kupatra, if one was just arrogant, and it's like entrusting something very precious. If someone was arrogant, then they would want to first, because they work with the ego. They are not just mechanics. They would first, put you in the anvil and use the harshest sandpaper to rub on your ego. And one dances a lot, at their hands. And once some work is done, then they thak paye. That is the state I have personally, felt and have dealt with. And my students, believe you me, by Guru's grace, it is the situation is as bad as that. All of my buggers, students, they all tire, and then I'm always asking, hey, why don't you work more? Hey, you need to learn more. How many compositions of Pakhav you have? Parminder will say, oh, well, Gurudev, I think it's gone about 20 to 2,000, 2,100. I said, but there are thousands more. Boy, come on, hurry up. So, oh yeah, I'm now planting plants immediately, this and that, all this Kali Yuga and Maya comes in between. But that's how the very, something very unique, a unique attribute in the Gursikh order, in the passage of knowledge. No Vidya hoarding was ever done. It was passed on, because in the jungles when they would meet, they would not know if they would meet again. And there was something precious, they would just pass on. Hey, come, let me show you something. Dasame Guru Di Kugaldasa. That's how beautiful, some of the anecdotes that my grandma and Bibi Sant Kaur and my granduncles and my grandfather, they passed on like that. So I hope that establishes one more point in that sense. What else can I speak on? The documentation, the archives is very, very important. I would invite people who have any means, any spare buck, to become partners in the conservation of the intangible heritage. It's a priority. So many people have been, given ideas by me. You see 1469s, those T-shirts and all that. Harinder and Shrinder, that's the idea that I gave way back in 97, 98. I asked them, you just make T-shirts. I want to start a series which will value our traditions. They miswrote that. They started with traditional value. Then their dear buddies, friends, I said, hey, buggers, there's nothing called traditional value. I want to start a series to value our traditions. Says, oh, Paji, only logo ban gaye. I said, so they, even without me, they started. So point I'm making is I'm behind so much that is going on. Those are my ideas. I've contributed, given to people, documentation, a lot of archives and digitization, etc. that you see. But I'm the one who started way back in the late 80s. Many of them, most of these people are mentored or taught at one time or the other, or who've been in conversation with me, and people have been inspired. So those are one, but my focus has always been in the search of intangible heritages. Yesterday, I realized I stumbled upon, while writing a synopsis for the Durham University in UK, there's a synopsis on the music death, ritual, and I thought, well, we the Gursikhs have a lot to talk about, from Alania to Sadd to Anjaliya and so on and so forth, and a lot of Gurbani which speaks about the idea of what is death, etc. So I was writing the synopsis. While writing, I was looking at the padas, and I wanted to copy the first pada in Rag Sorat. And then I looked at Baba Maya Sadhana with the second one. I said, gosh, have my granduncles written that? And looked in the books. I didn't find the composition. I said, gosh, I've been taught that. Where is the composition? I couldn't find this one sung by my granduncles. Then I chanced found by Harchand Singh Ragi's sung, recorded from 1970 by Saregama, whatever the company that had published during to mark the 5th centenary of Guru Nanak Dev Maharaj's anniversary. And but then once I heard it, and I recalled the entire composition, but of course, by Harchand Singh is singing like an Asthayantra, but in that composition, well, if you are, I know that there was an option to share. Let me see if my InDesign file is on. Yes, it is on. And I'm in the midst of writing that, but I can share that. Let me see. There is a way to share. Oh, I see. There are actually, I thought I was the only one speaking with, there are a few folks from around. That's, well, my salutations to everyone. I thought that you would have all been bored. Now that I'm looking at the screen, trying to find how do I share.
Oh,
But
Saji,
then,
in this with this channel, we can't share a screen, unfortunately.
oh, I cannot share the screen.
Not in this channel. If you like, we can maybe send a screenshot into for the Sangha to see, if you're okay with
Oh,
that.
okay. How can I put the screenshot?
I think if you press the print screen button on your keyboard, and then you
No,
can
no, no,
paste it.
no. No, here. How do I put it here?
Oh, so you can't share the screen, unfortunately, with this
No, no, no,
channel.
no.
No, he
That
means how can he upload it here?
Oh, you can just paste it like copy paste it as well. If that's
where? Just in
in
that.
the you can do the text for voice section. It's right
I said
above where
text.
it says spring. Hanji, where it's right above the spring camp.
And
The,
there's a
the
plus
Gurbani
option.
voice.
No, no,
Oh, text for voice. Text for voice, you mean?
Hanji.
Yes. So I click on that, and
there's a plus button on the messages tab on the bottom.
oh, I see. All right, I got that. Let me now take a
You can upload it.
snapshot of that, and da-di-da-di-da. I think I had. Did I? No, I did not export it as a PDF. So let me just take a screenshot. And oh, this is not the one. I want to make it a little smaller so that the entire pada would come. Okay, now I'm set. Let's see. There we go. The desktop screenshot. Here we go. Well, there are comments, guys. Are they good comments, or people are furious at my singing? Anyway, we'll talk about that later.
No, they
So,
love
can
it. Yes, we can see.
I don't need a pampering. I'm just kidding. I was just waiting for this thing to upload. Can you look at this, everyone? I hope you are able to. So this Shabad, if you see, it says Man hali kirsani karni saram pani tan khet naam beej santok suhaga rakh garib dives bhav karam karjam si se ghar bhagat dekh baba maya sathi na hoi in maya jag mohya birla bujya koi. So if you look at Bhai Harchand Singh singing, and a couple of others who would have sung it, they would sing only the composition. As I said, that all the taksals would have the same composition, but some did not remember the structure. Some corruption would occur. But as I've been, I'm trained as a grammarian by the parampara. By the way, I'm not just a singer. I'm a grammarian, so that's why my singing would be very intricate, kind of a thing. Percussion, I would be very nuktachin. I would be like a naksara and not easy to please because I'm a grammarian, right? I'm not easily, my job is different. So as you can see, the notation marks, these are all manually done by me. So this, I have just conserved and restored this in the last 24-30 hours. And if you so if you were to look at Bhai Harchand Singh's Saregama on iTunes, if you go to if you write, Baba Maya Saath Na Hoi, etc. Oh yes, exactly. Someone has already posted that. So then you will hear. Let me see if I can get the tantra on, even if my voice is dead. Even if you would be furious at my singing, but let me try and shame myself some more. It goes, Baba Maya Sathena Hoye, Baba Maya Sathena Hoye. And then there's an orchestra and all that, that's shaping. So I know how the composition actually went, because I just needed a reminder, a little, little kick on my head. So it begins differently in the old order. How it is the old composition of Guru Nanak Dev Maharaj, and you will see pada and that melody construct mutualism. I'll come to mutualism. Sagar, if you can remind me later, I'll like to mention that. Here it goes like this. Manhali kersani karni saram pani tan ket नाम बीज संतोख सोहागा राख गरीब विवेश भाव करम कर जामसी से घर भाव गठ देख बाबा माया साथ न होए बाबा माया साथ न होए इन माया जग मोहे इन माया जग मोहे विरला बुझै कोई बाबा माया साथ न होए. So my voice is really dead, but just to give you an audible, how you say, an oral experience. And now, what is unique about this? It's one of the analysis that I've done, a musicological analysis, where I looked at the ancient compositions, the oldest findings, where the pada, for example, manhali karsani karni, and then nam bi santok suhaga, and it's a titoka, bhav karam karjamsi. These are three lines. They're called titoka. And then ik, ank. Then the rahau comes baba maya saath na hui. In maya jag mohya virla bujha koi rahau. And then the second titoka. Han hat kar arja sach naam karavat, etc. Right? So there are three more titokas after that. So here, in all the compositions that are originals of the gurus, they would be sung exactly how Bani is written. And that something is question would be, why did it take a Bhai Baldeep Singh to reveal this knowledge in the modern times? Why? What was the last 2 or 3 generations doing? So this, you should take pride in the fact that in Gurbani, it is not just an accident. Every composition that I have been taught, they would begin from the Sanchari Antaratan, and you can see in the heading, in the parenthesis of Rag, Sorat Tal, Choti Tintal, Sanchari Antara Pog Pella. So Sanchari Titan is Manhali Kirsani Karni Saram Pani Tan Ket Pelituk Nam Bij संतोख सुहागा राख गरीबी वैसे भाव करम कर जामसी से घर भागठ देख बाबा. See the Tittoka, 3 melody lines, and these are ancient. And I'm so grateful that if by Harchand Singh's recording I had not found, I would not have had the recall of this. And while writing the synopsis, which I have, I can, in fact, it's a very interesting seminar that is happening. Let me see if I can dig out that as well for you to have a look at. Center for Death and Life Studies is doing this, and my synopsis also goes like this. Maybe you can have a look at them as well. Here we go. First, let me give you, yes, this one. Well, I can send both together. Well, by the end of our conversation, I think I'll have to become an expert in using Discord. Upload, okay, 2 separate files. All right. So this, for example, while looking for the Shabad I wanted to refer to, the first of the Sorat compositions, the second Shabad was Baba Maya Sadhana. I said, gosh, I know this composition. And I was able to recover that. So can you imagine that in 2021, 5th of April, I have just recovered and notated, and I'm still in the process, by the way. I'm still not finished with the notation because I'm almost done with the second, Sanchari Antara Bhog of the Han Hatkar Arja Sach Naam Karvat. I would have finished it thanks to your friends who are daring to host me for this this conversation. I would have finished unless if they had not bothered me with the long call last night. I would have finished, but I'm enjoying this anyway. So you know that there is so much work to do, and I hope that some of you would understand that no Donald Trump or a Tony Blair or a Boris Johnson or a Vladimir Putin or an Angela Merkel is going to come or a Narendra Modi, or an Imran or a Imran Khan is going to come and be the custodian of the Gursikh heritage. Some of you who possess the finest and the sharpest minds and the capacity to take all odds, work against all odds, and who, as my grand ancestor Bhai Sahib Patel Singh, famously known as Bhai Punjab Singh, who never shook hands with the British, and Brahmgyani Sahib Baba Sham Singh, Guru Ke Kirtani of the Darbar Sahib Amritsar, in his book in 1913, remembers my grand ancestor. Of course, he was a witness. He was 1801 born, and witness to the legend of Baba Tahil Singh, who's known as said famously, he would sing Panch Padarthi Asadiwar from sunset to sunrise every night, inspiring people not to lay down their arms and to resist against the illegal annexation of the Sikh Raj. Baba, Sham Singh writes, Bhai Punjab Singh Ji, he suffixes Ji, Guru ke Veer, Hanuman Veer Sam. He equates it with the grand warrior Hanuman, nothing else in between. So that's how extraordinary these were. So as my grandma would say, that son, Beta Barkhudar, he says that Vidya, never forget the journey this knowledge has taken to reach you. It has come through the persecution, the era, the age of persecution, and never under-evaluate or underwhelm this knowledge. Take good care of this knowledge. And that's how the custodians are built. And I'm passing on that sensitivity and sensibility with the hope that some of those select few would eventually listen to my voice, and they would start looking from wherever they are, looking, and when they would open the eyes, they would begin to look for that which dates back to Guru times, and they will start sifting. They would start, irrespective. You may have a starting point, like I am a luthier. Why did I need to be luthier? Because I met the last remaining luthier who made the instruments in 1949. Did I have time to make luthier? Did I make a shop? I don't have a shop. Do I know how to do business? Of course I know. I can hire people which apne, they will scratch their butts and make instruments. Tobacco they have cheap labor I can get. I can have business, I can make money, but I don't have time. Look at this conversation, the composition that I've recovered. This is what I'm doing instead. I don't have time for any nonsense. I'm the one who's the know-how of the rabab and the taus and the sarandar, all lookalikes and ducks, etc. All these pigeons are being sold, and people have made all these big monies institutions. In actual field of conservation, there is no time to waste. My entire lifetime, I don't know how many years or days or months or minutes I have to live, but they will all go in conservation, not in commodifying or selling products. I don't have time for this. I'm a grammarian, I'm a historian, I'm busy, I'm a blue collar protagonist within the Guru's fold. It's a thankless work. People don't even know. Just because of the Gharana Virtual Bedak series, suddenly people see, oh, this guy is mad. He sits for hours and hours every night, every evening, every day. And look at the kind of people. Oh gosh, we didn't know so many big names are his students. Or he's a mentor of so many big people. Now they know. But for entire 32 years I've done work, only the elite few knew. And I could, I would have my little fill of wonderful people, wonderful souls. Otherwise, sadly, people wouldn't even know that such work is happening. So many people are out there, but people were not knowing who's the person behind these ideas, etc. But I did not say, oh, well, I'm not going to be a luthier. I'm not going to make a shop of instruments. I would say, Babyo, just here is my choli, here is my heart. Just fill in that which you behold. I will take good care of it. I'll pass it on. Don't worry about it. And I'll take meticulous notings. I'm a logger, right? I'm an aviator. From any anthropologist who does research, they write the month and the year. I even write the date, and I write the time of the day because I'm an aviator by breed. So we log our minutes by the minutes and seconds, actually. The seconds I let them go because I just write the date and the time. So this is how, for example, the work has been done. There's so much. If I looked at exegesis, I didn't say, oh, I'm not going to become a kathakar. But no, some of the most important meanings are only, I'm the only one. I've known so many kathakars from some of the biggest names that you would have heard. In my conversations, they would not be versed with because I'm trained by Bhai Arjun Singh Tarangar, born 1900. It's like I'm jumping 2 generations in between. I'm a 1969 born. He was 69, 70 years my senior. So the safekeep of the Guru's heritage begins, and there is no limit. You do not limit that, I can only travel, it's like, when you say, well, I want to buy a kilo of madness. But I want to see, I will only buy madness from a location which is within 10 kilometers of or 10 miles of my location. It doesn't work like that. When you're in search of madness or goodness, you say, well, my mandate is to collect that which I seek. It may be maybe safe kept or ill kept in any nook and corner of the planet, and I will leave no stone unturned until I get that which belongs to the Guru, which is the endowment of the Guru. And I'll catalog it, I'll analyze it, I'll conserve it, preserve it, and I'll make sure it is not forgotten, and I'll take care, meticulous care, that those who have safe kept it, ensured it in whichever condition, that they're also honored and remembered, so that their story will inspire the new generation of custodians and memory bearers. One other thing that I will share is that Gurbani Sangeet is not the music of musicians. As I've noted earlier, the 3 kinds of singers, Bazari, Darbari, and Nirankari. But even within the Nirankari domain, many people can just be musicians. It's so easy to just be a musician. But this music is the music of the Guru Sadhus. There's a beautiful composition. I don't know if I can recall, and my voice is even dying, but it is so intoxicating, that composition, that I will not be able to resist now that I have remembered about that. It's a very, very beautiful, beautiful composition. Sadhu Hari Hare Gun Gaye. I think it's in Rag Kandla, and you will see the extraordinary, the text and the composition. The structure of that is just mind-boggling. Hare Hare Gunangai Sadhu. I mean, Sadhu, Hari, Hare, Gun Gaye. And the Sadhu, Hari, Hare, Gun Gaye. Hari, Hare, Gun Gaye. Sadhu Hari Hare Gun Gaye Hari Hare Panchapashas is original. The Raftar and so-called, contemporary Drupad that we hear, they don't sing like this because their stress is on a beat. Ours, then there are other sophisticated singers whose stress would be on the word. But can you imagine what the Gursikh masters told me? He says, Beta, the stress in Gurbani Sangeet is on the meaning of the text. It is not even the text. Extraordinary. Hari Hare Gun Gaye Gaye Sadhu Hari Hare Gun Gaye Hari Hare Gun Jai Simarata Dukha Jai Jai Sadhu Hari Hare Gun Gaye. And this is heritage. This is not a copy of any other musical system. This is the endowment of the Guru. This is intangible heritage. So, I hope this is also noted. Sagar, can you remind me of the paper marker or the thought marker that I asked you to safekeep?
About the mutualism.
Oh yes, thank you. What is Gurbani or Kirtan, for example? Gurbani Sangeet, I've defined again for the current and the coming generations. Gurbani Sangeet is the umbrella term, is the overall, is a musical system. Now, which has Kirtan, for example, is one, or Gurbani Kirtan keh lo, Shabad Gayan keh lo, singing of the chant, etc. Any form of singing. Ikpade, dupade, tipade, chopade, panchpade, ashtpade, chopade, tituke, etc. All the tuke and pade combinations. Solahe, the long prabandhs, like Sukhmani and Anand and so on and so forth. All of them. That is Gurbani Kirtan. The singing of Gurbani is Gurbani Kirtan. But then Gurbani Sangeet also has the art of percussion. The percussion, the repertoire that is played along with that which is sung, which is again very unique, as I've again analyzed and compared with the rest of the Indian musical systems, that they don't go along with how extraordinary the accompaniment would be, the evolution, the advent of percussion. When like the composition that I sang is the Asthai Sadhu Hare Hare Gun Gai, and then Man Dhan Pran Harke, etc. That's the Antara. So in the Asthai, there would be the Tha de Bol, in the very beginning. So Dha Dong Nat Treta Kai Kai Trakardhe. Let me see if I can put a Nagma for you guys to hear, as I can then maybe okay, let me change the can you hear? I hope you can hear it, huh? So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Dha dunge natte treta kaya kaya pradhe te dha ge dha ge dha ge dunge dunge natte treta kaya pradhe te krang ge dha ge dha krang ge dha ge dha krang ge dha ge trade tit dhadu do not dhadi ke na dha tkara ge dha ge dha tkara ge dha come back at the end of the asthai, there would be muka. And then the stanza begins, let's say. And then they would begin. Dha kada teta dhage donga donga nata teta kata kadeta dhage donga na donga na nata teta taka dhata dhadi ke dheta dheta kirda katadu. Kirtak dundu natta treta kirtak ke kirtak gedha kirda kirda gidiginda ta gidiginda kirtak ka kirdan tadha gidiginda dha kirda gedung nadadi ta dha kirda gedung nadadi dha kirda gedung nadadi dha So, for example, all of these compositions, some of these were Ahmad, for example, at this time. Ahmad means some of them were just pouring out extempore. Some I have recited earlier when I did our from the Parampara, etc., etc., played for centuries. When the repertoire that goes along with the composition, that is part of Gurbani Sangeet. So playing of percussion is not Gurbani Kirtan, but it is the art of percussion which is played along with the singing of Kirti or the praise of Akal, or it could be the duel with the mind, it could be a negotiation with the virtue or a vice, etc. So that the Guru's mat that is being sung is something that is the singing of the body. It may have a text, it may have a context, it may have a topic, it may be dealing with the idea of looking at death, what is life, where are we from, where we up to, where from, where to, etc. But then there are string instruments also. So the string instruments, the playing techniques of those string instruments and the memory, that's also part of Gurbani Sangeet, but it is not part of Gurbani Kirtan. Kirtan would be just the singing of the Bani in the learning of the ragas, the learning of rag, laya, rag, swara, and the pada, the arthbodh, the shabdarth, the meaning, context, etc., the simile, substantiations, all that context of the Bani and the singing, that is Gurbani Kirtan. But the playing of the percussions, the playing of the string instruments, etc., they are not part of Kirtan, but they are part of Gurbani Sangeet. Now, the art of making string instruments and the art of making percussion instruments and all other instruments that are required are also part of the inlay work, the making of gut strings, the metal strings, the knobs, the carpentry skills, the sculpture, the ability to being extraordinary. You're a very, very fine sculptor and a luthier. All of that is part of the greater, the overall field, which I term as Gurbani, which I've defined now, clarified for it. It's not that just because of my definition, the tradition is no, because people are not worse anymore. It's a forgotten thing, recovering. I'm not bringing them back and making them alive again or sharing them. Folks, this is how it was, is what it meant. So these are definitions which I have now cast again so that people will hopefully not forget and confuse in the future. Otherwise, one wonders, when there is such an elaborate existence of systems and concepts and definitions, who in the Lord's name would try to create a new name? Only someone who did not have the original name or to begin with is those are the people. So what is Gurbani Kirtan? It is the mutualism of Rag, Tal, Shabad and Surati. Rag is, what is Rag? Rag is not just, it's a melody, yes, a melodic mode, but it consists of notes. Notes are in an order. Rag is a melodic mode with a purpose, with a personality, nature, but it is also like a person, not just a personality. A person can have multiple personalities. So, Rag Bhairav, for example, if I'm singing just Rag Bhairav, if it is a sermonizing kind of a composition, it may have one logic. It will have a compositional structure which will be very sermonic in nature. Or let's say it is this composition which is celebrative. There is something beautiful has occurred. Maybe a spiritual attainment has occurred, and the composition has that marks that event. So it will be celebrative, but it could again be in Bhairav. Or maybe something very melancholy or something sad has occurred, and I'm trying to understand the idea of hukum or the grand will, that the idea of acceptance and to be in spite of the sorrow and despair that has come my way, but that I must remain unfazed. So that kind of reflection, it could be a different musical composition within the same raga. So you can see that the rag is actually changing personality as commanded by the text and the context. So this is very important for people who are not versed with the actual learning. They have been BSing a lot. without knowing, without actually having undergone the process. So rag has a few forms, few assets. The foremost is the bij rupa, the seed, the seme roop, the form of the raga. Then it is the prana roop, the breath. How does it breathe? The maram roop, the way it develops the nature, how it can manifest in different moods, swings, etc. This Virag Rupa, the Sannyas Rupa, etc., the Jog Rupa, the Sambhog Rupa, and so on and so forth. All these forms are put together. The features of the raga is the chapter of raga. Then there's a tal. Tal is rhythm, yes, but it has layer. So the tal has some visam, atit, anaghat, kal, man, kriya. Then there is much more daga, and when you get into the playing of it, from the nikas to the bowls, etc., the playing etiquette and all of that is tal. Then there is a shabad. Shabad's arth bodh, the context, why does the shabad, the word, why does it even exist? That is the shabad. It's drishtant. Drishtant is a simile or giving an analogy, etc., substantiations. But then da drishtant is a rare term passed on to me by Arjun Singh Tarangar, who was Maitra extraordinary. People have forgotten, people who were students of those, some of those who were defeated in duels before in the 20s and 30s and 40s, because the generation of grandmasters he played with were all gone at the end of the 40s. So he stopped playing. And then people who were the next generation suddenly became famous, and they think, and he went into exegesis and so lived a quiet life. And, people have forgotten, but he was an extraordinary exegete as well. So he gave me a term, Dadrishtant. And I asked many scholars, it's figuring in my book as well. And now I've reintroduced the term. And then I, have explained that Da simply means to break an analogy, to unlock even the analogy. It's that art, that capacity. It's in exegetical philosophy, in the good Sikh order, is the highest sort of state of scholarship. But that again is another vishaya. So that's the idea of the shabd, the idea of the word, the verse, the poetry or the vani that exists. And then there's a surat or due intentness in Datilam and others, Natashastra eras, those guys, some of those have written it as avadhanu in Sanskrit, which means due intentness. We understand surati as intent, of course. Surati is also consciousness. Surati and chit is due intentness, all of that. It's a mutualism of these four pillars. That is Gurbani Kirtan. So this again must be understood. It is not Gurbani Kirtan. Is when I was doing the film, what is Kirtan? I used to ask the question, ki Kirtan ki hai? Ki hai Kirtan? And some of the top guys, even Bhai Amrik Singh Zakmi, when I interviewed him at Damdama Sahib Gurdwara, because it's a video recording, it's not about anything, it's an academic reference. He simply said that, well, Kirtan ki hai guy. He was initially surprised by the question. And I thought that he thought that it was hardly a question, it was a poor question. But for me, it's a very, very philosophic question. It's a key question. Kirtan ki hai. What is Kirtan? I'm glad that many people later on have also tried to understand that question. And Bhai Amrik Singh gave an answer that, well, you need a harmonium and you need a tabla and you have a shabad and you have a rag and you sing, and that is Kirtan. And even Rabbi Shergill, the famous pop singer, modern day guitarist and a lyricist who famously sang Bulla Ki Jana Mein Kaun. He's a former student of mine. He actually has even given me his pagdi in 97, I think. He and his childhood buddy Harinder, they both became my disciples. He was a nobody at that time, very aspiring, ambitious young fellow, and had a break. His father was an exegete as well, Gyani Jagir Singh. And I interviewed him in 97, I think, or 98, months before he passed away. And I asked him the same question, and he was also flummoxed at the question. And there was a reason why they were all getting confused in front of the cameras, because I did not want people to prepare. So I, as a very rebellious kind of a fellow, I would not want people to prepare answers. I wanted to understand how and why is it that what we are hearing is not very attractive. Why is the younger generation not very enticed by the idea? Why does it look very laborious? Why is it not? I mean, we've heard legends that when Kirtan would begin, people would run, people would fight for space to sit in the Golden Temple in the Darbar Sahib. And so many times, somebody, let's say, Bhai Moti was to sing, or Baba Vasawa Singh was to sing at let's say 7 in the morning. Can you imagine? People would come and sit 10, 12, 15 hours before. They would just be there. They would not go.
I don't have an answer for that.
Oh,
Is
Siri.
there something else I can help with?
Siri, just keep quiet. I'm not asking you to open your mouth. Did you see that? Siri spoke in between. I don't know what she was trying to understand. The Darbar Sahib idea. Anyway, so nowadays people say, "Oh, Kirtan ho gaya, let's go and have langar and all that," and people come only at the time of Anand Sahib, when there's going to be prasad and ardas. Initially, they would not. They would be so glued. So I wanted to see, as a conservator, as a researcher, why is it that Kirtan is no longer attractive, and what is the other was besides, unrelated to this question, it was what is the knowledge that these protagonists carry with them when they walk around as Kirtaniyas or as exegetes? What is it that they do? For example, the examples that I gave in the 31 ragas that I covered in the morning earlier, morning, I'm saying, well, it's morning for you guys, but earlier, the onset of this conversation, extempore, I just had the list, the first page of Guru Granth Sahib in the index, that's it. And I'm looking at the rag name and singing the composition or compositions as they came, my first reactions at the name of the rag. So I wanted to see, what do these people carry when they walk around? What's the information? What's the know-how that they are carrying on their two legs, each day? And they were shocked. What is this question? Yani Jageet Singh, Rabbi's dad, for example, asked. Rabbi was present. Dr. Neki, Jaswant Singh Neki was present as well in that shooting location I was doing in 98. And he said, "You asked about Katha. Yani Jageet Singh can be heard in the recording." And I said, when I make a film on Katha, I will ask you about Katha. But today the mandate in this film, the documentary that I'm doing, I've invited you because you're a Kathakar. I want you to do the Katha of what the Bani says about what is Kirtan. And there's no answer. And there's a confrontation. Me and him are actually dueling on the camera. I'm sitting behind the camera, of course, is in front, and Rabbi is very shocked because I'm his teacher and that is his father, and he's a very doting son. So that's quite a situation. And I said, well, okay, I'll give you a text. Can you do the katha of this? He said, okay, give me a text. So I gave him, okay, this is how, what Bani says when Kirtan occurs. So I said, Mohan Nidana Vayahar Kajaravastara Bharanaki Ne Udini Kab Ghar Avari. Sarana Sohagana Charanasi Sadhara Lalan Mohe Milavo Kab Ghar Avari. The second time the same question. And then the Guru comes and says, Suno Saheri, Milan Baat Kaho, Sagro Aham Mitavo, Tau Ghar Hi Lalan Pavo, Tab Ras Mangal Gun Gavo, Anand Roop Dhyavo, Nanak Tuare Ayo, Tau Me Lalan Payori. So Sagro Aham Mitavo, Tau Ghar Hi Lalan Pavo. So was the ego, all ego, Sagro Aham Mitavo is either it is the entire ego you erase or all egos you erase. Either way, then what happens? Tao ghar, Tao is then only Tao. Ghar hi lalan power. You will find the Karta Purkh Parmeshwara within, not without. Then he says Tab, then after Rasa, Mangal, Gun, Gavo. So according to Guru Arjan Dev Maharaj, Ras Mangal Gun cannot be sung until the Didar of the Parampur Parmeshwara has been realized within, and which in turn was only realized at the death of the ego, which in turn was the last of the vice to die. That means the Kam, Krodh, Lobh and Moh had already died. It's methodology. Gursikhi is not some hanky-panky, rosy, brand that you wear on your head. It's not in the turban that you wear or the beard or the hair that you keep or the size of the gatra or the kirpan that you wear. It's in the theorems. These are the theorems. This is the methodology. This is the Gurgam Marg. People don't even know what's a Gurgam Marg no more. The Guru's mystical path. Gam simply means gavan is, ava gavan is a going, but on the path as told by the Guru. I said, can you do katha of this? And other texts which tell us of when Kirtan happens. So that was a very difficult task, because you can always give questions to people and let them to prepare and you have a very nice Urdu chapter. But then my work would not have been from an anthropological and musicological perspective. True, that is a cosmetically done. That's a set and a film, and you're helping write a script and they're all actors. I'm not looking for actors. I was not looking for actors. And I've seen some of the researchers in the new age, they're totally lost. They have no idea about what research is, what needs to be researched, or what has already been researched. Baton needs to be taken, as you say. As an 18, 19-year-old, I understood at that time in the late 80s that a tradition is like a passing of, I'm a Fauji kid, I'm a military boy. My dad was in the Air Force. So we understand the idea of the baton. That parampara tradition is the passage of the baton, and I would say that either you're a spectator or you have to earn the right to be on the track. You have to be a fine athlete to earn your right to be on the track. And the passage of the baton is very, very precious. And anybody who runs without the baton is doing no service. So a true researcher is the one who plugs in with those who have researched in the previous years, exhaust them, and then find what is next to be researched. That is the key to the idea of research. So this I thought, is something which I also would share. Now, what else is left? There was another thing which was coming to my mind, but I may have lost it. I'm an old man. Last time I checked, so I have no apologies to make. Sagar, am I missing something? Was I telling something that I have not finished?
I don't recall anything for now, but I think you covered what you were talking about.
Okay. So, so Kirtan, friends, is not just taking an instrument and having. Likewise, instrument making is not something like going to a museum, taking some shots and making a look-alike. No, luthiery has a tradition. Instrument making has a tradition. There's an etiquette within that. And I would, I know that many of you are young. I'll give you one of the Guru Khalsa Nuktas, as I call them, Tin Tatte, the 3 T's. Tattas, Tatta, Tatta, Da, Da, Da. So the letter Ta. The very first Tatta is Tehzeeb. Tehzeeb is the decorum, is the rules to learn how to engage in a conversation, in a debate, even in a duel. In a duel of ideas, there is a tehzeeb, a decorum and etiquette. These cannot be missed. You should know what are the rules of engagement. How do you engage with people? of your age? How do you engage with people who are seniors? How do you engage with people who are your juniors? How you engage with history? How do you engage with memory? That's part of the tehzeeb. The pehla tatta is tehzeeb. The second tatta is tarteeb. Tarteeb is the order of things. This is a sequence, a sequential order. You cannot jump the queue. You must ask questions in an order. You cannot, for example, at the very onset, there was a question about a composition, Raymond Ot Leho, Harinama was sung, and I think whoever sang it, it's not important who sang it, but it was sung privately, not as part of this conversation, separately in the thread, and that's why it's not important. But the question was, Bhai Sahab, which rag is it? Is Asa Kafi or what, or this and that? And the gentleman who asked would remember that I did not even answer that question. Because it's not a question I would entertain. It's not necessary. I would first be interested in making sure that you learn the composition, and I would be wanting to ask, where did you learn it from? And if you learned it from, don't you know the rag that you know? How is it that you're singing the composition without even knowing what rag it is? Right? So the order of things, sequence, tarteeb, everything must be in an order. You must study A, B, C, D, E, and E, F, G, H, I, etc. in your kindergarten. Uda, ara, idi, sa, sa, ha, 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 ha. Kaka, kaka, gaga, gaga. You study in the kindergarten, folks. We say, no. You want to learn everything, you study all of that, and when you were in the stage of the D-Lit, about to get your D-Lit, and the professor Baldeep Singh would come and say, well, Sagar Singh and Vivek Singh and Gagan, let me now teach you. Finally, you've earned the right to learn the alphabets. That's bonkers, isn't it? So, tarteeb is very, very important. The first brick layer must come first. You must lay the foundation first, and then you build the building on top. You cannot build the building and then you put the foundation on its head. What use is the foundation? Because the foundation's logic is different. It must be able to withstand a lot of weight. And then you place the weight, that high density structure on top of the building, which has no foundation beneath, and you place the foundation on top, that building is going to crumble. So tehzeeb, then the second tatta is tarteeb, and only when you have these two, you will have the tarkeeb, the strategy and the tactical acumen. Tarkeeb is the methodology. These are Khalsa, this is how we won battles. There's some of the theorems from the Gursikh order that I represent. I hope that these some of Nuktas, the theorems, etc., would come handy when you are up and about in your own scheme of things. Folks, I think I can rest now. It's 12:46. I've been up and about for nearly now 3 hours plus, and maybe I can end it here and open the floor so that I can be floored. Thank you for listening. I appreciate your kindness.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद भाई साहब जी. So I guess if we did get questions from the Sangeet, if you look at the question box channel right above the text for voice channel, we were able to put them in somewhat in order. If you like to look through them.
See. So I must begin from the top?
Whatever you feel like, Ji.
But this is good current fourth. Oh, I see. So I have to first look at. They're not all questions for me. It's a long question box.
Oh, sorry, Ji. Ji. If you scroll down a bit, towards the bottom, Gagan Singh posted the questions that had come in.
Oh, Gurkaran. So there's the photo. Okay, new when it says. Okay.
Ji.
Okay. Gagan says follow Paisab here. All right. You could have put the Patreon connect also, my friend. Okay, Gagan. Is this not cheating? I mean, you the host and you are the first question asker. The one who asked the question. I don't know whether there's a term called an asker. Doesn't matter. It's an important question. What is the meaning of Ghar in Gurbani? Does it refer to Tal? What is the history of Guldasta in Gurbani Sangeet? There's an argument that during the Guru period, Kirtan within the Darbar would have been something that the Sangat strictly listened to and never sung along with, even for simpler Rita. What are your views on this theory? Would there have been a difference in the way that everyday Sikhs perhaps not as well learned in Sangeet would have done Kirtan at home compared to the Darwari Kirtanis? How is Ragmala to be read in Kirtan? Is it all the ragas? How come there are more ragas mentioned than those in Granth Sahib? What is the meaning of Sikh use Ragmala? What advice do you have for someone who wants to start learning Rag Kirtan? How do you find a good ustad? Well, I'm the greatest and the goodest ustad. I'm joking, just kidding. I think let me look at let me go one by one now. Okay, let me. I've read 5, but let me go back to the first one in the order that there are. So Ghar, I'm the one who has perhaps traveled the most in search of Ghar. There are many who have been at home and tried to look for the meaning. Recently, even Charan Kamal has written a book on Ghar, and I was there when it was presented, and I offered my critique at the time as well. I had read the book and taken notes, etc. I'm not very convincing at all, and it's not a it's like a vaccine which works about 50-60% rating. It's not 100% fact. Now, let me, as I said, that I'm, as you now know, that I'm a conservator. I have no loyalties to anyone, right? For example, even my own granduncles and my teachers, they write, so that I'm giving the important example, so that you understand how the tradition works. We are very ruthless in that, and we challenge everything that there is. Now, there is a composition that my granduncles wrote in Rag Bihagra. It goes, Til pide jo ghaniya, til pide jo ghaniya, til pide jo ghaniya. पाप करे धन सर पर मुठे. This composition is written in Rag Bihagra by my granduncles. Til pide jo ghaniya, til pide jo ghaniya, ghaniya, til pide jo ghaniya. Do संग न कोई भैया बे बाल जुबन धन छोड़ मंगे सा करन करीम न जातों करता. तिल पीड़े जो घानिया, तिल पीड़े जो घानिया. Now this is written in Bihagada. I have disputed that with my granduncles. My argument is that this is actually Maru of the Kalyanang. And I argued in my argument, I gave an example. That example is very, very beautiful. Taught by my granduncles only, by the way. Nothing that I did on my own. Goes, जिस ग्रह बात तिसा ग्रह चिंता जिस ग्रह वो थोड़ी सब फिर ब्रह्मता दो विवशता तेजो मुक्ता सोई सुहे लाभ भालिय सोई सुहे लाभ भालिय. Now trying to recall now fully. It goes also with the let me see if I can recall it better. जिस ग्रह बात तिस ग्रह चिंता जिस ग्रह थोड़ी फिर भ्रमता दो विवशता तेजो मुक्ता सोई सुहेला भालिय सोई सुहेला भालिय सोई सुहेला भालिय. This composition, for example, Zama Pama Da Pa Gama Pa Ga Za is written in the Maru Anjali section. These are all Anjalis, by the way. So I have disputed this, and in the book that I am writing, some of my favorites, I have written down, restored 4 Anjaliyan of Gurbani in the order that I have been taught, and I have recovered in that composition from Rag Bihagada, placed it in Maru, and my granduncles are not wrong. Because Maru Bihag and Maru Bihagada, they're very similar. So it is like placing, let's say there is a blend of ragas, let's say Prabhati Dakhni. So you could either keep Prabhati Dakhni in the chapter of Prabhati, Prabhati, not Dakhni, but let's say Suhi Lalit. Suhi Lalit. Now, you could either keep it in the chapter of Suhi, or you can keep it in the Lalit, because both ragas are correct. So it is the Ang of the Bihagada or the Bihagang, where when they're writing hundreds of compositions, this one composition is gone that way, which I have recovered. So we need to look at that. It's a very dynamic relationship within the tradition. And I've had the freedom to even ask questions at times which have been uncomfortable, or at times which have not borne fruit, for example. Where very honestly my teachers would say, well, Vidya, it's a good question, but I don't have an answer. And what did I feel? Did I feel arrogant? No, I was only humbled. I said, wow, these are my elders, and I'm proud to call these my elders, because these are scholars. There's honesty here. There's integrity here. There's no lefafe baji, or as I translate in a naughty note as envelopery. Envelope from a lefafe baji is envelopery. There's no envelopery here. No BS. It's authentic. So looking at Ghar, I went across, I found many people who said, like my own Tayaji had an idea. He said, oh, it's to do with the yogic points of the body. And my dad, he was 2 or 3 years older to my dad, and he was quite a scholar. But, I said, well, Tauji, I am coming with my cameras. So Harbhajan Singh. And I totally disagree with him. So he said, Karpella, okay, here, Karduja Chakra here, Tija, Atma. When it was the 8th Chakra upon here, Magaji, Atma, the Nava Kitya, he says little behind. I said, in the back of the head, come on, Tao, give me a break. This is your interpretation, so give me an answer if it has been passed on to you from some authentic line of knowledge. This is my condition. I will accept listening to you, to your theory, your imagination, your interpretation, your assumption, which I, interpretation, assumption, estimation, I put them together as what I call the hermeneutic curve. I'm willing to hear it. I'm willing to take note of it in my diaries. I will enter them in my writings as well, giving you a reference. But if this is your interpretation or your assumption or your estimation, it will never come in the category of the actual. My condition when I go in search of Guru's asset says, it has to be an authentic line of knowledge. It doesn't need to be a grandmaster, but someone who would have been associated and whose memory would be tested. How well does he or she remembers? And we are very ruthless when we test the memory and probe, the scholarship and sifting the real from the spurious. It's an innate system, but it's a very evolved system beyond innate, because we are actually taught, as I am even sharing this with you. That means I'm teaching about that. This is how it is. It is not sort of any hodgepodge anywhere. So my search of Ghar is taken me to my granduncles. My elder granduncle, Bhai Gurcharan Singh, argued very strongly that Ghar has everything to do with the Tal. And then I would walk to my younger granduncle, Bhai Avtar Singh, who would equally strongly, if I may, equally vehemently say, it has got absolutely nothing to do with Tal. I said, look, 2 granduncles and 2 answers, and I am only getting the idea that I need to go out and search. And then I found likewise masters who thought it is to do with the Tal. Then they would say Karpella is Iktal. I said, but are you sure Iktal existed at the time of Guru Nanak? Then they say, well, that I don't know. I said, all right, doesn't matter. So Iktal is 12 beats. And so Kartuja, this is Dadra. Kartija, this is Tintal. What is Karsolma? This is Tintal. I said, but that's already covered in Tintal, Kartija. Then they would be flummoxed and say, oh, yeah, that's true. So what is Karsola? That I don't know. Okay. Karchotha is Chartal. Is it Karbarwa? This is also Chartal, Baramatre. I said, but that doesn't work. That's already counted. Then I found one theory, one scholar, very, very reputed scholar. In fact, it was more than one scholar who said that 1 Ghar is 3 beats. I said, okay, 1 Ghar is 3 beats. That means Karpella would be 3 beats. They said, yes. I said, okay, Karduja would be Dadra, 6 matre. Kartija would be 9 matre. All right, sir. Chotha would be 3 4 12. Okay, sir. Karpanjwa is Pantal Diswari, 15 beats. Okay, sir. Karcheva, 6 tal is 18 beats. All right, sir. Karsatwa is 21 matre. And 21 beats. Atwa is 24 beats. I said, okay. And then Starwa would be 17 into 3. Says, yes, 51. I said, okay, 51, fine. So it's 3, 6, 9, 12. I say, but Sire, in the Guru's heritage, in the old compositions, this 10 beat figures twice. One is a Sulfakta structure, and the other is a Japtal structure. That is 2 3 2 3 or 2 2 2 2. and 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. So 10, and khans of 2, khans of 5, khans of 2. All right. What about that then? I said that, but yeah, 7 beats figures a lot in some of the original compositions. So in this equation, this calculation, 7 beats doesn't exist. Even 8 doesn't exist, right? And 16 also doesn't exist. That's interesting, I would say. What about Dhamar is very important. The tal structures, the original compositions are in 14 beats. Then they would say, yeah, that's a problem in the theory. I said, okay, not a problem. This is your interpretation, so not a problem. I'll take note of your interpretation. There was a very interesting take, and I, didn't agree with it, but that's a very important, effort, because I salute every effort. I may very strongly rebut it, and I may test it, and I may get very, very upset at the stupidity of a theory at the time, but quietly I'm noting down, and I'm beyond pressing and hard pressing and pushing back, playing the devil's advocate. Dr. Indrajit Kaur, who's since done a second PhD in musicology from Berkeley, at that time she was not, she hadn't started second PhD under Bonnie Wade. At the, I gave a talk in, I don't know what, 2001 at the Center for South Asian Studies. It has been renamed something else. It used to be CSR. The second Amrit Kaur Ahluwalia lecture series in Sikhism was given, and I wrote in that lecture, which was printed by UC Berkeley's CSAS, I addressed about my findings until then of Ghar in that. It is appended in the appendix, is there. But Dr. Indrajit at the Hofstra University seminar, when she came, Raja Mriginder also presented his thoughts in that seminar. It was in 2008, 9 or something like that. Professor Baldeep Singh Pogal hosted that conference, and Arvind Mandey had also come, and many people had come. So Dr. Indrajit Neelu Kaur presented her thoughts as saying that Ghars are rag prakars, and she gave the evidence of Rag Gaudi, that in Rag Gaudi, Ghar doesn't exist, but rag forms exist. All right. But then, the point is that Asa itself has 16 Ghars. So I asked, what about that? And then there is another rag I gave a reference of which does not have, which has a rag prakar, but also has ghar in it. So that theory also didn't work. Then there were others who tried to count, Tija as Tintal and Stara as Shekhartal. Raja Mriginder Singh, for example, and that's a documented, that's a videoed debate. It was a very fierce debate actually with him. So I personally am not convinced with any of the theories, because everyone that I have met, many of them who have died, so you may never get the chance to meet them. Some of the conversations are documented, so people eventually, that's why I'm setting up things on Patreon. I'll be making some of the videos, etc., slowly available as the funds are raised, and I can employ some of the digitizing people, from the film editors for careful digitization and audio restoration, and things can be shared. Then they will be made available so that you guys can also, you in the sense that all of those who are interested in, those who are present here today, and those who are not, but out there, and who are, and the coming generations, those who may be too tiny mining right now, but who would come of age one day and would have interest in Sikh heritage, both tangible and intangible, they would be able to benefit from those conversations, especially with those who have long gone now, or who would have been long gone by then. Even I may not be around by the time many people come of age, etc. So I am not, taken by any of the theories, because none of them I could find which establishes for me that at the time of the gurus, this is the way it was sung or ghar. If it was with tal, it was like that. One of the Nanaksar scholars, Gyanesher Singh, he was a sadhu, sage-like elder, very, very affectionate towards me. I did a lot of, family connected with him, Sher Singh of Galit village. He used to equate it with the swar, from Ghar Pehla is like the Sa, and Ghar Duja is like Komal Re, Ghar Tija is like the Tivra Re. And I said, well, Ghar Barma, okay, I can have 12 keys. What about Ghar Terma? He would say, then it is the, Sa on the top. I said, but that really, I don't buy that. But that was one belief, for example, from that line of learning. These are all, as I said, their interpretations, and I am not convinced by any of the theory, because my parameters, my acceptance is conditional. It is not because someone is very dear to me. I am looking for evidence of how Ghar was utilized or employed or deployed, etc., or what it meant at the time of the gurus. Until then, my research will continue, and with a question mark that I would as Bhai Khan Singh Nabha has written, and I salute him for that, for saying that, and I say it after having searched and researched for it, that it seems that we, the Gursikhs, have lost the meaning of Ghar. What is the history of Guldasta in Gurbani Sangeet? Well, Guldasta is a term, I don't know if it, I haven't really spent time looking for when the term Guldasta was first used. Of course, Guldasta as a bouquet would have existed long time, ever since Persian and Arabic and all these languages were there. Gul is flower in Persian, etc., and perhaps even in Arabic. So in Gurbani Sangeet would have occurred whenever, when Ragandi Guldasta they were called, but our term originally was used in Indic was Ragmala. Guldasta is nothing else but a Ragmala. So Guldasta has been utilized for that. Well, that's all right. I don't really have issues, but many people have called some of the compositions like Bajat Basant Al Bhairav Hindol Rag, Bajat Lalita Ke Sangal Dhanasari, etc., of Dasma Pacha, as well as Guldasta, as well as the simply Ragmalas. Nevertheless, there is an argument that during the Guru period, Kirtan within the Bauram is something the Sangat strictly listened to. Well, Gursikh Sangat was a very, very evolved, they were men and women of learning, and they were in ashki with the Guru and the Guru's word. And if you want to have an idea, you can go to South India, or you can go to the Rabindra Sangeet, people who follow Rabindranath Tagore. Then you can then extrapolate that Guru Baba Nanak was, how loved he was, how respected he was. We somehow are fooled by the bankruptcy, both spiritual, intellectual, cultural, aesthetical bankruptcy that we are now ornate with. And we think that Sangat would have been of the same order at that time. It's not how it was. Very, very men and women were of learning. There were dharamsals around, Karkar Andar Dharamsal, which Hova Kirtan Sada was Hova. And then, Karkar Baba Gavi Vajan Tal Mardang Rabab, where there is a Mardang and a Rabab, they're very learned folks, and people learned. So the Vidwans who sang in the Guru Darbar, be the Rababis, it was customary, but it didn't mean that the Sikhs were not learned, as some of the Sakhis has mentioned during the times with Pailana, and Pailana only, as Guru Angad, only wrote slokas, but he had so much to do, and there was so much of work, a body of work of Guru Nanak Dev Maharaj which already existed, and there was a time when a lot of consolidation, etc., was done, but they all sang together. Slok is not ordinary. To offer a slok within, it's an extraordinary way of rendering a sloka. So do not be fooled by that idea, or not that you are, but many people think that, Guru Angad Dev didn't try that. Sloka singing is very, very extraordinary. Nevertheless, I think this those coining this question would need to little update the culture within the Guru's court, that there was, just because there were Rababis who were singing at the time did not mean that the Gursikh Sangeet were all ordinary people, and this whole story about, well, Tolki Chane Nal Kirtan Kita. Well, people did Tolki Chane, village, they all sang, but in the Guru's court, there were extraordinary Brahmgyani Gursikhras who were, Bhai Ks and so on and so forth, who were made brothers, who were called brothers and sisters by the Guru, and they were men and women of extraordinary learning, and they were masters of calligraphy, sword. As you all know, Guru Angad Dev Maharaj had already akhadas, and my Bhai Sadharan was a warrior. His battle axe was his favorite. So it is. I think it's the question would need that. What is the meaning of Ghar in Gurbani? Does it refer to Tal? I think you need to tick that, because I have given an answer. The answer is, we the Sikhs do not know what it is. That's an answer. It is not, the meaning may not be there, but it's an answer. Anyway, that's my argument back. Because then you will understand the value of acceptance that we've lost something. And I also shared with you very stringent parameters of how I've defined how will I, a Baldeep Singh, will accept the meaning or the knowledge of Ghar. That it is very difficult to prove. You have to prove the credentials of that meaning, if at all. If you already have a definition, that's already good enough. Because we will know exactly when we find it that this is exactly what we were looking for. It's like, I'm a sniffer dog. This is what I'm looking for. Any cloth, if I'm looking in how, like a Guru the cooker, I'm in search of knowledge. I know exactly what to find. But when I will bark, when I will find. Until then, I'm silently looking for it. Nevertheless, how is Ragmala to be read in Kirtan? Is it all ragas? How come there are many more ragas mentioned, those in ragas? You already tipped it. I don't know if you have, but I have not yet answered that. Ragmala is one thing, as I've said it earlier, not today, but many years ago. I've not broached that in a long time, maybe in several years. But you see, every musical, so there are many people who are Ragmala doubters, right? They're anti-Ragmala, like anti-vaxxers. There are many people who do not even read, for example, Ragmala. Then they would say, oh, even the ink recipe is also there, so why wouldn't we read that, and so on. All those kind of nuktachinis and doting tutu memes. It's okay. It's all part of the family. That's fine. I and my brothers, my siblings, my sister, we all have issues at times. But let me share with you something which is very intimate for me. But I think you will, given the kind of reputation that has been shared about the Sangeet, the group of folks who get around in search of knowledge and so on and so forth. Ragmala, every major musical system, right? Every mat, like Hanumat mat and so on and so forth, they would all have, it's like a constitution of a country. Like America would have its constitution. Like India would have its constitution. Even if we the Sikhs are not signatories to it. Even Pakistan would have a constitution, even as we Sikhs are not signatories to that either. We the Sikhs are not even signatories to the Constitution of England. I don't know if they have any. But Ragmala is like a musical-aesthetical constitution of a system. If we did not have Ragmala, I as a head chief custodian would have had difficulty in arguing my case about Gurbani Sangeet with other tradition bearers, heads of other traditions, as a head of this tradition. Because they would have said, but excuse me, where is do you have a Ragmala? What is the structure of Rag? What is the connection, etc., how the Ragas are formed, and so on and so forth. So I'm very grateful that there's Ragmala that exists. And it is Ragmala, the index, if you're looking for the Ragas mentioned in the Bani, those you do not find at the end of the Guru Granth Sahib, that you find in the index before the Japji, before the Jap starts. So if you're looking at the ragas that are mentioned in the Guru Granth Sahib, that is given in the index. Ragmala is a different chapter, and it is given at the end. There's not a problem. It is not relegated to any status, because for me, just because Ekonkar is written at the very onset and Mundavani, etc. at the end, doesn't mean that Bundavani is the least important composition. Bani is Bani. Everything within the binding is important. Ink is very important because that connects me. I'm a calligrapher. So for me, ink is recipe is very, very eye-watering. I don't read it, but it's not a problem to have that written because it was customary. It was a book binding aspect. Ragmala is very, very important. So know that it is a very important proof that we had our own system as a musical system, that we were not adhering to any other rag system or order, that we had our own idea about what rag is. We looked at it objectively. Like, for example, if I may ask a similar question, but in another said, why does the term Hari exist in Guru Granth Sahib? Why does the term Ram exist in the Guru Granth Sahib? Why does the term Madhave or Bithal exist in the Guru Granth Sahib? Because they are not existing as Hari exists for the Vaishnavas or the Krishnaites, Hare Krishna, or the Upasaks of Krishna. For the Vaishnava Sampradaya, Hari is synonymous with Krishna, Ram is synonymous with Dasrath ka putra Ram, whereas in the Gursikh order, Ram is the Aprabhamsh or short form of nickname of Ramaiya. Sham is the Aprabhamsh of Samiya, Janka meets Sajan has Samiya, it's the Aprabhamsh of Samiya. Hari is the Aprabhamsh of Hariya, Hariya. So we use them generically. Likewise, Rag Mala within us, it has nothing to do with Devi Devtas, etc. It is a simple musical order which is important. It has its own value. Rag, Na, Dhun, etc. is plenty written in Bani. I don't have to repeat that. You're all scholars or wannabe scholars. You can do your own research about the importance of the Rag. The fact that Rag is mentioned, it is important enough. The fact that Guru Sahib would sing himself is important enough. That Rag Mala is a very, very important constitution of our musical system. What advice do you have for someone who wants to start learning Rag Kirtan? How do you find a Guru Ustad? Well, it's a good question, but you're asking the wrong fellow, because I am a conservator. As you see my parameters, the parameters I behold are very stringent. I, the check boxes are far too many for me to define what is a good ustad. Someone, for example, who is a representative of the Gursikh, Gursikh order, who's a memory bearer. Memory bearer doesn't mean a ragi. The memory bearer doesn't mean a kathakar. Memory bearer simply means a gursikhra. That person may be a pilot somewhere, or maybe a doctor somewhere, but an engineer or an entrepreneur or somewhere, or a politician somewhere, but would be a memory bearer. So would be a pedagogue and would be a great ustad therefore. But someone who has a memory, who is a bearer of the intangible assets and endowments of the gurus, is the ustad in my figure. Those who are very good singers and they are engaged in the display of their own musical prowess, flexing their vocal muscles, etc. Well, sometimes when I'm free and I'm bored, otherwise I might enjoy if it is very, very well sung, but that still comes with lots of parameters. I usually hear very ordinary renditions, especially when you're hearing the Hindustani classical ustads. If you are spoiled by them, then your parameters are already very high, that somebody has to really sing well to be able to please your ears. But for me, a good ustad of Gurbani Sangeet would be someone who is connected with the pedagogical process, the indigenous pedagogical process of the Guru's court. My advice to those is that you learn voice and try to invest your time in learning ancient compositions. that are codified. I have identified about 9 books which had something or the other as part of my keynote address that I gave at the international seminar at the Hofstra University, which I think was done a year and a half ago in New York, which was hosted by Professor Francesca Casio, one of my students, and Professor Baldeep Singh Bhogal, a very dear friend. So once the keynote address, etc., is published, it'll have the list of the books, but that is not important. I think you don't have to wait for that because I am yet to start. I'm like months behind. I've got so much else on my table. I would maybe for your group, if Vivek and Gagan and Sagar, these fellows or felons, whatever you call them, can connect with me, I will give that list. And you should maybe learn those, but learn from, voice production is very key. I see some of the biggest ragis and singers who are very famous, but they have no voice production, no voice training actually. The akar, ukar, etc. And I don't want to sound critical. I am a pedagogue. I'm a grammarian. So, take for example a composition and go to some of the most authentic singers or big names, very big seniors, not contemporary who would just want to please you and say, oh yeah, very nice. No. Ask them to do a critical analysis of someone singing, and you will see that they will say, oh, it is is not it is ending with m. The akar is not proper. It is or there are 8 parts of our Kanthveena, which is talu, jibya, danti, oshti, mordhani, nasika, anunasika, niranasika. Talu is the upper palate. Talu, jibya is the teeth. Danti is the teeth. So talu, upper palate, tongue, jibya is the tongue, then the danti is the teeth, then the mordhani is the lips, then oshti is the lips, the mordhani is the complete facial skin, including nerves, neck and all that. And then so talu, jibya, danti, oshti, mordhani, 5, and then nasika is the left nostril, the ida, pingla, shushmana, talu, nasika, anunasika, right nostril, and niran nasika is a combination of both. That takes you to the so these are the terms of, as a grammarian, these are how we measure a voice. It has to be etc. etc. So it's very difficult, but right now we are near extinct. Our system is near extinct. So people who can actually teach are very, very few, or many have even died. Many of the previous generation people were not actually pedagogues. They could teach you a song, they would teach you tans, but they cannot prepare. They were not voice smiths. I repeat, a voice smith is what is required to start learning Kirtan. Of course, besides that, who cares? Just start learning. And if you are still hungry enough, you will slowly find your way through the jungle. In the dense forest, beggars can be choosers. If you are there, just take out your meshet, your kukri or your khanda, the small khanda, of course, and start chopping your way towards the hill that you see that you must reach. Be particular, but be mad also. Just go through, learn just about everything and anything. Gagan number 6 is what is Lahori Baj, and who are some exponents of it. I don't, Lahore Baj, is being spoken as Mia Kadir Baksh, etc., right? The Baksh clan. But among the greatest Lahore Baj, the greatest who defeated that Baj as well is Baba Maiya Singh. He is from Lahore. They were in Lahore, Ranjit Singh's court, and that was the great. All others were the lesser mortals within the field of learning. Many people are trying to glorify one or the other. That's all right. Everybody says my daddy is the greatest, but history and facts and figures tell otherwise. Baba Maiya Singh was very high up. Some people have tried to paint it as if some Jasdeep from England has written an article as if Baba Maiya Singh was somehow the accompanist of one of the courtesans who was married, and she was even titled as Maharani. Well, Maharani was only one Maharani. Maharani is like the empress or the queen. Others were Ranis. Maybe a Rani title, but not Maharani. She was not the not equal to Maharani Jinda and others. Anyway, those are lesser things. Lahore Baj, there were many people, many Bajas within Lahore as well. So Baba Maiya Singh's work and his sons, etc. They are from Lahore, and they ruled the roost. And there was nobody equal to them at the time of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, and that was the pinnacle as such as well. And they influenced many, many others. What other literary sources that you recommend for Gurbani Sangeet Vidya? Well, before I pass on the other books that there are, but I'm glad that that the question came, because I had forgotten to sum that other thought. Gyani Gyan Singh Aptabad I hold very dearly. It's a very, very important work. There are many, many inaccuracies. I'll be editing a new edition of that, because I know what to correct. I know the problems that there are within that. So whenever I get a chance later this year, I've already started the work of doing editing that book. But nevertheless, it's a very, very important anthology, if I can call it, or a compilation of compositions. There are some which are compositions from early 20th century, but there are many which go back in time. Some which were simplified versions of, like Manjapo Ram Gopal Partal, you will find, but it is a simplified version of the original composition of Guru Ramdas. Many people would make their own adaptation, and because people would get to hear many times the old ones, they would make simpler versions, etc. As Dr. Jagir Singh once told me that Professor Tara Singh had simplified the composition after listening to the Manjapo Ram Gopal Partal of my granduncles, but he did it in Rag Darwari Kannada. He told that to me in 1990-91. So like that. So Gyani Gyan Singh Aptabad's 2 volumes, Gurbani Sangeet, and the 2 volumes by my granduncle, by Avtar Singh Gurcharan Singh, Prachin Reed Ratnavali, published by Punjabi University Patiala. But please read the foreword by Dr. Taran Singh in that. It's very, very important. Also by Bhai Avtar Singh's own, preface to the book, their introduction to the book of how they have learned, and that you will see scholarship, good Sikh scholarship within that, and the trouble that these guys have taken even before writing. They did not take anything for granted. So I hope that you will. And my volume of 80 ragas, out of which 334, 5, 6 compositions. 327 in the main body, but some compositions in the introduction I've added. That will be out, I think most will be by the end of May, by Guru Nanak Dev University. A deluxe edition will be published by my record label, Anand Records. I'll be printing in the archival quality thing from Graphic Studio in Italy, and maybe some also in Delhi. There will be a couple qualities. Deluxe and archival quality will be done for people who can pay an extra buck to have a book that will live on for 2-3 centuries, if not more. These are very, very important works. And then there are others, as I mentioned, 6-7 other works that I'll be glad to share the list later on with whoever connects. And number 8, what was the relationship between Rababis and Gursikh Kirtaniyas? Well, it was a very important relationship. Is a very intimate one. Well, Rababis were disciples of the Gurus. They were Nanak Panthis, and all the Gursikhs are also disciples of the Gurus. They were Nanak Panthis. The Rababis and the Gursikhs, they all listened to the Gurus' revelation at the same time, and they would remember together. So that is how my bloodline also, and some of the top Rababis, like even among the Rababis, there were smaller Rababis, like not so knowledgeable Rababis, and because families were big, etc., etc., everybody never learned. Likewise, among the Sikh Kirtaniyas, not everybody was a grandmaster. So, but the oldest of the orders, they all remembered the same composition because they had heard from the Gurus directly. They had learned, and they would practice and sing together. They were Gursikhs. They lived together. They sang together. They celebrated the Gurus' Sharan and learning. Rababis were Gursikhs. They were practitioners, they were practicing Sikhs, and it was not required at the time. And Guru Sahib is telling the Hindu ka Guru, Musalman ka Peer, he was a Peer to the Muslims. So he was the Guru, he was their Guru Sahibs were mentors and so on. So it was a very, very intimate relationship. But then when you come to the performance part, there were a lot of animus, there were a lot of competition, but there was competition among Sikhs, there was competition among the Rababis, and there was a lot of Vidya hoarding. They would not teach easily, there would be duels, there would be competitions, and so on and so forth. And Bhai Arjan Singh Tarangar summed up very beautifully. He would say that, Vedya, jad tahi ta Rababi si, onna chir Sikh mihnta karde si. Since the Rababis went across the border, people stopped working hard. Because before that, people inspired each other. They would work very hard to be better. So this was said by Bhai Arjan Singh Tarangar. And he would say कि ਅਸੀਂ लड़के तो भावें हरा लेंदे सी पर रबाबी विद्वान भी हुंदे सी, बहुत विद्वान हुंदे सी. So he always acknowledged the excellence, and his greatest buddy in percussion was Bhai Santu, and nobody could make them duel. Everybody else was defeated by Bhai Santu and by Bhai Arjan Singh Tarangar. Everybody else was a lesser mortal. Anybody and everybody in the second quarter of the 20th century had been defeated by the duo in one way or another. One way or another means either by Bhai Santu or by Bhai Arjan Singh Tarangar. And they were the pinnacle of their generation. And people, if they want to live in their Khush family, some of them, some of the folks who have their loyalties elsewise, they're welcome, and both belong to the gurus, the Vidya of the percussion system of the Guru's court. Likewise, Bhai Moti Rababi was the head of all the Rababis, and he was a contemporary of Baba Jwala Singh. They even duelled for 3 days. That's besides the point again, because many of the Rababis at the time were saying, well, Sikhs don't know the Vidya, only we have the Vidya. And that was a very, very big 3-day duel which happened publicly again at Taran Taran. And tens of thousands of people watched, because it was to do with a festivity at Taran Taran. At that time it had happened, and many of the Sikh kings and Sikh entrepreneurs, billionaires at that time had intervened to convince, to sort of force and cajole Baba Jwala Singh, my great uncle, to take up the challenge, because nobody else was taking up the challenge, and it was a bad situation at that time. So things like that soured at times. There were at time, many of you would be shocked that people poisoned each other. Baba Jwala Singh they tried to give him mercury 3 times to kill Baba Jwala Singh. Every now and then there would be one dead body floating in the Darbar Sahib Sarovar because the milk had been poisoned with mercury. That was a favorite of things. They would put some mercury and all that, some poisoning. There was often the case. Shocking, isn't it? Imagine if that were to happen today. So things were, but it was not just versus Gursikhs and Rababis. It was Gursikhs within Gursikhs, Rababis within Rababis. They were all Gursikh orders anyway. So they were all part of the same Sangat. So things became bad. But as Bhai Arjan Singh Tarangar took, I think the lesson I take is that healthy competition is very, very important. It's very, very important. It keeps everybody on the toes and doesn't let the weight land on the heel. Well, as an aviator, I know, as a para jumper, whatever, paraglider and so on and so forth, I know landing on the heel isn't a good idea. Believe you me. Toes are very important. How many instruments changed since the period of the Guru, such as Saranda, Taus, Rabab? So do we still know what the original Saranda was like? Yeah, we know original Saranda was like, but it is absolutely not like how Surinder is playing or Principal Dayal Singh, etc. They all put that Sarangi top and Saranda look alike below. Baba Sham Singh's is there. I have got a 3 1/4 century old Saranda passed on to me by Savhari Singh of the Golden Temple, and so on and so forth. There is another Saranda of Gurinder Pal Singh Mahi, which is here in Delhi, with another instrument maker, which was at Balasa, which has been taken from there. So the old Sarandas are there. It's at the same Saranda like is there at the Metropolitan in New York. It's there in the Victorian Albert, which I documented and analyzed and researched in 96 at that time, very early on, before anybody, my work has inspired many people, but I was inspired by the narratives of the elders. So it's a chain inspiration, which is fine. So The Rabab is there at the Guru Sahib's time. Many lies and many fiction writing is gone, but I'm telling what the Parampara knows, and Parampara will never accept any lie written or fiction written posthumously in the name of the Gurus. So the Parampara knows facts like this. The Rabab, which is a 6-stringed one, which is equated, as the Indologists, the European Indologists, anthropologists, they try to classify things. Versus Afghani Rabab, they used to call the big Indian Rabab as Hindustani Rabab. It has also been, just to differentiate, also been termed as Drupadi Rabab, but it's just a Rabab. It is also the actual Rudra beam. So that had 6 strings. Sadiq Ali Khan's work, Kanun Mosiki, is very important, written in 1874. He bears witness of the second Rabab, and he also, imagine a Muslim writer in the 19th century is saying that, that this second instrument with 6 strings was created by Guru Nanak Shah Fakir. And Saranda, even he writes that it was the invention, Vajay Ho, he says, know it for certain. ये साज इजाद किया हुआ गुरु अमरदास का जिनका मंदिर स्थान अमृतसर शहर में मशहूर है. So if you want to reach the place of Guru Amar Das, you go to Amritsar, and then everybody knows where Guru Amar Das's place is. That know it that this instrument Saranda was invented by Guru Amar Das, this particular one. And then of course Guru Arjan Dev excelled in playing the Saranda as well. But then the Jodi came into being at that time under his aegis. He is the one who's said to have inspired, of course. He was an extraordinary musician who himself played the Pakhavaj and played the Saranda, and people don't know that he played the Pakhavaj. But people don't put 2s and 2s together, but they don't also have the narratives. The kind of compositional structure, Guru Ram Das, imagine the kind of structures that he had. He was an outstanding musician himself, and of course versed in the playing of the Rabab, of course, the playing of the Pakhavaj and his masterpieces. I'm just overwhelmed just at the thought of the kind of intangible assets that the Guru Khalsa has brought to me. So many people have tried to equate. Guru Tegh Bahadur played the Pakhavaj himself. He studies my predecessor in the line of knowledge, the line that the oldest, the first player of Pakhavaj at the Golden Temple was Bhai Babak, the Rababi, who laid down his life fighting the battle during the times of Guru Hargobind Maharaj, and so that is there. Are blatant lies and fiction when people have tried to equate the Taus, for example, Guru Gobind Singh. It is the narrative of the narrative, Guru Khalsa narrative, and my granduncles have also said as much. Many recordings of many elders in the past that Taus is the invention of Guru Hargobind Maharaj. And I'll tell you, I've shared it in the past, but I'll tell you here the narrative, and you will see the logic, right? When the Mughal emperor made an announcement, it was an imperial decree that all the takhats in the Mughal Empire, in the domain of Mughal Empire, all those were the treaties, all the takhats, that means the altars of the kings and queens and rulers, all the monarchs would have their takhats at a certain height, which will be about 6 or 8 inches lower than the Mughal takht. And then once that was done, Guru Hargobind Maharaj, the imperial order, decree reached Darbar Sahib also. And Maharaj was, was a witness to that announcement. The Nagarchis and Tamamis, they were taking the message and giving, and that was shared with Maharaj. Maharaj smiled, and in response to the Mughal Takht, Maharaj conceived and designed the Akal Takht, which was as many inches taller than the Mughal Takht. Weeks later, when the announcement came that the Takht is readied and on so and so date, everybody is welcome to witness the Jahapana, the Mughal emperor who will ascend on the throne, the new Mughal Takht. And that it is that he'll be seated on a peacock throne, which has been stolen or whatever, taken to England. It's at one of the museums in England, the peacock throne, the Mughal throne. So when that news spread, Maharaj again smiled. He says, okay, there's an Akal Takht, and there will be the throne. There will be another Takht-e-Taus. This Takht-e-Taus, instead of listening to the praise of the people, the one who will sit on the Akal Takht with the Takht-e-Taus, the instrument Taus, who will engage in this praise of Akal Purkh Parmeshwar. Because in the Mughal court, all the Darbaris, musicians would sing the praise of the king, of the emperor, not the king, but the emperor, and who would be exalted in the glories of the things, oh, you're so, and so, you're so and so. For example, when Deen-e-Ilahi was, started by Emperor Akbar, and I've learned this composition in my researches, the Talwandi exponent sang this composition, and even Rahimuddin Khan of the Dagarwani, they all in their diaries, these compositions are written. I've photographed them, documented them. It goes, etc. And Rang Jharlayo Jalaluddin Akbar Tapur Rachiyo Kartar Khat Darsan Ko Nivas Shahe Naman Shahe Kanchan Barkat, composition in 7 beats. So Emperor is sitting on the throne, and the singers are Tansen and everybody, all these big Surgyan Khan and all of Gyandhar Pandey, Surgyan, all of these guys are singing in front. So because it was to do with the Takht was to do with singing, where the praises were being sung of the Mughal emperor, Maharaj said, no, on the Akal Takht there will be a Takht-e-Taus, and even greater singers, the Nirankari Gavaiyas, the Kirtaniyas, the Dhadis of the Akal shall sit and sing the praise of the Akal. The Akal, the praise. That, imagine, folks, this is the extraordinary narrative. And such fiction, poor fiction. I sometimes joke with my dear young friends, Surinder and Gunams and others, when I say, yeah, if you want to write fiction, at least learn how to write good fiction, man. Not that Guru Gobind Singh made a Taus and, then the Sikhs came and complained, oh, sir, sire, you've given us the cannons and the guns and the, and these khandas and the nejets and the safs and the sarohis and the gunpowder and this and the horses, and now this Taus is so big. Can you maybe do a small instrument? And Maharaj said, I do that storyteller a little spicy. I said, oh, Satyavasha said, oh, Sikho, oh my goodness, you opened my eyes. Okay, I'll think of something. And overnight, Maharaj designed Dilruba. Both stories are lies, fiction. Now, because people have said it, now they cannot, it's almost, they think it will be like drinking their own puke. It doesn't work like that. You have to understand, it's very important to research if there are narratives within the Gursikh fold. First, learn them, analyze them. Do not jump the gun and start writing your own stories, because if you're proven to be wrong, sometimes people do not have the scholarship and the humility to take back something which they may have even inadvertently scripted. By mistake, it was understood instead of Guru Har Gobind, it became Guru Gobind. Maybe it was an inadvertent slip. We all slip, we all may make a mistake, but it's important in realizing that one shouldn't confront with a parampara. Parampara bearers are solid people. They would never bow in front of petty fiction, etc. So I hope that, the Taus inspired by Guru Hargobind, then the Dhadis is again a misnomer, or maybe this little clarity would help you guys and all those who will be able to hear this recording. And I offer my salutations to those who will be listening in the future. Guru Nanak called himself a Dhadi. He's singing a var. Guru Amardas says, "How Dhadi Har Prabha Khasam Ka Hari Kaidaraya." har andar sui pukar dhadi mukhlaya. Hari puchya dhadi sad ka kit arth tu aaya. Nit devo dan dayal prab har naam taraya. Har daata hari naam japaya nanak penaya. Guru Amardas Maharaj ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਢਾਡੀ ਮੈਂ ਢਾਡੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਰੀ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਖਸਮ ਦਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ not of anyone else. So that is one dhadi. The first dhadi in Gursikh parampara is Guru Nanak himself, and all the gurus are dhadis, but they are singing differently than the dhadis who came during Guru Hargobind's time. So people are, again, because they're not men and women of actually learning from the Gursikh order, people are trying to interpret before actually learning the parampara. They are having an opinion about the tradition without having ever learned the tradition. It's like just because one looks like a Sikh, one talks and walks like a Sikh, but you may be a Sikh, you are a Sikh, yes, but it's not necessary that you're a good Sikh scholar and a memory bearer. That's a different thing. The dhadis that came at the time of Guru Hargobind were attached with the Khalsa, with the Gursikh Fauj, with Guru Hargobind Maharaj's army, because there were the martial balladeers. They came, every mercenary and warriors, they had their own band of musicians and dhadis who were attached. And any tale of bravery, etc., the dhadis and the kavishas would compose poetry, etc. That's the tradition of the martial balladeers in the Guru's court. But they should not be confused with the singing of wars in the Gurbani. There are two different lines of dhadi singing. And it has been sad for me that it had to be by Baldeep Singh to even make this clarification. It should have never been confused before me as well. So I hope that rests. So the instruments with the dhadis, it's not just the dhad and saranga. There was a Afghani or the folk rabab with the bow as well, and there were iktaras, dotara, dhadis of very many kinds. Now very few. There's only dhad and saranga was left, but now saranga, people are playing sarangi. It's not even a saranga anymore. It was also called tota, and these are simple names, etc. So I hope that clarifies that the instruments that were actually at the time of the Gurus. There were veenas, dotaras, khartals that were also played during the Gurus. Many of the sadhus who met the Gurus were adept at playing the veen, Kinnari veen and others. So there was a very, very rich, culturally rich South Asia, and there were very many. It was not as monotonous or monotonal as we see, from the lenses that we have, and unfortunately not very evolved lenses with which we look at history and history keepers. Number 10, what is the relationship between Guru Sahib and the Kirtanas? Like what was the day-to-day life of a Kirtani of the Guru Sahib? I mean, it's a question I wouldn't want to, what do I tell? I mean, there were cities, there were people had errands to run. There were 5 chonkis during Guru Arjan's times, and the people did work, There were evolved things. They ran errands and so on and so forth. And Kirtaniyas, of course, because they were singing, they would want to, rest, and they would want to ready themselves before they sang. They would be maintaining diaries and pothis and taking note. They were calligraphers themselves. They would write any pada that Guru Sahib would have written or sung, they would take note and so on and so forth. There was a very organic, and it's eye-watering if you were to imagine the life, very dynamic relationship between Guru Sahib and the Kirtaniyas, and Gursikhs, not just the Kirtaniyas, because Guru Sahib himself is the Kirtaniya in chief, chief Kirtaniya. Every one of the 10 Gurus are the first Kirtaniya, and everybody else is the second, third, fourth Kirtaniya. So the relationship is very dynamic. 11. What is the authenticity of the current Faranda Rabab that is preached in the status quo, and what are the differences compared to your Rabab, part of the instrument Rabab you started? Well, I wouldn't even consider, delving too much in this question. Faranda Rabab is a fiction Rabab, as they call it, Fraudia Rabab, because how we look at it is that as I mentioned about Taksals when I spoke with Professor Ranjit Singh, I asked him that Harguna Taksal, I'm willing to accept if that it's something like that existed. If Ustad Sampuran Singh, the teacher of Professor Tara Singh and Jaswant Singh Bhavra and so many others, would have actually called himself as the bearer or the protagonist of the Harguna Taksal, when in his own lifetime he's not called, who are we to posthumously grant him a title? Doesn't work like that. So during the time of the Gurus, there was no Rabab which was called as Faranda Rabab. So if you are terming it today, then where is the Faranda Rabab? Because if Gurnam is the one who coined this term in 2003 or 4, when I think 2004, when the Gurbani Sangeet chair was set up in Punjabi University Patiala, he wrote, and this is written by Dr. Mohinder Kaur Gill, Rabi Sher Gill's mom, in the monograph on Bhai Mardana, which is published by Punjabi University Patiala, and you can read it. She gives a reference of that pamphlet, and I fought with her. I said, how can you give a reference of a pamphlet without verifying the information that there is an ordinary pamphlet doesn't become a historical document or a referable document? What does the document say? It's a very glorified story. Well, Guru Gobind Singh Maharaj, was very concerned, etc. I'm just paraphrasing in the sense that I'm off the cuff from a memory. I'm reciting, sharing that, something like that. It's in a figure of speech. He says that when Guru Gobind Singh Maharaj was concerned about the Rabab, that it had been lost, and he got the research done to find out how did the Rabab of Bhai Faranda look like Guru Nanak's Rabab. So he got the Rabab made, and it is that Rabab which is lying in Mandi. And so Guru Ram wrote in that which is again quoted by Dr. Mohinder Kaur Gill in a monogram, as I said, monograph on Bhai Mardana. She said that Guru Ram Singh, according to Guru Ram Singh, 3 Rababs were gotten made for accuracy's sake, and that is the Rabab which is the Farandiya Rabab. It will be accurate to say. Now I have few problems with this entire narration. What is the proof? None of the original Gursikh Khalsa orders within my family and outside my family, old families, for example, the direct descendants of Guru Nanak Dev, my very dear elder and friend, Baba Sarabjot Singh Bedi. I've never heard a narrative, for example. Pai Rupa's descendants, Pai Ashok Singh Bagdiya, his elder brother, Pai Hartan Singh Bagdiya, his youngest brother, Pai Sikandar Singh Bagdiya, they have no memory of that. Pai Bidi Chand's descendants, they have no memory of that. My grandmother, his father, the Nihang Jathedar Jagat Singh of Sarehali, Barosaya, family endowed by Guru Hargobind Maharaj and Guru Gobind Maharaj. They have a Kada endowed by Daswa Pacha and a Kanga, safe kept. They have no memory like that. Another Parvar, I have so many. We are the old Bhaikes. We are connected one way or another. I've been groomed by so many of the elders of the old, because they were all very happy that I had given up everything I was learning. And every one of them contributed one asset or another, whatever, from the memory. I never heard anything. Who are these people who have no connection with the history, who are coming up with such concoctions? So, point is, where is proof, where is the evidence that the Rabab had died at the time of Guru Gobind Singh Maharaj? Prove it first. Let's take one bit by bit. It has never ever occurred in history, any note whatsoever, oral history and written history, that Rabab had died at the time of Guru Gobind Singh Maharaj. And that he got research done, and that he got a Rabab made on the lines of Bhai Faranda, and that exactly is the Rabab which is at Mandi. You're supposing it, right? And on the supposition is you're forming that this is the Faranda Rabab. It is like in the entire United States, all these Republican-led legislative bodies are passing, and the Senates are passing laws new laws to curb, to deny, voting rights, is as it is alleged, on the basis of what? On the basis of a lie that there was a rampant fraud, lie which is being told by Donald Trump even now. So first we suppose a lie, you say a blatant lie over and over and over and over again, and suddenly you have thousands and tens of thousands and millions of people around in the United States who start believing that lie. You see, the damage which happens is that there are many people, like let's say the own family of Gurnam or Surinder. What am I to them? They would see me as an alien, as someone who doesn't endorse everything that their pops and moms and uncles and aunties do. So I'm like, I would be seen as a stranger and an enemy, and not a nice guy. They would not see reason. And that's unfortunate, because I would have loved to laugh and play and even share a note or two with the immediate family and students of all of the people who are within the field. And I would want my children and my students to benefit from the knowledge that they would possess. Just for the sake of fiction that has been written, and I'm uncompromising that I even told Bibi Jasbir Kaur, she said that 1 week before she passed away, she said, "Oh, you are only 3 people in the field." At that time, she was talking many years back, I think 2005 or 6. She said that, "I want that you have a compromise." I said, "But I'm just a custodian of the Guru's court. We don't tell stories. We only analyze what is there. We don't try to compose new stuff, new histories. But these two guys, they have written stuff which they'll have to, have the newfound courage to take back what has been written, and they have, the scholarship that they will withdraw some of the writings. If that is not going to happen, there's going to be no compromise, because I have nothing to take back. I have no spit to lick back, But that's not how histories work. You have to substantiate. You have to present your credentials. Where from is your claim? Is there a history behind? You can go back, for example, the lines of knowledge. I said that old families, they knew each other, they studied with each other. When I'm sitting with Bhai Hartan Singh Bagdia, who's paralyzed, he's so happy. He's sitting at the fort in Bagdia. He says, "Have you studied Guru Nath and Anand Ved Drupad?" I said, "Yes." I said, "Sing." And as I was singing, it says, he started crying. He says, "Do you know, he's paralyzed, he's barely able to speak." He says, "This is Guru Arjan Dev Maharaj's composition." He says, "I studied." It's like, I cannot say as as paralyzed he was, how I cannot emulate how he was so beautifully trying to tell me. He says, "I studied it from Bhai Sahib Jwala Singh. The taus which is inside the Gurdwara in the fort," he says, "that taus even Bhai Sahib Jwala Singh has played." With tears rolling down his eyes. There is no family loyalty. It is Gursikh loyalty. It's loyalty and patriotism towards the Guru's heritage. And within the Guru Sikh fold, nobody lies. Nobody concocts fiction, posthumous fiction in the name of the Gurus. It's never happened before. Those who did at the time, for example, were Tirmaliyas, were Prithi Chandiyas, who would say, "Oh, no. Guru Ramdas never passed the Gaddi to Guru Arjan Dev." They would take his nickname. "Oh, he's a younger brother. He's not the Guru." Lies were spoken by the young and flamboyant Baba Sri Chand and Lakshmi Chand. They said, "No. Lena he's a Sikh, he's a Sevak, he's a servant of Guru Nanak. He's not the Guru." No. So you must understand who are the people who have a history of lying. And if my kind of folks who are stemmed in the ancient systems, if I show some allergic reaction to fiction writing in the name of the Gurus, please understand. Have some understanding that it's just a little bit much. So I hope that you understand. The oldest rabab that I have found that I respect a lot is with the direct descendants of Bhai Roop Chand. It is at, you must, whenever you visit Punjab, visit Bhai Rupa village in Bathinda. And many, you have the langar, the samagri endowed by Chema Patsha, Guru Parmeshwara, Sahib Sri Guru Hargobind Maharaj has endowed by Roop Chand, and his family, his direct descendants have safe kept so much. And among them is the Rabab of Guru Arjan Dev. And it's a beautiful, I've touched it, I've played it, I've measured bit by bit. And the Rabab that I have, my heart rests is that Rabab. It's the oldest Rabab of the Gursikh order that has survived. And we must respect that. All other Rababs are later Rababs and not very, their histories are checkered. There's one at Kapurgarh with a lot of Devi Devtas. Many instruments are also presented to the Gurus. So to do with the Mandi Rabab, one other narrative I can tell you is that, in the old times, when Raja Siddh Sen is a Sikh of the Guru. When the Guru is coming, there was a rasam. People, and I mentioned Tin Tatte, the very first is Tehzeeb. Tehzeeb is decorum. You see, just imagine, okay? Just imagine me. I request, I'm living at the time of Guru Gobind Singh Maharaj. Just imagine, my ancestor Bhai Sahib Das is there at that time, before 1699. 1699 on the day of Vaisakhi. After the Panch Pyaras, his closest of the Sikhs are given Amrit. Among them, my ancestor is named Bhai Sahib Singh from Bhai Sahib Das. But imagine that I am a king, Guru times, and I have begged of the Guru to bless my kingdom. Just imagine I am Raja Siddh Sen. And I get my aide who comes back from Anandpur Sahib, and the moment he starts reading the letter from my Guru, Sahib Kamal, Badshah Darwez, Guru Gobind Singh, it says, Raja Siddh Sen, I will come on so and so day. I will reach your kingdom and I'll stay for as many weeks. And I would be imagine me crumbling on my knees in tears, in joy, in celebration, knowing not what to say, how to shout, how to share the immense joy that wants to just erupt from my heart, which just wants to just blow into a million dust particles to serve my Guru. The vision of Guru Tegh Bahadur, the Murati of my predecessor Guru Tegh Bahadur. Imagine that. What would I as Raja Siddh Sen do? What would you, my dear friends, as Raja Siddh Sen do? You would start, you're a king, you know exactly how life works, right? You would immediately start shouting, call the carpenter. Where will the Guru say? Oh, my queen, how would we do? Call the weavers, call the potters, call everybody. He would be dancing around his kingdom. If you were Raja Siddh Sen, you would do that. I would do that. I would be so hyper, telling the carpenter, excuse me, Maharaj is coming. Dasam Pita is coming. Baja Wala is coming. What kind of a bed can you make? What is the best wood in my kingdom? Which is the best wood? The rope, the jute, it has to be pure. It has to be the most gentle. It should not hurt. Who is the cot maker? Who will create the bed sheets? I want the best thread, best silk, best. That's how I would do, right? A bed would be ready. Oh, I know my Guru sings. So, which instrument? Create an instrument. That has to be an instrument. The best wood, the best strings. That's how Imagine the day the Guru would have landed there. He would have rode his horse. And that, how, just imagine, I cannot now, my imagination fails. What would have been the state of Raja Siddh Sen when he would seen the Dedar of his Guru? So in the old times, when the Gurus or any grand master like that would visit, a host, a privileged host like that would have created an entire system, ecosystem, which will be tasted and tested by the Guru for the first time. It would be chaste, it would be kosher, it would be pure, unsoiled. So there is no guarantee yet whether the Rabab at Raja said, I knew the queen of Mandi, she was the princess of Kulu. She was very close to Thakurji. She died sadly at age 55. I know the family. But it's not certified whether it was a Rabab which Guru brought himself, or was it a Rabab which was ready at the kingdom of Mandi for Dasampina. Or was it part of the... They know it as the Rabab of Guru Gobind Singh Maharaj. It was ready for Guru Gobind Singh there, which was played by the Guru, but who had enough instruments who would not need to carry it. They were traveling in horses, etc., etc. He would have had his own stuff, but it would have been kept behind, left as assets belonging to the Guru as tested. That would be known as the instrument of the Guru. So, there are dynamics are not the small details people don't know, because times have changed. We just know about, fast food, this and that. We forget how life evolved, what was it to host a grand phenomenon, if I may call him, Aap Narayan Kalatar, Jagmeh Parvaryo, the Dasma Nanak. What would it be to host someone like that? And what would it be to be Raja Siddh Sen, to be like him and to host, to play a beautiful and an extraordinary host as he would have played. So I hope you understand that there are so many dynamics within that. There's nothing called Firanda Rabab. Historically, it's a new term. It's a 21st century term, and I do not subscribe to it. For me, the Rabab of Guru Arjan Dev Maharaj, which is at Pairupa, is the oldest instrument, Rabab instrument that has survived the persecution, the ages of persecution and apathy and callousness, etc. And I love making that Rabab. I just enjoy even playing that Rabab. How do you balance being a singer, percussionist, Drupadi, Luthir, torchbearer? I am just going to ignore that. I have no idea. Sometimes I'm a singer, sometimes I'm a BSer also. You didn't write that, huh? Right now I've been just doing all these yavliyan, etc. I have no idea, friends. I look at things on the desk and I continue doing. But I'm full of gratitude for. I would have had no idea what I was missing if I hadn't been able to sing a note, or play a beat, or sing a pada, dopada, tepada, tituka, panchtuka, etc., and be a pedagogue and a custodian of the knowledge systems of the Guru's court. I would not want to even think, but without that, and I'm so grateful. I'm grateful to Maharaj Sahib Sri Guru Nanak Dev for the endowments that he has left for us. And I'm sad that endowments are not as many, because sometimes I read Bani and I wonder how would that have been sung by the Guru. So I'm a very sad person at that. But then I have my joy fills, because there's hundreds of other compositions that are original, which have still survived, and trauma of time. But I'm grateful. How do ragis like Bhai Samun Singh, who sang a lot of Khayal style, fall in Gurbani Sangeet Parampara? Well, how was Bhai Samun Singh ji so adept in the Dhruvat Shaili of Gurbani Kirtan, where he belonged to the Khayal Shaili? He didn't belong to the Khayal Shaili. So the times in the late 19th century and early 20th century, the Thumri Ang and the Khayal Ang, etc., were very, very they were becoming Sheikh, and his training, he studied from the Gursikh Parnalis, where he learned many compositions. And he was a man of great humility. I mean, but for his humility, the 2 volumes by my granduncles would not have happened. Actually, he's the one who advised Dr. Taran Singh and Bhai Savardaman Singh Bagadiya that he said that. I mean, I am very fond of him, Bhai Saman Singh. He's an extraordinary Kirtaniya, and my granduncles had very close relationship with him. And when they invited him to the Punjabi University Patiala, he was singing Miya Malhar. He started doing the Mangalacharan of Miya Malhar, and Bhai Saman Singh Bagadiya folded his hands and he stopped, and Bhai Saman Singh Bagadiya said that this is Miya Malhar. What at the university we are looking for is the Malhar of Guru Nanak. And that's when Bhai Saman Singh stopped his jatha from playing, and he said, for a moment, of course, he just stopped and said that, "Oh, I understand now. I thought that you just wanted some notation books for students, etc. If you were actually intending to look for the original stuff, then there is," he says, "I may have 80, 90 compositions, but I have not remembered them anymore, like I learned them. Things have changed. But if your intent is to look for discover and document and notate the original Vidya, then it says the sons of Bhai Sahib Jwala Singh live in Delhi, and they are the ones I've of course followed very closely. Baba Jwala Singh, and it is one of the oldest families, and his sons Bhai Avtar and Gurcharan have not changed anything. They still sing the same way they studied. So, and they are one place, one-stop shop, in the sense that you will get hundreds and hundreds, if not a few thousands, of compositions that date back to Guru times, many of them originals, and lots of originals. So best is to engage with them, and that's how it began. There's such humility of an extraordinary Gursikh. Before I see him as a Kirtaniya, I see him as a family man. I see him as an extraordinary Gursikh. I see him as a freedom fighter. I see him as a thinker, as a scholar, and then a statesman, and then as a Kirtaniya, and a man of grand man of humility. Otherwise, nowadays, if you see, we have a project, who says, yeah, I will do. I says, well, who else can? Oh, no, nobody else is there. I'm the only one that exists. Here, you see the conversation, the dialogue between Vidwans, knowledgeable ones. Bhai Sahib Ardaman Singh Bagadiya, the son of Bhai Sahib Arjan Singh Bagadiya, the grandson of Bhai Sahib Narayan Singh Bagadiya. Look at that, extraordinary folks, how they were. If I'm missing one name, I think, in between there. But that was Bhai Saman Singh. So he was trained in the Drupad Shali, in the singing of Pade, etc., and Chant also. And Drupad is one, form. Drupad is not the entire Gurbani. The singing of Chant is different than the singing of Pade. Ik Pade is different than Dupade. Dupade are different from Tipade, Chaupade, Panchpade, Ashtpade. Ashtpade is totally different. So Ashtpade Chant is totally different. Asht Chant, for example, is a rarely term used. It simply means Ashtpade, but it's Asht Chant. Pade would normally have a rahau, and then Chant is where there's no rahau, etc. So those clarifications, and I've written them down. What's the difference between singing of Chant, etc. He was, as you can see, Ustad Fayaz Khan and so many others of that generation. They were all, even Bade Ghulam Ali Khan had studied Drupad, himself, a student of Ustad Ziauddin Khan Dagar, of the Dagarwani. Ziauddin. They were not known as Dagar at the time. There was no suffix at the end. It was Ziauddin Khan of the Dagarwani he had studied. But he sang Khandarwani. Actually, Ziauddin Khan sang mostly Khandarwani style. He was very, very strong, robust kind of a rendition. So Ghulam Ali Khan actually became a Gandavan Shagird of Ustad Ziauddin Khan, sang Drupad. So people were very, very learned, and Bhai Saman Singh, we must honor him as much as possible. We must respect his work and analyze his work as much as possible. He is one of the grand stars from the Gursikh world of the 20th century. We hear Asadi War sung at every Gurdwara every day. How come other wars are not sung? Also, today's guys we still sung. We still have the other dhunis, but chants added into singing of other wars like they are to Asadi War. Well, you guys are asking good questions, huh? By the way, I must compliment you guys. Bravo. And so my granduncles have, I think, the biggest anthology or memory of the wars anywhere is written by my granduncles in their 2 volumes. And that's again a sign of an authentic or an important line of knowledge. And yes, there were wars. The slokas were added in Asadi War. Quite some chants were added, but it's not necessary that every war has chants added. That is not necessary. It was not necessary at all. So other wars were sung small. Like, for example, when you hear Basant Ki War is somehow sung apart from Asadi War. Basant Ki War more or less is sung by many people. And as we say, it is just that much which is sung. And that, I think, is good enough for me to give you as an evidence that it was not necessary just to add chants in others. But Asadi War, yes, people sang. My ancestor, Bhai Punjab Singh, who, as I mentioned earlier, Bhai Punjab Singh Ji, Guru Ke Veer Hanuman, Veer Sam, as recorded by Baba Sham Singh. He sang Panch Padarthi Asadi War every night, starting from sunset till sunrise in single betak, playing the saranda. He was a grand warrior, as noted by Baba Sham Singh, as I mentioned. He did Panch Padarthi as Sukhmana, for example. Sukhmani also would be sung along. Chavi Sukhmani de Ashtpade. So that's how it was done. For example, Chavi Shabad, for example, would come. Chavi Chant ho gaye, Chavi Ashtpadi ho gaye, like that. So there's it's a romance, Bani hai, jidi gaon changi hai. And so who's the next BBS? Oh, come on. Hundreds of years of knowledge has come down to you. Yes, that's true. What are you currently doing to ensure that this knowledge is properly passed on to the next generation and protected after you? Well, I'm an archivist. So the thing, so ask me, maybe you can ask me a question. You have BBS, you've stereo matched Schweppes MK41 and CMC6 capsules. Whoa, they cost a few thousands of dollars. Or you have Earthworks QTC50 stereo matched pair. Man, now that's cool. Oh, you got Charter Oaks S600 and S538 stereo matched pair microphones. Man, your microphones are a few tens of thousands of dollars. Whoa. You've got an ADC2 by Daniel Weiss, who's sent it specially for you, gave you a distributor's discount. Or you got AX24 DAD for digital audio Denmark. Man, you got transparent audio cables that cost $1,700 per meter. Whoa. Yet you've never published your singing. WTF's up, man. What's happening? So the thing is that it's a proof enough that I've been dedicated to conservation, that I renounced my career. I have not come to make a career. I'm a renunciate. I renounced my career, my ambitions and my aspirations, because I saw that I had to travel across South Asia to so many elders, especially in Punjab at that time. I was running, stayed 2 weeks with Bhai Arjan Singh Tarangad, another 2 weeks with my younger granduncle, another week, 10 days with my elder granduncle, another 10 days with, searching Gary Darshan Singh, who's a Jetha student of Mia Kadar Baksh and so on and so forth. So I worked with so many elders at the time. Idea was, Gary Harbhajan Singh I discovered in the winter of 92, 93. And then I made the instruments under his guidance. I refused joining the Jatha, politely, of course, very, very apologetically, in front of my, Pai Avtar Singh, my younger granduncle, who 93 requested my elder granduncle, because again, tehzeeb, protocol, he would not directly talk to me because his elder brother is there. So the decision, there was a meeting, then my elder granduncle, by Gurcharan Singh, called me. He says, Ki kar rahe hain Baldeep? I said, Pidaji, whatever you say, I'll be doing exactly that. He says, then you come immediately. I went there. He said that Avatar came, and he said that he is desirous of having you join the Jatha. You must immediately go to him, and I've given the permission, and I grant you the permission to join the Jatha. I said, Pidaji, thank you very much, sir. I will go immediately. And I was like, flummoxed. I was like, whoa, that's a surprise. So I went and met my younger granduncle, touched his feet, and he hugged me and blessed me. And then he said that, Beta, what do you think of this? I said, but Pidaji, I'm doing research. And for the first time, I shared with him that I was traveling to so many places. What did my granduncle do? He did not get upset. He said, Beta, I didn't know you were doing so much research. And he opened his arms, opened his wings, and I drowned in them. He says, Beta, shabash, you have my blessings. Go and work hard. I'm so proud of you. So a renunciate is like that. I said that if I'm doing research, if I'm studying with Bhai Singh Tarangat and so on and so forth, that means if I'm taking the responsibility as Jatha, then I cannot be leaving every second, third day to go there. So you will be missing your Sathi. You will be always wanting to find a replacement, a temporary replacement where I'll be running right, left, and center. And for the first time, my younger granduncle understood in '93 what exactly I was up to. So I don't know, in the sense, who's the next BBS. I don't know if you don't have 27 elders that you have to rush to. So that kind of a BBS you don't need. We need, I'm looking for, you see, one has to be very conservative. I'm looking for about 4, 5, 6 people whom I can mentor, but people who can dedicate them. They can be engineers, doctors, whatever they want. Let's dedicate maybe 1 or 2 hours. And you say that nothing is, I'm not wasting any time of my life, but I'm going to be, investing time and energy and resources to work hard. So about 4, 5, 6 singers, 4, 5, 6 percussionists, 4, 5, 6 rabab players, 4, 5, 6 haranda players, 4, 5, 6 pakhawi players, like that, about 55, 60 people if I can mentor. That's, I think, that will be the first generation of the next masters. Then it's game on. Then it's game on. So right now we need to raise resources. The reason I've started Patreon page, because I need to hire. There's hundreds and hundreds. I mean, few, not hundreds, but it will be over maybe a couple, 2,000-3,000 hours of audio, visual recordings, a few 100,000 photos, that need to be digitized, analyzed, cataloged, and edited, and so on and so forth. I'm ready to start an animation film firm. The music, I've recovered the music of the gurus, etc. The narratives, I'm a storyteller of a very fine kind. I'm a poet, I'm a writer, etc. So the kind of work, but I need to raise resources. I need funding for that, and I can put together, leave behind a legacy of animation film, history telling, and storytelling, which is not dependent on any other, which will be written and spoken from a Gursikh perspective and interpretation of Bhai. I mean, there's so much that I don't want to give ideas out in the open, because it's important to do things rightly. I've been a witness to many people taking ideas, but they don't know how to do it on their own. For example, I'm the forgotten co-founder of the Interfaith Studies at Guru Nanak Dev University. The division of languages of Guru Granth Sahib, that's my idea. Luthiery, instrument making, is my idea. The travels of Guru Nanak, but with a difference, is my idea. Archives is my idea, right? The division of, they call it divine music. It should have been Gurbani Sangeet. That was my idea. 5 out of 8 are my ideas. The Vice Chancellor is running around claiming that as if he's, pretending as if he's the sole founder. So again, another idea is taken. Right. So I said, all right, you try to do whatever you want to do. It's all right. But out of the $80-90 million grant given by the government of India, imagine about, 5/8 of that would not have come but for my ideas. So like that. Right now, I think we need to raise a bit of resources So consolidation and analysis of all the document research that is done. I need to be able to hire a research assistant, a publication assistant, a video editing, an audio restoration person. There's so much of audio restoration work that needs to be done. I need to be able to hire, for example, a Luthri guys, because, as I said, I'm a persecuted fellow. All the instruments, the saranda that I made, handcrafted for Guru Amar Das is missing, rababs, etc. All of this work needs to be done. Instruments worth about $129,000, not 30, but $128,000 or $129,000 are all missing, thrown away, maybe in a gutter or somewhere. I don't know, maybe in Bias by the cops before I reached, even at the request of the chief minister to come back. And that's what the local politicians, Nafte Chima, they're not gonna be scot-free. All that's another chapter. But we need to raise resources to be able to, for example, maintenance of renting softwares annually. That takes money. To as I said, hiring the team requires money. Safekeep of look at the destruction that happened at the Killa in Sultanpur Lodi. 4.5 years I ran the conservatory there. A miracle. It's a miraculous story. People are shocked, from poetry festivals to theater to singing, children, underserved kids, studying ancient traditions without a fee, because Vidya is received. When you set up an institution, if you have money, you give to the foundation, you add to the corpus, that gives. But any underserved kid, a kid from an underserved family or from an extraordinarily privileged family, they must come with the realization that they are equals in the studying together under the same roof, etc., etc. So we need to make sure that all the information that has been gathered and collated is safe kept in at least 3 different locations in the world. So all of that is required. And so there are tangible assets, there are intangible assets, and I don't know how long I live. So I really, that's a part of the answer. It's not in my might to say, how I can pass on the knowledge. What if I die tonight, So there goes woof, as Manpreet Singh Badal at that. And when he was, respectful and friendly and not an adversary, he used to say, Paisa, Punjab needs you for 40 years and you need to work 24/7, and drive carefully, because if you, if you go, Punjab wouldn't even know what has been lost. So that's Manpreet Badal, for example, about 10, 12 years back. So that's a kind of estimations these people have done, but then they don't meet up. They're just politicians with political ambitions and dreams to chase, and they're not interested in the safekeep of, in recovery of the Guru endowed assets and sustenance of those assets. So I hope my praise, my prayer at the feet of Parampur Parmeswara and Guru Nanak Guru Parmeswara is that may some of the finest minds of the Guru Darbar and the Gursikh order be inspired to become custodians, the next generation of custodians, and ruthless custodians, the perfect naksaras. Because without that, that courage, you cannot be custodians. You can't be pliable dolls and docile animals. It doesn't work like that. All right, 16. Can you explain the Malayalam singing a few parting of a war after singing Shabad in a rag? Well, you heard it done with Basant and Kannada. Was it done with all the ragas that had Vara? Parting of a war after singing a Shabad in a rag. Well, it is not necessary. Shabads singing in between, when you're singing a var, in between you could pause and sing a Shabad if there was, for example, a context. If it is to do with man, koi gawe ragi nadi bedi bopaan, for example, is there, you could sing, bring in napija ragi nadi bed, in between, even if it is in Asadiwal. So people matched Bani, it was supplements were brought in from within Bani or Dasam Bani and sung. So at times they would sing just simple Asadiwar or any other war. or at times they would, if they were feeling like, they would start singing a Shabad. There was no rule as such. It was a very, very sovereign and very, very federal kind of a structure, if I may. Was it done the way that I think is there? As a tabla player, should we and can we also learn Rag Kirtan alongside? Is there a minimum we should know about Gurmat Sangeet? Well, I hope that you would stop using the term Gurmat Sangeet. If you talk of Gurmat Sangeet, really, I know, I'm the one who knows about Gurmat Sangeet, about the music of the 10 Gurus. I have original compositions in singing from all the Gurus that sang. So those who talk of Gurmat Sangeet, they've never actually demonstrated a single composition that actually belonged to the Gurus. It will be like calling Baldeep music as Gurmat Sangeet, Baldeep Sangeet as Gurmat Sangeet. So likewise, they should be actually classified as Javanti Sangeet or Gurnam Sangeet or Qatar Sangeet or Dayal Sangeet, etc. That would be more accurate aspect. It's like selling something in the name of Gurmat Sangeet doesn't make it Gurmat Sangeet. Tabla, I think we need to stop playing tabla. We need to pick up Jodi and Pakhavat. That's it. There's nothing in a tabla. There's nothing. I've played everything, right? I'm a ruthless percussionist. Some of you know, some of the compositions are very, very unique, and Jodi is the complete percussion instrument as taught by Bhai Singh Tarangar. He was a grammarian too. He was not just a very stylistic tabla player or a Jodi or Pakhavaj player who just knew a few bowls. He was an exegete. He was a grandmaster. And not a guy who knew a few tens of or hundreds of compositions, a few thousand compositions. He was much more than that. And the Saath, Jat and Gat, there are three evolutions of percussion. And Jodi as an instrument is the one on which you play all three of them. Tabla only plays the third, which is the Gat. Pakhavaj only plays the first two, which is Saath and the Jat. But it is still absolute and complete. You don't really need the Gat as such in the ancient systems of playing. And but as an instrument, it evolved, etc., etc. So yes, in the pedagogy, we teach all the percussionists and singers together. A percussionist, a Pakhavji, or as Baba Sham Singh writes, Jodi Mridangiye, the one who plays the Jodi Mridang or Jodi Pakhavaj. Kadha Pakhavji is how my Chacha Swaran Singh is known in my village, or used to be known in my village. Now, the generation who knew him is all gone. The youngsters who have no idea about Parampara and all that. But my street was called Ragana Malla. Ragawali, the street of Ragas, was the name of the street of my family in the village. A singer who's a good percussionist would be a good singer. A percussionist who knows very well how to sing would be a great percussionist. So they are very, very, they're complementary factors. A string player also likewise should know what a rag is to be able to sing and also be able to play percussion. Otherwise, you're not really a kirtaniya. Being a kirtaniya is much more unique than being a musician or a classical musician. They are more like specializations. But here we have to learn everything. We have to become proficient. How many Gurbani Sangeet grandmasters or elders still exist? Well, Well, when we talk of Gurbani Sangeet, I think they're all gone now. For example, Professor Kartar Singh is a contemporary musician, right? Just because they're singing Gurbani doesn't make them Gurbani Sangeet masters. They are very, very important. In fact, I spoke with him at length the other day. On Patreon, I have shared that recording of that conversation, and we discussed several things. It's about 1/4 to 2 hours of a record, informal. I'm just sitting, and that's why I've not made it public as such. So he is composing his own stuff. His publications are his own. He doesn't have much repertoire of the past. So that's a contemporary grandmaster, which is very important. And as I said, that he could have made a much bigger name in the country, in the world, if he had just spent all his time in composing new khayal, non-Gurbani compositions. But we must always honor the fact that he has dedicated himself to composing music. He is among the most important contemporary composers. But the original masters are all gone, sadly. I do not, as of now, off the cuff, I'm not recalling anybody who's actually a master. There are many who have been associated with the last masters. For example, my cousin, he's my uncle, but just 4 or 5 years older to me, maybe 6, Bhai Baldeep Singh. So he's the son of a grand Gurbani Sangeet master, but I wouldn't call him as a grandmaster, but he's someone who is associated. Like, I'm a custodian, I'm a grammarian, so I don't know what to call myself, but I have been honed and taught by the last remaining masters. In fact, I went in search of them. That was the difference, because I came with a mandate to conserve, to recover. So I was not here just to learn from my elders and just to make a name, fame, or make a jatha. As I was mentioning, that I've got such technology at home, but I've not had the time. I've utilized them for documentation rather than publicizing myself or consuming my own knowledge, etc. I've not had the time yet. Maybe in the near future, with the new setup that I'm doing now, I'll be able to take time out, because my granduncle, Bhai Sahib Gurcharan Singh, died 3 years ago at the age of 102. And I'm missing all of my elders. They've got so many questions and to ask of them, if they remember this composition or that pada, etc., etc. I miss them. Many times, every now and then, I'm in melancholy. I miss them very much. But then I shared with you, sometimes when I find a marble and I realize, oh gosh, I have a memory of this. So that keeps my Ranja Raji, and I have a few days of extraordinary joy. Was there a tradition of singing kirtan with dholki shane since Guru period? Well, dholak is a later instrument, the way we see it. So dholak in the times, there were many. Mardal, for example, was there, and duff, for example, was there. There were many percussion instruments, and they were very difficult. They were not easy. Duff, for example, was also played on the rabab. People don't know. Okay, I'm publicly mentioning it today for the first time. The leather on the rabab was also used. Playing techniques, because I specialize in recovering the playing techniques. Chane, there's many miniatures, for example, from very old miniatures. Paisa Bagnia's 1733 AD Janam Sakhi has a miniature which I've documented, digitized, which has manjira or kansiya, the cymbals being played along with the rabab. So kansiya is in fact, when I curated a festival called Laya Darshan, Revealing the Riches of Indian Rhythm in 2005 at the India Habitat Center, I had invited Pandit Tejpal Bhardwaj from Vrindavan. He played Chartal solo on cymbals. Imagine. I should maybe, I'll put it on Patreon. Again, digitization will have to be done. Some stuff that there's a lot of stuff, as I said, that which slowly I'm going to be putting things there. So yes, I mean, the instrument that I wouldn't call dholki shane. Chane khartal kar kartal pakhavaj nano mathe vajar baba. So Tal, Chane, Guru Gobind Singh Maharaj's work in Sarlo Granth and Dasam Bani, there's a mention of the Ghungru. In Guru Nanak's Bani, there is Ghungru, Tal, Ghungru, etc. So many instruments. It's not as bland as we think it is. It's very, very rich culture at that time. So Chane as they exist today may not have existed at that time. These are made new modern kind of constructs. Okay, 20. I've heard that singing Gurbani in Rag with devotion and true admiration for Vaheguru I've heard that singing Gurbani and Rag with devotion and true admiration of Vaheguru, just how can you gain boons, powers from being a Brahm Gyani or deeply in Bhakti? You can also gain it from Kirtan. For example, singing doesn't cause flowers to bloom. Is this true, or should not be talked about or thought of because it may affect your worthiness? I think these are important questions. It's nothing good or bad in this. I think why wouldn't you ask, or why wouldn't even I ask a question? And I would quip, my own elder sometimes. They said, "Yaar, tusi jara मेघ गा के मी बरसा दे हो." So the most important thing is that the raga should have an impact on the mind. It is as a Gursikh master, you don't fiddle with hukam. You wouldn't, as a musician, many people say, "Oh, I'm a musician, so I'm going to show I can read." I mean, but we've been taught with a lot of care, that we mustn't interfere with hukam. If it is drought, so be it. We will. Jo nar dukh mein sukh nahi manna hai. Sukh sneha aur bhay nahi jaake kanchana mati manna hai. Kanchana mati manna is what? That you see an orchard totally wilted and dried, and an orchard bounteous and full of life as the same, right? Not that you would deliberately cause plants to wilt, that you would be, not take care of them. But it's life. If it is natural, a disaster or a happening, you are very calm. You're a witness, but a responsible witness. So I can share. There are some instances, but one with singing, especially from the cats, very, very ferocious cats of my student, Sri Seva Kaur, who now lives in Boston. She's an American Sikh. She used to be in Brooklyn. So the story is from Brooklyn. She had cats who were very unfriendly, especially with strangers. I mean, with anybody, even with who were at home. So I was singing Meg while teaching her, and a cat which is very unfriendly, she said something, and I said, "Oh, that's a Reza," and I imitated her voice, and she came and started hugging me as I was singing. As long as I would sing, she would come and sit in my lap, etc. When I would stop singing, she would be shocked and she would run away. But there's, I don't know if there's an audio of that, because whether I was teaching sometimes audio recorders were there. I know that for certain there was no video recorder. But I was with Dominique de Villeneuve, one of the finest cello players of the world from France. And he has a cello from the 18th century, which the Bank of Paris had purchased for him for about, I don't know what, $450,000 in 1999 or something, 98 or something. Imagine what would it be? What would be its value now? He was, in fact, you can look at him at in the Batak, one of the Bataks. I've already conversed with him in one of the Yarnath Virtual Batak series melas. Gulmet, his wife, is a sculptor, and I'm in their farm in where it's about maybe 2 hours, maybe 1.5 hours from Paris, down south. And they had a dog, a she dog, and she was again not good with strangers. I mean, she would not bite or bark, but she would be afraid and shy. She would remain away. And if anybody came by, she would snarl. She would sort of roar, but not bark. She, of course, being a dog trained not to snarl, in the sense not to show teeth as such. She would not want to attack, but she would remain away, like miles away. So I'm playing the Jodi Pakhavaj, and I'm playing a particular chant. And the moment me and Dominique are working on Bach's Suite number 3 in C, and he's playing cello Bach without any change, and I'm playing Pakhavaj of Darbar Sahib. So that's the experiment we're doing. We never sort of performed, but because I never went back, I was busy, got busy with conservation, etc. Maybe now I'll work with him soon. So he said, I have to take a call. I have an appointment. We had been working on that piece for some time, and he went out, to his office in his farm only, but it was a big farm. So he went to his office, and I'm in the free time. My Jodi is tuned well, and it's sounding well, beautiful. And then I'm in a mood, good mood, very fine mood, and I start playing a pattern. So Gulmet, his wife, sculptor wife, is at the dining table watching. She's also enjoying there. The moment I start the pattern, the dog, she is walking briskly towards me from the other room, tail wagging. I can now even see with my eyes closed the drishya. She's looking at me as if I'm a long lost friend who just arrived, and she's not whining, nothing. She's just happy and as if in a trance. She comes and, sort of shoulder pushes me, rubs on my left side and her shoulder. And I stopped playing, just enjoying it. But I was like surprised. I said, oh, what happened to this dog? And the moment I stopped, she immediately sort of was surprised. Where the heck am I? Kind of a look. And she nearly ran back into the other room, towards the other room, because just when she was about to leave the room, it's a big, it's a farmhouse, a very big room. As she was about to step into through the door, I started playing the same pattern where I'd left, and she stopped. And she turned back, tail wagging, walks towards me the same way, rubs on my back, on the side, and then I stop again. And she said, oh, where am I? She again rushes back. And the third time I start playing when she's near the door, and I do not stop. So she comes back and places her head on my thigh, left thigh, and she is like totally drowned in what all she's feeling. And I do not now bother about her, continue to play. And Gulmet says, wow, you've become her master. And friends, this entire sequence is recorded because my VX2000 Sony camera was rolling at that time. This entire sequence is recorded. So talking of the mind, as I said, the most important thing is the mind. So from the cats to the dogs, at least I've seen. So I'm sure I know about me. I know what happened to me when my granduncle was singing. I said, oh, Lattu, this is it. This is amazing. So life changed for me. So it means that my mind is totally imbued, and I keep busy. Look, now it's been a few hours since we're talking, and I'm just talking about the parampara. You can have me speak about Guru's parampara for, I wouldn't even sleep, because even with the Yarnat Bedak, I've gone 57 hours and some minutes without a break, without a blink, without a sleep, when I just started the series at the beginning. So I'm a marathon runner. I am an old warrior breed. We don't care. Guru ਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਤੇ ਤਾਂ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਮਰਜੀ ਲੈ ਜਾਓ ਲੱਟੂ ਹੈਗੇ ਅਸੀਂ, like total bonkers in that. So it's a mind, friends. It's a mind. Causing rain is a lesser impact. it is the mind. Sajjan Thug became a Sajjan, and no longer was a Thug, became a Sadhu, listening to one song of Guru Sahib. That's the impact. That's the real flow of what the rain of nectar within. The burning of the ego and the vices, that's the real Deepak, which can destroy and burn out all the vices from within, and so on and so forth. So I hope that addresses, even if not to the extent that you may have seen. Well, there is another anecdote told by Nihang Singh to Sardar Joginder Singh Bhasin, who died just a few months back, whose daughter Sarabjit Bhasin was my NCC in the National Cadet Corps. She was my colleague, and we did a lot of music together, and I would take compositions out and teach her, and her dad and I would sometimes play the tabla or the dilruba, and she would compete in competitions in Chandigarh. And Sardar Joginder Singh Bhasin was honored by the SGPC as well, because the post-partition, he's the one who worked for the SGPC, is the one, when we say Jina Guru Ta Manu Gurdwaਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੰਥ ਤੋਂ ਵਿਛੋੜਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਸੰਭਾਲ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਬਖਸ਼ੋ. These lines were added by Sardar Joginder Singh Bhasin. He was a very, very knowledgeable kirtaniya and a very, very devoted Dilruba player himself. And he showed me the first tricks of bow playing, etc., as he studied from the old masters from before partition. I've documented that again. So there was a Nihang Singh who told of a story of Baba Jwala Singh, my great-great uncle, when he was asked about Rag Deepak. And he sang, Baba Jwala Singh sang Deepak. And he says that it was extraordinary cold weather at the time, late December, early January. And he says that everybody present removed their jackets. It was such heat. And after doing the alap, he says that I will only sing alap, not the compositions, because if I continue now, it will not be good for you, not good for me either. That's what was shown by Baba Jwala Singh, as told to me by Sardar Joginder Singh Bhasin. And it was a Nihang Jathidar and few others. It was a Sadhu Nihang, who was a very, very grand master in Gurbani and Bhakti. And so there are tales like that. Bhai Dal Singh Lasara, another grand master whose village I visited, because he was part of the Trinity, Gursikh Trinity of singers who never lost. Bhai Dal Singh of Lasara, Bhai Batan Singh of Meli village, and Baba Jwala Singh. These are the three Sikhs who never lost a duel. And all of the big Khasabs and Panditjis you think of in history in Hindustani music, when these three masters would go to the kingdoms to sing on occasions, all of these Khasabs and Panditjis would sit in awe and say, Tan Bhai Dal Singh, Tan Bhai Batan Singh, and Tan Bhai Jwala Singh, Tan Bhai Jwala Singh, like that. So this was another level of singing. Sadly, the Sikhs have not seen that level of singing and playing in decades now. So where we go. All right. And talking of Basant and flowers to bloom, Bhai Dal Singh Lasara's legend in the village Lasara is that when when people asked him the question, he was blind, and he asked white sheets to be placed behind him and people to guard, look for anything. And when he sang Basant, there were massive, big saffron and orange spots that formed on the white sheet. And Baba Pratap Singh Namdhari Darbar came to village Lasara and took the sheets. He says, give me the seva of these sheets. That is the legend in the village. And the elders whom I documented way back in the late 90s, those who were witness as children were who told that Baba Pratap Singh had come and taken the sheets they had given. Like that. So there are many, many legends. Number 21, what was proper Jodi played? When was proper Jodi played or proper Kirtan done last at Darbar Sahib? Well, it's been decades now. Even, Penny Saab, for example, lost the instrument. The last bit was when, but I've seen some people. Maharaj Veer Singh and I were very close. He was very kind. He had studied from some of my elders. and he would write to me, letters of compositions. Some of them have survived still because of the transfers and shiftings and so on and so forth. Some which I've not been able to trace. He would write compositions he studied from many of my elders, and some from Bhai Nasira as well that he studied from. He would pass on to me. And so he was adept at playing the Jodi Pakhawaj. Bhai Nihal Singh was a Gursikh, so he would go there and teach, but he's from the Gursikh order. But again, the repertoire was not, at least things were already gone by the time. So he was very old, and his youth times are not, at least there are no recordings as such. Bhai Mohinder Singh, the younger brother of Bhai Baldeep Singh, used to play the Jodi, but again, it was more like what I call as token. Most of these guys have played as token. For example, in my experience, a person who's fully versed with an instrument never leaves the instrument. So if you have only a superficial understanding of an instrument of Jodi, for example, then those people have somehow left it and not played it, not found worth in it. It's because the education was never fully undertaken. Tokenism is there, that okay, I have a few compositions here and there, and if I play, people say wow, and some clapping happens, some accolades are come one's way, but that's different than actually representing the entire system of an instrument. Singing, for example, stopped. Very few. A few chartals would be sung, some dhamars would be sung, and so on and so forth. Fortunately, by way of the vision and concern for documentation that was shown by Baba Bir Singh and Baba Jagjit Singh, there are some recordings of Baba Bir Singh singing, and you can see the young Pinky or even Ustad Nihal Singh playing at times, even Maharaj Bir Singh playing. So those are some of the evidence where even if it is towards the end, the last times that it was actually played in full, before Banaras, Tabla, etc., comes in and starts to overshadow and suddenly becomes Sikh, as if Punjab somehow lacked. Punjab is the mother and daddy, mommy and daddy of all systems. But that somehow changed it all. And tabla became, and tama became small, and a little bit of atta here and there, and the poda was always tabla, and chanti came, and then chanti went, and even the right hand was only the tabla hand, dhadu, dheta, etc. would be played only with the tabla hand. Even now it is being played. So when I come in towards the late 80s and early 90s, I bring in the open thap and the tama, the size of the instruments, which people around the world are now following, which I feel I'm glad that people are at least following that, and I'm glad that I've been able to make that much of an introduction and contribution as such to set the pace to make this instrument shake again. That some of the biggest names are now, taking pride in playing, even if they have fully undergone education or not, how much they know or not, at least they're playing it. So I'm glad that I've been able to make that contribution and also provide for a vocation to, it's a social, sort of socio-economic contribution as well. So many careers have been made, from makers to actually players, even teachers, people who sometimes have not even studied are now the Jodi teachers and so on and so forth. So, but it's all, as you say, when the initially when the earth forms, waters are muddied or sometimes even acidic. So my kind of people who are protagonists of the parampara, we wait for the waters to settle down. There's no hurry. It's all right. There are enough wonderful people who are doing some very serious study. Sagar, for example, is here. He's been studying. He just the other day he was singing a very, very scintillating, paramparic composition. So there are youngsters in your midst who are learning the parampara, and I'm passing on with great hope for the future. Darbar Sahib, I think 50s, 60s. There's a recording, very, very important recording of Bhai Santa Singh, the father of Bhai Baldeep Singh. But again, the repertoire is again limited because, of course, his sons, he had made Bhai Balbir and Bhai Mohinder Singh, and they were all made students of Bhai Arjun Singh Tarangar. They're all my Guru Bhais actually. So by way of my Pakawaj relationship with Bhai Arjun Singh Tarangar, even my granduncles are my classmates. I'm the youngest classmate of all of these folks. Because of my relation, my pagdi being with Bhai Arjun Singh Tarangar. And he was like the universal teacher to everybody. People have forgotten. Before partition, he was the daddy of everything. When he would step into the parkarma, be it any rababi, be it anybody, they would want to just leave, escape from playing because they don't know what, I'm going to lose my reputation now. Tarangar is going to watch and he will think I'm nobody, I'm nothing. Like that. So there were some extraordinary good Sikh masters. When my grand teacher, Bhai Arjun Singh Tarangar and Bhai Harnam Singh Thatteriwala's teacher, that's my Taya Ustad, but Baba Harnam Singh of Jammu Court, when he would come, there were others who would play at Harwalab and all that. Everybody else would get up. Only Baba Harnam Singh would play alone. Nobody would match with him. Just because Sikh, nobody wants to remember the stories because it's not about their own teachers. They would sit down and listen to him. So that was the kind of hierarchy of excellence. 22. If old masters were so open to sharing Vidya without getting seva done, first, how come the Vidya did not transfer? Well, partition of India played havoc, my friends. It was not about seva done in the sense there were people who took money. There were others who had the Guru Shishya Parampara where the youngsters would come and stay with them. And they grew as children of the family, of the household. So there was a very organic structure that has to be understood. And we must not underestimate the destruction that happened post Ranjit Singh, the post Sikh Raj, from the annexation of the British time, when the entire support system was disbanded. Then the British strategy of, because they were not, only 3 months were bad, but the entire vilification of the Gurdwara process where the Mahants, the Deras, which were Nirmalas and Udasis and other masters, they were boards of learning, they were all disbanded. And everything died very soon after. And then partition happens. Whatever was left, that was destroyed immediately after. And petty politicians are ruling the roost. They have no idea about parampara. So Vidya did not transfer for there many, many socio-cultural, socio-political reasons why that has happened like that. Gagan, number 23, says, how do you categorize? Oh, I see. Gagan is just taking note of these questions. I was wondering, Gagan must be an extraordinary scholar writing so many questions. But I wish I had known who are the authors of these questions. That would have been proper. I would have acknowledged, I would love to acknowledge the authors of these questions and talk to them directly. Anyway, 23. How do you categorize AKJ Kirtan? Is it okay that they don't use ragas but still sing Kirtan with devotion and love? Well, that's a tricky question because it is supposing quite a bit. And there was Paunta wale Babaji hunde Sikh. Paunta wale Babaji. I think Ben Singh or something, what was his name? And he would come to Chandigarh to the Air Force Gurdwara. Dad was in the Air Force. So he would come, and R.P. Singh, uncle used to be there, he was from the AKJ. And I have played entire nights tabla. Okay, you've seen my seminar. I'm already like since 9:30. It's already going to be 3:30. It's going to be 6 hours soon, right? And So they're compositions which you think and I think that they are. Um, we think that they are not rags, but they're all in rag. For example, let me see if I'm still up and running. Grab some water. I see what is wrong. I've got the AC coming directly at my feet. That's the reason. The draft is coming here. Let me just. Okay, now it should be okay. And Mr. Mosquito, don't come near me. I'm going to kill you. So let's see. Yeah, no. Just a minute, my cat is wanting to go. Disturbing Mauritius. मन प्यारिया ए मन प्यारिया ए मन प्यारिया ए मन प्यारिया. Let's see. आए मन प्यारिया ए मन प्यारिया ए मन प्यारिया ए मन प्यारिया तू सदा सच संभाले तू सदा सच संभाले तू सदा सच संभाले ये मन प्यारिया ये मन प्यारिया ए हो कुटुंब तुझे देखदा ए हो कुटुंब तुझे देखदा चलना ही तेरे नाले चलना ही तेरे नाले ए हो कुटुंब तुझे देखदा ए हो कुटुंब तुझे देख ए हो कुटुंब कुटुंब तुझे देखता. Trying to recall this. For example, this is a composition. You think this is not Iran? This is Asa Kafi. Ba-da-doo, 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 ba-da-doo. Nakti ko anagana, ba-da-doo, ba-da-doo. So these compositions are where. Look at this one. Oh, this is very beautiful. Let me grab some water for me. जपती तू ही रसना जपती तू ही रसना जपती तू ही तू ही तू ही तू ही तू ही रसना जपती तू ही आया रसना जपती तू ही रसना जपती तू ही मात गर्भ तुम ही प्रतिपालक मृत मंडल एक तू ही मृत मंडल एक तू ही रसना जपती तू ही these are मोहे ना बिसारो मैं जन तेरा मोहे ना बिसारो मैं जन तेरा मोहे ना बिसारो मोहे ना बिसारो मैं जन तेरा 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 राम गोसैया राम गोसैया जी के जीवना राम गोसैया जी के जीवना मोहे ना बिसारो मैं जन तेरा मोहे ना बिसारो मैं जन तेरा मोहे ना बिसारो मैं जन तेरा मेरी संगत पोच सोच दिन राती मेरी संगत पोच सोच दिन राती मेरा कर्म कुटिलता जन्म को भाती मोहे ना बिसारो. Does it sound familiar? These are all, for example, Rag Asa Kafi. This is part of the third volume I'm writing. So this volume I'm writing is very important because many compositions which are sung by people, but they don't know that they all belong to a rag or another. So the other is that what has become, what I sometimes usually hear, there are some old dhuns which I can recognize, but then there is also a decline as the Darbar Sahib's music has declined. music within the Akhand Kirtani Jatha folks has also declined. As I mentioned, that Paudasa Wale Babaji would come, he would want me to sing, for example, he was extraordinarily happy when I gave my flying up. He was a old Sathi of Bhai Sahab, Ranveer Singh. And he would be overjoyed, and he would give preference to someone who would sing the Bani and Ragas. So this is a new thing which I've seen, as if people who have people who somehow even at times even allergic to the idea of raga. But this is all even in the Gursikh, the mainstream Gursikh fold. Also, there are people who think as if rag singing is a crime, that it's not necessary, etc., etc. But the old order, I'm reminded of one of the greatest Sikhs in my lifetime is Bhai Sahab Joginder Singh Talwara. People who witnessed my talk on Rag Maru in 2003 at the Guru Nanak University, he was in the audience. I'm humbled even to remember what how he dealt with me outside the auditorium. And I was coming in and he was leaving outside, and others who would be present with him, there were many people. He was full of vairag because he knew my elders. So there was that nostalgia. He knew about my great grand uncle, and I have some regret from that conversation, and that's an intimate one, and I know that you will all understand and agree with my sense of sadness. He said, with tears in his eyes, with such an extraordinary embrace, and I had spoken about on Rag Maru, etc., what all I said in the talk, which is again recorded by the Guru Nanak University. Professor Balwant Singh Tillon was the host. His mentor and guide, Dr. Noel King, was there, who got up after my talk. I was still on the stage. He got up and looked to the filled auditorium and said, "You Sikhs should forget about Karl Marx. You've got Baldeep Singh." He shouted at them. So there was a kind of very beautiful. Every elder was very kind. They were very kind towards what I had to share from the Guru's memories and narratives. And Bhai Sahab Joginder Singh Talwara said, with virag in his eyes, says, "Please, tomorrow you have to sing at the Darbar Sahib." And I said that, but I can sing, but at that time, Pinky had played with me at the auditorium afterwards with me. And I think Bank of Punjab had sponsored the concert because Pinky had to be paid, and it was paid from the money which Bank of Punjab had contributed. So, and I said that I'm willing to come and sing, but who will play the percussion with me? And he said that we'll give you a tabla player, etc. I said, but if I come, I'm waiting for the day when it's like, and I said it's like Bari Barsi Khatne Gyasi Khatke Ki Anda. You traveled away in foreign lands for 12 years and you've come back after 12 years. What have you brought with you? What have you earned? What kind of a man you've become? Tell us, the village would ask. So I said, I'm waiting for the day when Sahib Sri Guru Ramdas would finally accept my humble singing and say, "Ha, Barkhurdar, come, now you've become capable of singing here." So I'm still waiting for that time. But then I'm all alone in my conservation work. If I come and sing, I want to sing the originals of Guru Ramdas. I have my own romance with the Guru's place. My ancestor Bhai Sadharan and his sons were the ones who built. I have a very, very romantic association with all the Guru Dhams. The last seva which Guru Arjan Dev blessed my grand ancestor Bhai Sadharan, very old one in his 90s, was the forming of the new Kartarpur, where seva, the last anecdote which Bhai Khan Singh Nab also writes and others have written, is that. So I said I have a very intimate relationship with the place, but I'm in it's work in progress. So I know how to sing, but now there are new rules that you have to be Amritdhari to be able to play. So I said, I cannot bring Pinky or somebody who can play, but they are not Amritdharis, and I can sing alone. You can have some of the tabla players, etc., who can count if they want to, but I can sit alone and sing. But otherwise, it'll have to be some time until the next generation of percussion masters, percussive maestros would be, would be born. And then maybe if I'm still alive and kicking, and if Guru Maharaj would give me a very dear bonus, who would say that, yes, boy, I endorse and I accept your seva, but now I also grant you some time to be able to sing here. So I said, that was can you imagine one of the last conversations I had with him. So point is that if what was I singing? I was singing Rag Maru and other examples and things that I sang. If he would not be in and he knew about compositions, can you imagine this memory of Baba Jwala Singh singing this composition, and Paisa Ranveer Singh, instead of khartala, with his hands raised, playing as kadas, 2 arms, kadas on kada. That's the clang, clang, kada, kada. Tar tadak, kad kadak. That sound you can imagine in Mast Birha. You see tears flowing, eyes closed, and Gurubaho, and singing with Baba Jwala Singh, my big uncle is there, Bhai Arjun Singh Tarangur is on the jodi, my elder grand uncle, Bhai Gurjal Singh on the jodi. Oh my goodness, what memories elders have given. And look at this composition. It says, Lal Cholana Tatan Soya. Imagine all of them sitting together, and imagine 9 months they're together in the Nabba jail on one side. I think, what was his name? Kaur Singh, Tina Sunara, Paisa Ranveer Singh in one corner, Baba Jwala Singh, my great grandmother, in the other corner. And 9 months they're singing, and dare any British soldier, nobody would come. They would run a pokhartal, said, we don't want your food, we'll have our own food. They said, once they're hungry, they'll all dance. Weeks went by without food, and then the British relented and they would allow the samagri of langar to come, and they'll cook themselves and eat. Otherwise, they're sitting in 3 corners, and the British and the others, all these corners are frightened of these 3 elderly Gursikhras. Look at this. Tan chole na soya lal, chole na soya tan chole na. Chole na soya lal, chole na soya tan chole na soya lal, surjan bhani pyare, surjan bhani pyare, surjan bhani, daman mohya cholna soya tan cholna soya lal, cholna soya tan cholna. kavan baniri, kavan baniri teri lali, kavan baniri teri lali, kavan raung kavan raung tu bhai gulali, surjan bhani pyare, surjan bhani pyare, surjan bhani daman mohya chulna soya tadan chulna soya lal chulna soya tadan chulna. Another one I'm reminded of, even now Paisa Baldeep Singh would play the kada. Kade bajane wale apne. Look at this one. This is it. Another one from the memory of those grandmasters together. The entire British Sultanate in Punjab would tremble at the Didar. Sadke, sadke, Hare Gagare Sadha, Abama Gare Gama, Gare Sadka Kalyan, Sadke, 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 tena gur se ka, sadke, 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 tena gur se ka, Satgur no mil aap gavaya, Satgur no mil aap gavaya, Aum sadke, trying to recall as well. Aum sadke tina gur se ka, Aum sadke tina gur se ka, Karan udasi andar maya, Karan udasi andar maya, Aum sadke tina gur. My voice is all dead. Aum sadke tina gur se ka, Aum sadke tina gur se ka, Karan udasi andar maya, Karan udasi andar maya, Aum sadke, Aum sadke, Aum sadke, Aum sadke, tena gur se ka, Satgur no mil aap gavaya, Satgur no mil aap gavaya, Aum sadke, Aum sadke, Aum sadke tena gur se ka, Aum sadke tena gur se ka, Gurmati gur charani chitlaya, गुरमति गुर चरनी चित लाया हाँ सदके दिन गुर से हाँ सदके हाँ सदके दिन गुर सीखा गुर सिख दे गुर सिख मिलाया गुर सिख दे गुर सिख मिलाया हाँ सदके दिन गुर सीखा हाँ सदके दिन गुर सीखा बाहर जांदा वर्ज रहाया बाहर जांदा वर्ज रहाया हाँ सदके दिन गुर सीखा हाँ सदके दिन गुर सीखा आसा विच निराश बलाया आसा विच निराश बलाया आसा दे विच हाँ सदके दिन गुर सीखा आसा विच निराश बलाया सतगुर दा उपदेश दृढ़ाया हाँ सदके हाँ सदके हाँ सदके हाँ सदके दिन गुर सीखा हाँ सदके दिन गुर सीखा सतगुर नो मिल आप गवाया सतगुर नो मिल आप गवाया my voice is all dead. Just to give you an idea that this, do you feel any recognition with these compositions? Don't you? So these are all in ragas. Zila, Kafi, Jangla, and so on and so forth. None of them, none of the old compositions, even in Dadaras or Kaharwas, they're all pade singing. There's not less music. It's all dhurpadas. Ik pada, do pade, karve, dadari of the drut lay, madhya gati lay, vilambit, compositions, which are different than the khayal or tappa or thumri, not tappa but thumri, this Geet Ghazal kind of kahwas. Gurbani, Kaharwa, Dadras, etc. These styles, handlings are different. So I hope that the association of Vidya, there's no difference. We're all Gursikhs. And we all understand, we all know that what is Gursikh heritage. And I think everyone else, they also, all the young Pankitni Jatha, Sangeet, protagonists, they need to learn the original system. That's how it was. There was no divide in such. Okay, if we don't have money, how else can we support you? Well, there are so many ways. If you have, there is sevais of tan, man, and dhan. There are three kinds of seva. And it is not that I don't need support. I do not, by Guru's grace, I don't need support. It's not me. It's not also not the parampara that needs any support. Parampara will live as long as the Guru Sahib wills. There will be youngsters and people in every generation who will be inspired as long as there is going to be, life and vibrancy that will be ensured. I mean, as long as the parampara is deemed to sort of be celebrated, it'll survive. It'll find its way to survive in the hands of the finest minds of every given age in terms of time. Tan karke is the easiest way. Tan is that you have $5 a month, for example, Patreon. is the easiest, is the one. But let's say a person does not have, let's say a person is only $5, but nothing else. So it's easy, or $100 or $500 or $400, $1,000 a month, okay, that's done. And then you just do it once and you say, all right, my Mr. Credit Card, be billed every month. And that's it, that's my contribution is going on, and you forget about everything. That's the lowliest of the three, is the dhan. They're in an order. Man karke jehdi seva hegi hai, oh hegi hai ke you say that BBS, I have just a bit of resources. Maybe I can only contribute $5 a month. Or actually, you know what? Maybe not even that. But I am a graphics designer, or I'm a film editor, or I'm an audio restorer, or I'm a publicity person who can help devise, help work on the newsletters, etc., or I'm a content writer, or I'm a lawyer, this and that, whatever this thing. And I can, contribute my expertise. That's the man. That's the intellectual, the intangible wealth that one has. One is the tangible, tangible wealth is the dhan. The second, the higher one, is the intangible wealth, is the intelligence. You have wisdom. You say, all right, I don't have money, but I have this expertise and I can contribute. All right, that's one. And two, some people say, well, I can also contribute some money, but I also have this intangible wealth and I can give some expertise. And I can donate 2, 3, 4 hours a week, or 2, 3, 4 hours a month, or 2, 3, 4 hours in 6 months, etc. And kindly take note of that. Whatever you say, and I will be available to do and contribute in whichever way. All right. The highest of all the three is the tan karke seva. Tan karke seva ki hundi hai that you say that I'm going to sit and I'm interested in learning, but I don't have money. I am interested, but I'm a person of fine mind, etc. So I am available here, and I'm going to work, and I will dedicate my tan, my bodily. I'm available. I'm physically present in the vidya, etc. That is there to be done. Or I'm living in Delhi and I have foundation. Or if I'm living in Chandigarh, anything I can do in Chandigarh, I can spend, let's say 2 days a month, or 2 days a week, or 2 days in 6 months, whatever. Tan karke is to be physically present in the seva. Now, when you're physically present in seva, your mind has to be present in the seva. Even if you're practicing to learn, and in order to become a vidwan for tomorrow, in the coming times, for the coming times, but that is also tan karke seva. So, whichever way, anyone who has an interest, there are always ways one can find in which you're able to not only able to contribute, but when I began, renounce my career, and everybody called me a fool, and somebody's gone bonkers. And I used to say, oh, I'm going to try and save the parampara. I'm going to save the tradition. I'm here to save the tradition. Well, it took me just a few months to realize that I had gotten saved instead. So our purpose is not in terms of being as great philanthropists, we are to realize that we are first to be recipients. We are to be the recipients of knowledge, and then, or even if we cannot be, we don't have time to actually learn, but then to be able to contribute in terms of consolidation, in terms of somebody could be very good in making syllabuses, for example. Somebody could be a great organizer, for example, and one could plan things accordingly. So there are ways, I think, there is no blanket way of doing things. Money is, as I said, is only one of the three ways, or combinations can be made. So I hope that somehow helps in explaining the way the vidya must survive. It needs people. It needs people and needs resources. So in a Sangeeti manner, till full, somebody has a till, somebody has a flower. They're all somebody, and somebody has neither, but has a beautiful heart and intent, and can contribute time. So there are always ways one can find to contribute and do the good thing. Oh, Paisa, please can you recite a Bir Ras Pakhavaj composition? Oh, I cannot recite it in a very fierce manner because my voice has been. In fact, even before we started, I was in an extended session with my own son who's visiting from Turin. Leonardo Amartyan Singh, who studies in Italy. He's half Italian, so he's studying at the Polytechnic there, and he's here. And I went on talking with him and discussing things without realizing that I had to go and lie down for some time. So technically, I've been speaking for maybe at least 14, 15 hours now. So anyway, I will recite a very beautiful composition which some of you would have maybe seen me play. It's a rare composition. It's not common. I've not heard anybody else play. It's one of the Gaj Parans, but it's a Mukha. People only know how to play Dattagayana. They don't know the first part of it. And I have analyzed and seen plenty of places, but I'm sharing it here. It says, then I hope that will suffice. And well, again, I thought you were asking me to say beer ras pakhavaj. I said, what is the beer ras? Then I said, okay, it's beer ras. You had me there, a little flummoxed to read that beer ras. The beer ras. I wouldn't know how to do a beer ras pakhavaj. Message from a member of the Sangeet. I'm new to Sikhi, and this is so moving. May Maharaj keep you in Chardi Kala. We are all new to Sikhi. And it's very sweet of you for your kind wish. And may you be blessed. May you realize the potentials that the Guru's wisdom can unlock. There's a lot of things which are Sikh these days. There's a lot of that goes on the name of yoga, for example. There's a lot that is going on the name of vipassana or mind meditation, mindfulness, and so on and so forth. The very first paudi of Guru Nanak is very unique. And सोचा सोच ना हो वही जे सोची लखवार छुपा छुप ना हो वही जे लाए रहा लिफ्तार भुख्या भुख ना उतरी जबन्ना पूरी पार सहज स्याण पर लख होए तक न चले ना. Four forms, four methods which humanity, irrespective of where one is, which civilization you belong to or we belong to, which language we will speak, what religion or spiritual system we may follow. These four are the methods which Guru Nanak counts in the very first paudi. The first one is to cleanse the mind, to go to pilgrimage, to bathe in sacred waters with the hope that the mind would be purified clean, washed clean. Guru says you may bathe thousands of times, but you will not be pure. Mind is not purified. It's not purifiable like that. He says, second was to deny, to become the jati, to it's where vipassana comes. You do mind, silence the mind. Chupa. is to witness the thought that comes. He says, you may do it continually for eternity. Your mind will not be silenced either. You say, oh, mind can be cleaned. Hey, the mind cannot be silenced. So you know what? Let the mind aspire, and I will fulfill the desire. So pukya, pukna, three says, banna puriya part. But you may accumulate aspirations realized. Ah, it's not puriya here, the ones that you eat. It's puri asaji meri mansa. It is that puri. Why does it take a Bhai Baldeep Singh to even unravel that? So you may have achievements, mountains, loads of achievements, but the desire for more does not end. You say, gosh, you can clean the mind pure, you can silence the mind quiet, you can't satiate the mind, fulfillment and contentment. And you know what? Let's make the mind very wise, a knowledgeable one, a Brahmjani, master of knowledge systems. Baba says, Guru Baba Nanak says, well, says Syanapa Lakho, you may have thousands of wisdoms, hundreds of thousands times over. Not one goes along. So I hope you are able to take the Guru Kunji, the key that Guru Baba Nanak, talks of. And the very, very extraordinary grand masters like Bhagat Kabir and Baba Sheikh Farid, you must read and learn from. And I hope that the purpose that the grand hukum, the grand will guided you to be a disciple of Guru Baba Nanak like I am. And may your desires, may you be spiritually, may you attain spiritual bloom, if I may. Yes. I think I've done all the questions, folks. What's next?
Hanji Bhai, thank you so much for the talk today. Thank you for firstly agreeing to come here, and then thank you for giving us so much knowledge. And ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਗਾਏ ਇੰਨੇ ਪਿਆਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੰਗਤੋਂ ਇੰਨੀ ਅਸੀਸਾਂ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ. Everyone's so happy that you came on. Everyone's feeling very blessed, and we still have 48 listeners still now, even after 6 hours. So Hanji, all I can say is thank you so much, Bhai Sahib.
No, that's very, very kind of you all, and may you all. I'm very glad that you guys are taking time out and getting together and working so hard to realize these kind of sort of get-togethers. Sit down patiently and study together. Look at ideas and question them, scrutinize them, and so on and so forth. I see that there is a question says, what are your next moves in the political field, even the religious-political field? Well, there are plenty. I think next year is coming. That's again the reason why I thought Patreon would be a good idea, where people can, because everything that I do, some of the interventions from the socio-political side are needed to make sure there are permanent solutions and there's space for the Gursikh Vidya to thrive without any hiccup, without any hindrance. So I have seen the lack of Gursikh statesmanship. There are only petty politicians like that. I see that Vivek didn't want people to tag. I see that. So maybe it was not desired or something. I got a tag because of that, I see. But nevertheless, it is important that I think of doing. I curated the Sarbat Khalsa of 2015. That was a major intervention, and then I think I'm disappointed with the current system. They've not even caught the perpetrators of the destruction, which is a crime against humanity, to destroy the intangible and tangible wealth of any civilization is the goriest of the crimes against humanity. And just because the Gursikh order is an order which is humility clad and which desires no civil unrest, it does not mean that the petty politicians and the corrupt politicians would connive with the corrupt cops and try to hide those who are the perpetrators. So there's a lot of hisab kitab accounting that needs to be done, and we'll see. I think after the book is published, then I'll have time to assess my situation. Decisions will be taken before, by the end of the summer, and we'll see. Nothing certain whether I live from outside, or from inside. Indulge, I'll see. Delhi elections are interesting. Delhi Prabandhak Committee. I have called for the second Gurdwara reform movement to free the Gurdwaras. We are the uncolonized Sikhs, and we do not accept that any government of the world would control Gurdwara affairs, Gursikh affairs, and that is not acceptable never acceptable to my elders, and I have been very, very vocal in that. We'll see. A lot needs to be done, but overeager, overzealous politicians who are not men and women of learning as such, they don't represent Gursikh order, but they are Sikhs, and some of them mean well, but without being grounded and rooted in the Gursikh pedagogical processes, one doesn't know what to do. They just go on coating gold plates more and more. They go on changing marble because there is money and they want to do something. They think that is it. So parking lots, nave banalo, this and that. That's the kind of education. We are not. We should have the kind of background, the kind of inheritance as Gurbani that we have as our Guru, as Parcha Shabd Ka. Our institutions should be the greatest on the planet. People should, and I wish that that's how we will be in the near future, that people should want to be mentored in Gursikh institutions. Here, nobody wants to go, and Sikh students who cannot make it into the top institutions, or at least they get to be here. Teachers, etc., are adjusted because the Sikh politicians want to oblige cops, their wives, etc. They would get a job in some of the institutions when they get. So it's a academic corruption to all kinds of stuff that is there. So we have to find solutions for that, and unless we do, we are suffocating the Gursikh pedagogical processes, and whatever is left will also die, and we will just be another faith, another religion like other dead religions, which are only now ritual ornate, which are ritual oriented, rather than sovereign and sui generis, still thriving with the fresh bloom and fragrance. That's the crossroad we are at. I hope that explains. I understand I should not have maybe gone to the other side. I thought that I'll see who all is there, and I saw that by chance. Anyway, anything else, folks? All good?
But I thought, like last night, me and Babek, the goons, we don't want to keep you from sleeping again.
No, I'm up ready right now. That's not a problem. I'm cool in that sense. Yes, it's just a voice that sometimes Of course, that gets tired. That I wouldn't want to sing now. So I'll be continuing to write anyway afterwards for some time. All right,
Actually,
folks. I think
yeah,
I
it's
guess.
fine.
Go ahead. Anything else?
Sorry, yeah, we just have for the because ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੰਨੀ knowledge share ਕੀਤੀ ਇੰਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਖੁਸ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੱਕ ਸਿੰਘ ਨੇ ਜਕਾਰਾ ਛੱਡਣਾ ਆ
Oh, that's so sweet.
ਜਕਾਰਾ ਗਜਾਵੇ ਨਹਾਲੋ ਜਾਵੇ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਭਾਵੇ
ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ
ਅਕਾਲ
Sadhguru, Gurmeher.
Thank you so much. I really hope you come back again in the future. The Sangeet would love to have you, Bhai Sahib.
Gurmeher kare. Sat Kartar, Vaiguru ji ka Khalsa, Vaiguru ji ki
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ
ਫਤਿਹ
ਫਤਿਹ।